Namaskar and good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Namaskar.
Yeah. Welcome, Professor Papuri Borua, Organizing Secretary and Convener of this international webinar. Welcome you all to the international webinar on Universality of Yoga for Health and Progress, organized by Tezpur University in collaboration with our partner, namely Murarji Desai National Institute of Yoga, New Delhi, Lakshmi Bai, National Institute of Physical Education, Gwalior, Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, University of Delhi, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow, Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, Haridwar, Patanjali University, Haridwar. Thank you all for joining us in this webinar. Now, I request Professor Ravin Datta, Dean School of Sciences, Tezpur University, and the Chairperson, Organizing Committee, to extend his welcome address. Sir.
Namaskar. Professor Shambhunath Singh, Vice Chancellor, Tezpur University. Professor Rajkumar Mittal, BC, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University. Then Professor Ishwar Bharadwaj, eminent yoga expert, and all the presenters, organizers, and participants of this seminar. So, webinar. So, this event actually was a long-awaited event for Professor Papuri Borua and her team, and they have put a lot of effort in organizing this event. And there has been, as he has already mentioned, there have been several institutes and organizations who have joined in organizing this event in a collaborative manner. So this, I feel, this is one of the most useful kind of event. This is going to be helpful to many people, not only the participants, even to people like us and all the organizers and the presenters also. Personally, I have long association with yoga. Actually, I do not want to educate you with any kind of yoga knowledge, but just I want to humbly confess that, admit that I have been living till now probably because of yoga I practice regularly. Actually, at the age of 35 around, I was diagnosed with COPD. That is a kind of bronchial asthma. So then I was treated. I consulted doctors here, local doctors, Guwahati and Apollo also, Chennai, and I was told that it can be managed with regular medication. But then soon after that, I came into contact with some people from Vivekananda Kendra in Tezpur, and there were some people like Nageshji, Kishorji. So they taught me initially Nageshji. I don't know where he is, but I'm very grateful to him that he taught me a lot of yogasana, pranayam, other things also. And then I have been regularly practicing, and I can tell you with some gratitude towards yoga, who have the people who have invented these yoga practices, that with the help of yoga practices, I have been able to reduce my medication that was prescribed initially to some kind of pediatric medicine only. I just take very little medicine. Sometimes I forget. I forget means that indicates I am quite okay. So even now, you can ask me, I can just run 2 kilometers without any problem. I can run also. So I personally am greatly benefited by yoga. I am 63 plus, but people normally mistake me as younger than 63 plus. So with this, I just greatly appreciate the importance of yoga, and wish that this webinar on yoga will be highly useful. This will be fruitful, and we will have some enjoyable time throughout the day in all 6 sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
नमस्कार। तेजपुर विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा आयोजित इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय योग वेबिनार में उपस्थित आप सभी महानुभावों का सादर वंदन, अभिनंदन, नमस्कार। आइए आज के इस पावन कार्यक्रम का श्री गणेश मंत्रोच्चार के साथ करें, जो योग की एक विशेष शाखा है। मंत्रोच्चारण के साथ कार्यक्रम के शुभारंभ के लिए मैं आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगा तेजपुर विश्वविद्यालय के विद्यार्थी गणों को।
सुखिनः सर्वे सन्तु निरामयाः सर्वे भद्राणि पश्यन्तु मा कश्चित् दुःखभाग् भवेत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Noted speakers joining across the country and abroad. Our head Center for Yoga and Sports Science, Professor Papuri Barua, Chairman of this organizing committee, Professor Datta, and other valuable colleagues of mine from my university. Let us warmly welcome the speaker from within the country and also from other countries like Sri Lanka, Malaysia, Australia, and the USA to this international webinar. The theme of the webinar is Universality of Yoga for Health, and it perfectly aligned with the International Yoga Day 2025 theme, Yoga for One World, One Health. Yoga has been an embedded component in all other knowledge system of Bharat. It has been in our daily routine, rituals, and practices. This theme recognizes yoga not merely as a physical exercise, but as a comprehensive lifestyle that promotes mental, spiritual, and social well-being. By embracing yoga's principles of mindfulness, compassion, and sustainable living, individuals can contribute to a healthier planet and more peaceful coexistence. A famous verses from Mahopanishad, which our student just performed. People of noble character look upon the whole earth as their family. This verse promotes a sense of belonging and global cooperation among the people on this earth. The idea of one world was presented long ago, not in the sense of single nationhood, but in the sense of connectedness and shared human component beyond individual race, region, religion, tradition, language, and culture, etc. Yoga looks at a problem holistically and from their roots. It suggests physical practices, but these are only immersed in deeper philosophy, leading to the elimination of human suffering at all levels. Even the physical forms such as asanas and pranayam are meant to align our mind and body in such a way that proper awareness about ourselves can be fostered. Practicing yoga purifies our body and frees us from the cycles of ignorance. A mind trained in meditation can feel the communicate better with others, hence enhancing overall well-being. One world and one health are reciprocal notions, and yoga with its mind-body spirit workout is a medium that can facilitate the fuel this objective. I was informed that 16 research papers from different institutes of India will be presented. These papers will cover domains of yoga related to physical health, mental health, spiritual health, and its application in diverse settings. I hope that such scholarly presentation will help us understand yoga better. Let me thank the University of Delhi, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, Patanjali University, Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga, and Lakshmibai National Institute of Physical Education for coming together to organize this important event. Thank you all for this important event. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful speech. Next in the agenda is the speech of a guest of honor, Professor Mittal. May I know, sir, if you are available?
For not seen his.
Okay. If not, we'll go ahead with the agenda.
अगले एजेंडा के अनुसार कीनोट एड्रेस है जो प्रदान करने वाले हैं प्रोफेसर ईश्वर भारद्वाज। ईश्वर भारद्वाज जी योग के क्षेत्र में एक जाने माने नाम है। भारत ही नहीं, पूरा विश्व आज आपको जानता है। लाइफ टाइम अचीवमेंट अवार्ड के विजेता और प्रसिद्ध योगाचार्य, सरल योग के समर्थक प्रोफेसर ईश्वर भारद्वाज हालांकि किसी परिचय के मोहताज नहीं है, तथापि मैं कार्यक्रम के सचिव व समन्वयक प्रोफेसर पापरी बरुआ जी से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वह प्रोफेसर भारद्वाज जी से का एक संक्षिप्त परिचय हम सभी के बीच रखें।
Thank you, Dr. Kul Prasad Upadhyay. It is indeed a great pleasure to introduce a great personality like Professor Ishwar Bharadwaj and to have him in our inaugural session as the keynote speaker. Professor Bharadwaj is currently the Dean Academics, Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, Haridwar, Uttarakhand. He served as a former Dean, Faculty of Medical Sciences and Health, Professor, Department of Yogic Science, Gurukula Kangri Vishwavidyalaya, Haridwar, Uttarakhand. He has 36 years of teaching experience in Gurukul Kangri University, Haridwar, and 4.5 years of teaching experience in Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, Haridwar. He has a research experience of 26 years and has successfully supervised 48 PhD awardees. He has published more than 100 articles in reputed journals and written many books and book chapters and organized and participated national and international conferences on yoga. Professor Bharadwaj has been conferred several prestigious awards such as Guru Dronacharya Award by National Institute of Open Schooling, Ministry of Education, Government of India, Lifetime Achievement Award by Consul General of India, China, Lifetime Achievement Award by Government of Uttar Pradesh, and many more. He is a member of professional bodies like Intra-University Center for Yogic Science, Government of India, and India Yoga Association. Apart from widely participating in All India Radio and Doordarshan programs, he acted as a yoga expert in the documentary film on yoga produced by TV Man Union, Tokyo, Japan. Sir, may I request you now to deliver the keynote speech.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है? आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, sir.
ओम यो भूतं च भव्यं च सर्वं यच्चादितिष्ठति स्वर्यस्य च केवलं तस्मै ज्येष्ठाय ब्रह्मणे नमः। ओम शन्नो मित्रः शं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्नेन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः। नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वामेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु मामवतु वक्तारम्। ओम शांति शांति शांति। आदरणीय कुलपति जी, विश्वविद्यालय के अन्य अधिकारीगण, मैडम कन्वीनर, आईडीवाई के थीम पर ही इस वेबिनार का थीम रखा गया है, जो वास्तव में आज की आवश्यकता है। आज शारीरिक मानसिक व्याधियां इतनी प्रबल हो गई है, चिकित्सा जगत ने इतनी प्रगति की है, तब भी उसका कंट्रोल नहीं कर पा रहे। और इनका उपाय योग में निहित है, इसलिए कि योगिक जीवन शैली अपनाए तो ये रोग न हो। जो आज की स्थिति है, लगभग 70% लोग मानसिक रोगों से ग्रस्त हैं। कुछ का हमें पता भी नहीं लगता, हमारे साथ ही है, सब दिनचर्या के काम करते हैं, लेकिन मानसिक विकारों से ग्रस्त है। और शारीरिक व्याधियां निरंतर नई नई प्रकट हो रही हैं। आध्यात्मिक विकास की बात तो छोड़ ही दीजिए, क्योंकि उधर की तरफ को ध्यान बहुत कम है। सामाजिक समरसता नहीं है, परस्पर जो हमारा विचार व्यवहार है वो ठीक नहीं है। रिश्तों की पवित्रता नहीं रही, संबंधों में लेने देने का संबंध हो गया है, एक दूसरे के प्रति समर्पण का भाव नहीं रहा, तो सामाजिक व्यवस्था भी चरमरा गई है। तो हर दृष्टि से हम आज शारीरिक व्याधियों से ग्रस्त हैं, मानसिक आदियों से ग्रस्त हैं, सामाजिक ठीक तरह से आजकल एडजस्टमेंट नहीं हो पा रहा है, उससे ग्रस्त हैं। और दिखावे के लिए तो बहुत प्रचार प्रसार आध्यात्मिक रूप में हो रहा है, लेकिन उधर अगर चलते तो हम इन सामाजिक बुराइयों की तरफ अग्रसर ना होते। आज समाज में व्याप्त बुराइयां निरंतर बढ़ रही है, कम नहीं हो रही। कानून व्यवस्था भी हार मान चुकी है। आज एक को पकड़ते हैं, कल दूसरा पैदा हो जाता है। तो बहुत ही मुश्किल की स्थिति है, और इसका एक ही समाधान है, वो योग है। और समग्र स्वास्थ्य की जहां हम बात करते हैं, एक ही जगह है जहां बिना औषधि के हम उपचार की बात करते हैं। हालांकि योग कोई चिकित्सा पद्धति नहीं है, लेकिन यौगिक अभ्यासों के ऊपर अनुसंधान करके हमारे मॉडर्न साइंस ने ये सिद्ध कर दिया है कि विभिन्न यौगिक अभ्यासों को अपना करके विभिन्न रोगों में हम लाभ प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। और ये जो स्थिति है ये शास्त्रों में पहले ही वर्णित है। सूत्रनीति के लिए कहा है, कपाल शोधरी चैव दिव्य दृष्टि प्रदायिनी जत्रोर्धव जात रोगोगम नेतिराशु निहंती च। कपाल की शुद्धि करने वाली, दिव्य दृष्टि देने वाली और जो गले से ऊपर के रोग हैं, यानी INENT, और साथ ही जो मस्तिष्क संबंधी विकार है, उन सब में ये एक नीति बहुत लाभदायक है। ऐसा नहीं है कि केवल शास्त्र में वर्णित है, इसके ऊपर विभिन्न अनुसंधान भी हुए हैं और प्रैक्टिकल हमने लोगों की चिकित्सा भी करके उनको ठीक किया है। ऐसे ही धोती के लिए कहा है, काश श्वास प्ली कुष्ठम कफ रोगांश विंशति धातु कर्म प्रभावेन प्रियांति एव न संशय। धोती कर्म करने से ये काश खांसी संबंधी रोग, श्वास रोग, जिसमें ब्रोंकल अस्थमा और वैसे आयुर्वेद में 5 प्रकार के श्वास रोग बताए हैं। उनमें से 2 साध्य, एक कष्ट साध्य और 2 असाध्य की श्रेणी में। लेकिन यहाँ योग के माध्यम से इस धोती के प्रभाव से जो भी कफ रोग है, जो ये श्वास संबंधी रोग हैं, इनको कुछ को बिल्कुल समाप्त किया जा सकता है और कुछ में राहत मिल सकती है, जो सामान्य जीवनचर्या उसकी ठीक तरह से गुजर जाए। ऐसी बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें हैं। आसनेन रुजो हंति कहा है, आसन के द्वारा रोग दूर होते हैं। आसनेन भवे दृढ़म, आसन के द्वारा शरीर मजबूत होता है। और प्राणायाम की तो महत्ता ही अलग है और इनसे भी ज्यादा महत्वपूर्ण है प्राणायाम। लेकिन प्राणायाम की विधि सही तरह से की जाए तब लाभ करेंगे। गलत विधि करने पर नुकसान हो सकता है। ये कहते हैं योग का साइड इफेक्ट नहीं होता, योग का साइड इफेक्ट भी होता है। अब प्राणायाम का ठीक अभ्यास नहीं किया तो चिकित्सा से भी ठीक नहीं होता। कई रोगी ऐसे मेरे पास आए थे जो गलत प्राणायाम के अभ्यास से श्वास रोग उनको पैदा हो गया और प्राणायाम का अभ्यास छोड़ने के बाद वो रोग उनका ठीक हो गया। बिना ठीक गुरु के निर्देशन के कोई भी प्राणायाम का अभ्यास नहीं करना चाहिए। और विधि बताइए, यथा सिंहो गजो व्याघ्रो भवेद वश्य शनै शनै तथैव सेव तो वायुरन्यथा हंति साधकम। जैसे शेर को, बाघ को, हाथी को, जो जंगली होते हैं, उनको भी धीरे धीरे करके वश में कर लिया जाता है और फिर सर्कस में काम लेते हैं उनसे। लेकिन एकदम से अगर उनके सामने जाओगे तो मार डालेंगे। ऐसी प्राणायाम का अभ्यास धीरे धीरे करके करना चाहिए। और उसके बाद में अगर ऐसा अभ्यास नहीं किया तो साधक की मृत्यु तक भी हो सकती है। इसलिए प्राणायाम में बहुत सावधानी की जरूरत है। आसन करने में कोई खिंच गया, कुछ हो गया, ज्यादा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया, प्लास्टर लगा के फिर जुड़ जाएगा। लेकिन अगर प्राणायाम का अभ्यास गलत हुआ तो प्राण संकट उत्पन्न हो जाएगा। इसलिए प्राणायाम का अभ्यास सावधानी पूर्वक करें। हालांकि प्राणायाम का अभ्यास अनेक रोगों में लाभदायक है। केवल नाड़ी शोधन को ही ले लें, उसमें बाएं नासारंध्र से श्वास भरना, फिर रोकना, फिर दाएं से निकालना, फिर दाएं से भरना, रोकना, बाएं से निकालना, ये एक चक्र हुआ। इस नाड़ी शोधन प्राणायाम का अभ्यास विधि पूर्वक करके आपका बीपी नॉर्मल हो सकता है, हाई हो या लो हो, दोनों में कर सकते हैं और नॉर्मल हो जाएगा जो होना चाहिए। इसी प्रकार से प्राणायाम के अभ्यास करने से निरंतर हमारी जो ऊर्जा बढ़ती है, जो प्राण ऊर्जा हमारे शरीर में काम करती है वो बढ़ती है, उससे सारी क्रियाएं ठीक हो जाती है स्वतः ही। इसलिए प्राणायाम का उपयोग बहुत जरूरी है, करना चाहिए, विधि पूर्वक करना चाहिए। केवल षटकर्म की कुछ क्रियाएं, आसनों का अभ्यास, प्राणायाम की ज्यादा भी नहीं, एक आप नाड़ी शोधन की विधि कर लीजिए, यही आपके स्वास्थ्य को मेंटेन करने के लिए पर्याप्त है। और अगर आध्यात्मिक स्थिति प्राप्त करनी है तो प्राणायाम का अभ्यास करने से चित्त नियंत्रित होता है। चले वाते चलम चित्तम निश्चले निश्चलम भवेत्, योगी स्थाणुत अपनोति ततो वायु निरोधी। जो वायु है जब गति करती है तो मन भी गति करता है, वायु रुक जाती है तो मन भी रुक जाता है। इसलिए प्राणायाम करके हम वायु का निरोध करते हैं, वायु का निरोध करते हैं तो मन भी रुक जाता है, मन का निरोध हो जाता है। मन का निरोध होकर के एकाग्रता बनती है, ध्यान की स्थिति बनती है, समाधि की स्थिति बनती है और हम आगे साधना की ओर बढ़ जाते हैं। ये निरंतर अभ्यास करने की जरूरत है और फिर ऐसी स्थिति आएगी कि आपको प्राणायाम की भी जरूरत नहीं रहेगी, सीधे आप ध्यान में बैठ जाएंगे और घंटों बैठे रहेंगे। साथ ही जो मानसिक रोग हैं उनके लिए प्राणायाम की उपयोगिता बहुत है। प्राणायाम का अभ्यास करेंगे तो जो श्वास की कंट्रोल की स्थिति है वो प्यूरिफिकेशन करती है। और अगर माइंड का प्यूरिफिकेशन करना है तो उसके लिए कहा मन है सत्येन शुद्धति, सत्य के आचरण से शुद्ध होता है। इसलिए यमों नियमों की बात की गई है। यमों में अहिंसा सत्य अस्तेय ब्रह्मचर्य अपरिग्रह कहा, तो सत्य के द्वारा मन को निर्मल किया जाता है। मन जब निर्मल हो जाता है तो मन में विचार भी निर्मल आते हैं, तो जो दुर्विचार है वो आएंगे ही नहीं। इसलिए मन की स्थिति मजबूत होगी, मनोबल बढ़ेगा और मानसिक शांति भी प्राप्त होगी और मानसिक रोगों से हम दूर रहेंगे। दूर रहेंगे, रोगों को दूर करने की बात नहीं है, स्वतः रोगों से दूर रहेंगे। अभ्यास करना ये बहुत जरूरी है। और सामाजिक समरसता की बात, सामाजिक संबंधों की बात, एक सूत्र महर्षि पतंजलि कहते हैं, मैत्री करुणा मुदित उपेक्षाणाम सुख दुख पुण्य पुण्य विषयाणाम भावनातस चित्त प्रसादनम। मन कैसे प्रसन्न रहे, चित्त कैसे प्रसन्न रहे, उसके लिए कहा है कि जो सुखी व्यक्ति हैं उनको देखकर हमारे मन में स्वाभाविक रूप से ईर्ष्या उत्पन्न होती है, वो ईर्ष्या मनोविकारों को जन्म देती है। उससे बचने का क्या उपाय है? उस सुखी व्यक्ति के साथ मित्रता का भाव अपनाओ। उसके पास जाके कहने की जरूरत नहीं है मैं तुम्हारा मित्र हूं। मन में ही भाव करना है कि ये मेरा मित्र है, और मित्र के प्रति कोई भी दुर्भाव नहीं लाता। तो उसके प्रति दुर्भाव नहीं आएगा, उसके प्रति ईर्ष्या नहीं होगी, तो मन में विकार नहीं आएगी, मन शांत रहेगा। इसी प्रकार जो दुखी व्यक्ति है उसके प्रति करुणा का भाव जागृत करे। करुणा का भाव जागृत हो जाएगा तो करुणा के जल से मन के विकारों को धो करके साफ कर दिया जाता है। इसलिए करुणा भी चाहिए। उन पीड़ितों की, उन दुखियों की सहायता करके भी मन में एक आत्मिक संतुष्टि उत्पन्न होती है। प्रसन्नता का भाव किसे देखकर? पुण्यशाली। वहां हम ये कमी ना निकालें कि इसने अपने माता पिता के नाम के लिए या अपने नाम के लिए ये पुण्य कार्य किया। नहीं, अगर उसने कोई स्कूल बनवाया, कोई कॉलेज बनवाया, कोई हॉस्पिटल बनवाया, कोई धर्मशाला बनवाई, तो लोगों के उपकार के लिए है। वहां हमें उसकी इस कार्य की प्रसन्नता से सराहना करनी चाहिए। और जो पापी हैं उनको देखकर उनके प्रति उपेक्षा का भाव लाए। शासन की व्यवस्था है, वो दंड करेंगे उनका, लेकिन हम अपने मन में ऐसा उसके प्रति दुर्विचार उत्पन्न करें, उससे अच्छा है कि हम उसके प्रति उपेक्षा का भाव उत्पन्न करें, तो हमारे संस्कार नहीं बनेंगे। इस तरह से हमारा चित्त निर्मल रहेगा और उसमें मनोविकारों के लिए जगह नहीं होगी। आजकल हमारे संबंध परस्पर नहीं बन रहे। जो जहां है वो वहीं असंतुष्ट है, एडजस्टमेंट नहीं कर पा रहा। जहां नौकरी कर रहा वो नौकरी में असंतुष्ट है, अधिकारी कर्मचारी से असंतुष्ट है, कर्मचारी अधिकारी से असंतुष्ट है, पति पत्नी से असंतुष्ट है, पत्नी पति से असंतुष्ट है, माता पिता से संतान असंतुष्ट है, संतान से माता पिता असंतुष्ट है। कहाँ बचा? समाज के सब दायित्व तो इसी में है। और इसका भी उपाय है कि योग हमें समत्व भाव सिखाता है, सबके साथ एक जैसा रहना, सब अवस्थाओं में एक जैसा रहना, सुख में भी और दुख में भी। समत्वम योग उच्यते, एक समत्व का भाव रखना। तो इस तरह की जो भावनाएं हैं वो हमें समाज में एडजस्ट करने के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं। हम आत्मिक रूप से, वैयक्तिक रूप से, शारीरिक मानसिक व्याधियों से दूर रहें और सामाजिक परिदृश्य में भी हमारी अच्छी स्थिति हो, हम अच्छी भूमिका निभाएं, हर जगह अपने दायित्व का निर्वाह करें। जहाँ ऑफिस में है तो ऑफिस का, घर में है तो घर का। ऐसा ना हो कि हम एक दायित्व निर्वाह करें और दूसरे के प्रति उपेक्षा का भाव ले आए। सब जगह अपने दायित्व का समुचित रूप से निर्वाह करें, ये योग के द्वारा ही संभव है। तो योग को हमें दैनिक जीवन में अपनाना है। योग के लिए शास्त्रों की बजाय हमें वैयक्तिक रूप से उसके लिए अपने आप को तैयार करना है और सामाजिक स्थिति में एडजस्टमेंट करने के लिए भी हमें योग की आवश्यकता है। रोगों से बचे रहें और ठीक तरह से हम जीवन यापन करते रहें, इसके लिए योग अपनाना जरूरी है। आपने मुझे समय दिया, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और तेजपुर यूनिवर्सिटी और यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ जिनका भी सहयोग है उन सभी संस्थानों, विश्वविद्यालयों में नमन करता हूं। ओम शांति शांति।
Thank you, Professor Bharadwaj, for your enlightening speech. You are the pioneer of yoga education in academic institutions of India, and no wonder the yoga enthusiasts and your students fondly refer to you as the Pitama of yoga. And we hope we will have long association with you. Thank you. Now, I would like to request the co-chairperson of the organizing committee, Professor Subendra Kumar Ray, to propose the vote of thanks.
Namaskar. This is a great honor and proud privilege. On behalf of the organizing committee, we first express our gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Shambhunathji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, being amidst us for his kind, graceful presence and inspiration. Sir, it is your kind vision we went today from national to international. Kindly keep your blessings with us. We are very sincerely express our gratefulness to the keynote speaker, Professor ईश्वर भारद्वाज जी. सर, हमारा नमन, आपको प्रणाम, हमारा आपका आशीर्वाद हमारा साथ रहे. And as the today's your deep touching lecture to the simple lifestyle, how we should lead, it is a graceful moment for all of us. We are also very much thankful to our chairperson, sir, Professor Datta sir, for your kind presence and for the welcome address. We express our gratefulness to the esteemed guest speakers, both from India and abroad, for their kind consent to deliver the speech in different technical sessions. In line of this, we also gratefully acknowledge the paper who are going to be presented by different presenters and the attendees across different institutions and other viewers on our YouTube streaming. In this line, we also express our gratefulness to all our collaborators, collaborative institutional representatives, for their untiring effort to hold this event. The untiring effort of the team from Computer Center, our conveners, volunteers, and different facilities from Tezpur University, which also includes the kind financial support from Honorable Vice Chancellor Tezpur University for this event. So we believe in praying and hard work. Kindly keep your blessings with us for making this journey successful, and we look forward for greater collaboration. Namaskar. Thank you.
धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए प्रोफेसर शुभेंदु रॉय जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. यह कार्यक्रम अर्थात यह समापन कार्यक्रम के अंतिम पड़ाव की ओर हम बढ़ रहे हैं. समापन समारोह के दौरान आप सभी की उपस्थिति से हम अनुग्रहित हुए. विशेषकर कीनोट एड्रेस प्रदान करने वाले प्रोफेसर ईश्वर भारद्वाज जी के वचनों के लिए हम सदैव आभारी रहेंगे. सर, आपको पुनः एक बार बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. आपने बताया कि योग केवल व्यायाम नहीं बल्कि जीवन जीने का एक साधन है, और आज की इन बुराइयों के दौर में, प्रतिकूल परिस्थितियों के दौर में अगर कोई समाधान है तो वह केवल योग है. योग केवल शरीर को स्वस्थ रखने का साधन नहीं बल्कि यह एक संपूर्ण जीवन शैली है. हमारे तन, मन और आत्मा को जोड़ने का काम जो करता है वह केवल योग है. यह हमें सिखाता है कि सच्ची खुशी और शांति हमारे अंदर है, बस हमें इसे समझने और अपनाने की जरूरत है. आइए योग को केवल एक अभ्यास नहीं बल्कि अपने जीवन का अभिन्न हिस्सा बनाएं और इसके माध्यम से शारीरिक, मानसिक और आध्यात्मिक उन्नति की ओर कदम बढ़ाएं. योग करें, स्वस्थ रहें, खुश रहें. धन्यवाद.
धन्यवाद. With this, our inaugural session ends and we are proceeding ahead with the technical session 1. Our technical session 1 is on yoga and physical health. Our guest speakers for this session, Dr. Mahendaran Appukutti, University Technology Mara, UITM, that is Malaysia. And the national speaker is Professor Narayan Prakash Giri, Indira Gandhi University, Mirpur, Rewari, Haryana. Now, may I request the co-convener of the organizing committee, Dr. Nayan Mani Gogoi, to introduce the co-chairperson and co-chairperson of this session. The chairperson for this session is Professor J.P. Sharma from Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, University of Delhi. And the co-chair is Professor Taraknath Pramanik from the same institute, Dr. Nayan Mani Gogoi.
Thank you, Madam. So I take this opportunity to welcome and introduce our chairperson and co-chairperson for technical session 1, Professor J.P. Sharma, our chairperson from Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, Delhi. Professor Sharma has specialization in yoga and athletics. He is an outstanding national level athlete, recipient of Dr. Rajendra Prasad Award 2005, Maharshi Patanjali, Yoga Shri Ram. He has also written several books and organized and attended national and international level conferences and actively guided many MPhil theses on physical education. Professor Sharma currently teaches yoga, test and measurement, physical education and sports. Now I would like to introduce Professor Taraknath Pramanik, our co-chairperson. Professor Pramanik is Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, University of Delhi. He has specialization in yoga and he teaches exercises physiology. He has published research papers in reputed journals. He has also visited China as a guest faculty and he currently teaches yoga, exercise physiology. Now I hand over this session to our chairperson and co-chairperson, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much. So, in this technical first session, first of all, Professor Robin Datta, Chairperson, Organizing Committee, Professor Shambhunath Singh, Vice Chancellor, as the chief guest of this program, and guest of honor, Professor Rajkumar Mittal, VC. Due to some reason, I hope he could not join, and Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow. Now, keynote address given by Professor Ishwar Bhardwaj, and co-chairperson organizing committee give the thanks Suvendra Kumar Ray, and all the persons who are joining in this program, respected each and every person. In this session, we are having two guest speakers, as Madam already told you, Dr. Mahendran Appukutti, University Technology Mara, UITM, Malaysia. And the topic of this, our guest speaker, has been delivered on the nursing the body and mind, the role of nutrition in yoga. So I want to give little introduction because our session is, the whole program is going lacking slightly behind. So I request all the speakers, please take note about the timing. About the first speaker, Mahendran Appukutti, he is an associate professor, FNSM, FMASO, Sports Science Program, Faculty of Sports Science and Recreation, University Technology Mara, UITM, Shah Alam, Malaysia. He has done his PhD degree from the National University of Malaysia. He previously served as head of the Center for Postgraduate Students Studies and coordinator of the Sports and Wellness Clinic within the same faculty. With a strong academic and professional background, he has contributed significantly to the advancement of nutrition and sports science in Malaysia and the region. He has published very good number of research articles in the reputed journals, and his research specialized area is nutrition, exercise, immunology, sports science, leadership development, physical fitness, and sports physiology. So I request now Professor Mahindra Apakuti, Doctor, please deliver your specialized lecture.
Thank you, Prof. Sharma. Am I audible? You all can hear
Yes,
me?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the very kind introduction. I understand that we have exceeded the time frame. I will try to make sure that within my time frame, I'm supposed to finish at another 5 minutes time, but now only I'm going to start. Anyway, hope you all can see my PowerPoint. You can see my PowerPoint now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay.
It is visible.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Sharma, for the kind introduction. And again, I would like to thank the committee and for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present here in the international webinar on the yoga and health progress. I guess I will go a little bit faster. This is my university. We are the largest university in Malaysia. We have about all over the country in Malaysia. We have campuses, and we have about 19,000 of lecturers, staff, and students is about 180,000 students. So this numbers is increasing, and we do have professors and 34 campuses in this country. So let's put the perspective in order on the presentation. I was given a talk on nutrition side. So anyway, I'm a nutritionist. So definitely I'll start implying the nutrition component inside my presentation. So I would like to see how nutrition and sports science, how that will improve in innovative research method and practical application, and that will be in line with these yoga's conference team. I take this opportunity again. I would like to thank everybody for organizing committee. This is my first yoga conference. I have done yoga in any way. Most of the Indians, any part of the world, we do yoga one way or another. At least sit down and get up. That's the main things that we have to learn and practice. I guess that's how we learn from childhood. So, and I would like to, being in sports science, I always tell nobody should sit more than 30 minutes in a one place. Start moving your feet and legs, and if you wanted to stand up, it's okay. Please do that. So introduction, I wouldn't go in depth on the yoga. I guess most of you know about it, yoga. So I will try to link it up on the nutrition side, and then how the sports science can give us the measurements, the outcome that we can do more. This is a sad part of it. We will see. I will show you some of the papers that are coming out in this yoga, as well as the yogic diets and everything. So what we need to do is we need to nourish our body and mind. That's the sole thing that we have to think about it, and how we can make it up in a body system. And holistically, we need to understand the whole yoga give a system that integrate the body, mind, and the soul part of it. So this is the component. I believe in the inaugural speech, the professor have talked about it. So in the nutrition component, how we can play a role in the nutrition side, because everybody have to eat, everybody have to live a long life, and the long life can be given by the exercise or the physical activity that we learn from yoga. And then with right food at the right time, you will achieve the sustainable level. So how important is the nutrition in yoga? Definitely, I said, if you're not eating, you may not able to do every single thing that we needed. So we need energy, we need the muscles repair, for flexibility, for strength, for mental clarity, emotional balance. And this is aligned with the yogic principle, which is the sattvic diet. That's another part of it. And people are focusing on that now. A couple of years started on that. So we know ahimsa, which is non-violent, promote plant-based and sustainable diets. That is the key point that was started by our ancestors many years ago. And then they were talking about the sattvic diet that promote the clarity and the calmness and everything, and which is bring you to the mindful eating, how to eat, not to overeat, not to less eat, must eat according adequately based on your body requirement. Is no one model fit for everybody. This is what I'm trying to say, that since 1993, we go on quick PubMed and looking at the yogic diet. There's only 36 paper that shows that what we need to do more research, more papers must come in for next year's conference. More people need to talk about the yogic diet or any other yogic exercises and everything. I'm looking at the diet part, so I'm talking about the yogic diet. So more and more is coming up. You see in year 2024 and everything onwards, more and more people are moving that kind of a area. There's plenty area that you can go and explore. One of the recent paper that I see in nutrition diabetes, they're talking about the yogic diet, how a comprehensively a review paper and looking at the diabetes and how it is from the brain, from the liver, from the adipose tissue, pancreas, the other organs, gut system. My area that I'm exploring at the moment is more or less for gut microbiota and looking at the how we can maintain our good health in a gut basis. So how sports science can come in? Definitely sports have a role, and the sciences that play a role is there. We look at the performance, we look at the recovery, we look at the wellness, which is the overall component. Yoga is a low impact performance enhancer. You look slow, but it is have a high impact in the body system. And the nutrition will give you to support. You shouldn't have a tiredness, fatigue and everything. So in the functional physiological, that you're going to check the VO2 max, the heart rate variability, strength and body composition. This is the key area that we need to go and focus on. So nutritional need for yoga practitioners, they need to look at their energy, their stamina, look at the complex carbohydrate they've been eating and healthy fats. If they are eating animal-based and everything, we can't stop them. So if they wanted, it's okay. It's milk is also animal based here, so we allow that, but we have to look at the overall system, and then look at the recovery and flexibility in the protein and the antioxidant side, how much they're eating, what the type of food that they can give them to their own genetic part of it. Hydration is important, and now with the climate change and everything, we really need to look after. We cannot be simply say 2 liters per day or 8 glass per day and for cut across everybody. No, it is not workable. We need to go individualized. This is where the personalized nutrition is coming in, and we have to look at the micronutrient deficiency side part. And the last, not the least, the gut health. We always, our Indian side, we always say we have got a gut feeling. But actually the gut have the major role to play in our Indian food as well. So we really need to look at it, what we are eating. Now a lot of processed food is going inside the mouth, so that need to be educated as well. And this is a type of food that is already available, functional food. Yeah, this is where another term that Japan have started it and India are doing it. This is where our Asian population, I always tell our people that Asia, we have many things to share. There are a lot of things people are learning from us. More things we have to do more research and show them. From turmeric, ashwagandha, flaxseed, chia seed, name it, and fermented food. Simple yogurt or Thai that most of the Malaysian Indians knows about it, but they are not going for it. They are now looking at the cultured milk and everything, modernized and everything. Yes, fine, but still the backbone of the main thing is actually fermented food, so which is will help the gut microbiota's balance. So daily nutrition strategy, pre-yoga, post-yoga, what the anti-inflammatory foods that we have to look at it, functional food. All these foods need more research in the perspective in yoga. I am talking in the perspective of science that available, but what is happen if, let's say, yoga people do with this food and what is the outcome? We need papers to support. It's all been written many years ago, why we are our Vedics and everything all, but now we have to come back and do simple research and show that how important it is. Turmeric, ginger, green leafy vegetables, fermented food, what else that we have fermented food is except for yogurt from the milk base. So what type of nuts that available from India, from north to south, there's so much of differences there. So we need to do a little bit more work on that, work together. That's a networking that we have to find out way. And nutrition and mind body axis, this is where the gut brain, that's my area that I look at it in sports people. So I did with the probiotic and I gave them a supplement on the probiotic, and I was looking at their anxiety, but I don't look at the questionnaire basis. I also go in a objective measure. So I look at the brain wave, alpha, gamma, beta, and everything. We wanted to see scientifically, is there any influence or not? And more things to look at it is polyphenol, which is India got so many type of plant-based and everything, vegetable-based or nuts-based and everything. We don't know. That's many data need to be figured out. So microbiome, mood scale, cortisol, the markers need to be extended more. So this is all the innovative research that is already looking at it. We have to look more further. Body composition is another area that we have to really look for and see, because we see them thin doesn't mean they don't have fat. They have internal fat. So we need to look at it that perspective. We cannot see in naked eyes, but we have to do that part of it and confirm it. So yoga can help in the body composition or weight management. Definitely there is many people testimonial, but we need to do research base and show that more. Strategy I mentioned just now. Before practice, lighter hydrating kind of a basis of fruits or herbal tea, and hydration also again for during, especially in the when you are sweating already. And after that, protein rich anti-inflammatory meals, lentil, greens, and seeds. That's all plenty. In India is plenty. Some country we don't have. So this is where our data we wanted to show. So simple case study that I look at it is actually integrating for athletic wise in a protocol. So how we can tailor them, improve the flexibility. Yoga can give a fantastic on the flexibility part of it, and also on DOMS, on delayed onset muscle soreness reduction. So these when they recover faster, they can go back to the sports, return to play, we call that. So when that thing moving faster, people will go in yoga as one part of the practice itself. So we need to teach more people on that. And then community intervention, we wanted to give a yoga and dietary intervention, because here we can see people will have a better weight management problem, because the rate of obesity, the rate of underweight itself also is going up and down. We have dual malnutrition problem, so we really need to look at that as well for the people. And yoga and healthy aging. And now coming back to the older people, so this sarcopenia, that's a muscle waste kind of issues and everything, joint problem, balance, is that helpful? There are some paper, what they call some testimonial. We need to do research and prove it. More works can be done. Plant-based protein, so that is another area to explore. If you all wanted to look at it, Malaysia have the first one in the world come out with a Malaysian dietary guideline for vegetarian. I was the chair for that book from Ministry of Health. So I was looking for India, very difficult to find a book kind of evidence from the authority institutions. So in China also don't have. So we have to move in and prepare it. And now we have to work together on these more works to be done. What are my practical things? I hope I have a little bit time. What my practical takeaway is: plan it up, your balanced diet, talk to a nutritionist, talk to a dietitian who can understand your needs, and then prioritize. And definitely processed food will be available. It's no, we cannot say no to that. You can't be getting water from the river, you have to get from bottles. So it's a kind of a process as well. So similar setting, yeah, for food also, we need to keep it for long life, shelf life. So we need a kind of a technology for that. That's why the processed food will be helpful. But if you overdo it, then you have a problem. Hydration, definitely need to drink water, integrate it. So work together with the yoga masters, the nutritionists, and then your own self, so to have a peaceful and mindful workout. And I also touch a little bit on the global health. So we need to look at the NCD problem, being in the ministry, working with them. So we see a lot of NCD is going up. Even India data is also scary. We need to do more work on that kind of things. And customize for school setting, a workplace setting, and also clinical setting. This is another new area that we really need to look at it. India should be the first one to look all in the school setting as well. If there is already there, show the evidence part, how long and what is happening and what is the changes taking place. So I already mentioned, we need to support, we need to do the culturally adapted dietary pattern, which is the Asian diet. We have the Asian diet, we have the Sattvic diet. Now we have to introduce these new Sattvic diets and how to educate them and link it up to Sustainable Development Goal, which is SDG 3, which is a good health and well-being. So what will be the challenges and opportunity? We have a lot of challenges we need to answer. We can only be answered by interdisciplinary research. We need to work with the medical doctors. We need to work with the orthopedic. We need to work with the nutrition side. We need to work with the exercise physiology. So many part of it. And cultural sensitivity in dietary guidance. So we need to see what type of diet they are taking, and we have to improve them to eat more plant-based diet. The world is talking about planetarian diet, which is very much more plant-based. And opportunity research need to be done, funding must be there, and academic collaboration is a must there. No more talking, must do action plan ready. Policy must be there. Yoga curriculum should be there, incorporated. Community health programming, government and institutional must do something on this as well. And call for action, definitely promote. We have data to talk. Now I think India is the one who telling the whole world what is yoga. So these kind of a yoga things must incorporate with the diet, then even better there to show evidence for that. So as my conclusion, synergetic effect, which is the to both yoga and also nutrition must go together. And we must respect the tradition, culture. It must be taken care and look forward for universal health. That is the WHO also is talking about world health on together. So it is a tool for us, and we have to feed our body with care, move, and harmony. I guess in yoga that is a key point, harmony as much as possible on the peace as well. So we need to foster a healthier, more conscious world on talking about comprehensively physical activity. So thank you.
आ जा यार, कहाँ चला गया?
Thank you, Prof. Sharma. I hope I finish on time.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir. You have finished the topic in a very, you can say, well in time. You have managed our time. Thank you once again. So under the heading of this session, yoga and physical health, you have delivered a very good lecture, very innovative, and you can say after, please stay with us. After the second speaker, we will take the questions. So after that, both the speakers, so we will take the questions. So I hope you will stay with us. And now I request the second speaker. Before that, I want to give some little introduction. That is our Professor Narayan Prakash Giri. Professor Narayan Prakash Giri, at present, he is doing in the Indira Gandhi Institute, Indira Gandhi University, Mirpur, Rewari, Haryana, and he will deliver the topic Yoga and Physical Health. So now he is visiting professor of Yoga and Physical Education at that university. He is having 40 years of teaching experience at UG and PG level. He is having 7 years administrative experience. He has published near about 50 research papers in various national and international reputed journals. He has presented more than 80 papers, research papers in India and abroad in the seminars and conferences. He has also very good experience of having a member of NET committee of UGC. He has also honored with the World Council Psychotherapy Award in Australia in 2004, and also he has honored with the Shiromani National Award. Apart from during his student life, he has won so many gold and silver medals in various tournaments, yoga, gymnastics, and other games. So I hope you are having very good health at this time, and I request you, sir, please deliver your lecture. And you know that we are having having some time constraint, so please try to sum up your lecture within the time frame. Thank you very much, sir. Please go proceed. At the organizer request, please PPT present his PPT.
Share the
Share the
PPT.
PPT. Yeah.
Organizers are requested to share my PPT, which was sent earlier, yesterday or day yesterday.
Professor Bapuri, please take look into the matter.
Please, sir, please start. Meanwhile, we are looking into this.
Okay. Thank you, JP Sharma ji. It's my proud privilege that I have given the opportunity to deliver my lecture on the topic of yoga and physical health. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving the opportunity to exchange my views in the international webinar. So, topic is yoga and physical health. Yoga and physical health means how we can maintain our physical health through yoga, or how yoga can help to maintain our physical health. We will also discuss about the subtopics of the theme. These are 4: yoga and physiological outcomes, prevention and management of diseases, optimum fitness, and strength and flexibility. देखिए, जब हम ये योग क्रियाएं करते हैं, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल मैं बताता हूँ, योगासन और प्राणायाम करते हैं, तो उसकी जो फिजियोलॉजी है उसकी भी नॉलेज हमको जरूर होनी चाहिए। जैसे हम जल नीति करते हैं, तो जल नीति में हम गुनगुना पानी क्यों रखते हैं? गुनगुना पानी इसलिए रखते हैं कि जो हमारे अंदर का बॉडी का टेम्परेचर है वो गुनगुने पानी जैसा जितना होता है, इसलिए हम गुनगुना पानी रखना जरूरी है। अदरवाइज हम ठंडे पानी से करेंगे तो नेचुरली वो पहले अंदर जाके गुनगुना पानी बनेगा, बॉडी के टेम्परेचर से वो हमको नुकसान हो सकता है। तो इसके लिए हमको नॉलेज होनी चाहिए कि भी हम गुनगुना पानी यूज क्यों करते हैं और नमक क्यों डालते हैं, इसका भी पता होना चाहिए। इसकी फिजियोलॉजी, मतलब अंदर पानी जाके क्या करता है, केवल पानी तो बहने का काम करता है, जो अंदर म्यूकस होता है उसको बहाने का काम करता है, और नमक जो है, सॉल्ट जो है, वो उसको जो म्यूकस होता है उसको गलाने का काम करता है। इसकी फिजियोलॉजी, इसके बारे में हमको नॉलेज होनी चाहिए, और वो पानी के थ्रू हमको बाहर निकल के आ जाता है। प्रिवेंशन ऑफ एंड मैनेजमेंट ऑफ डिजीज, हमको अगर हम डिजीज को पहले ही मैनेजमेंट कर लें और डिजीज ही ना होने दें तो दैट इज बेटर। प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर। तो इसका भी हमको नॉलेज रखनी जरूरी है, ताकि हमको कौन सी डिजीज क्यों लगती है उसके बारे में हमको नॉलेज रखनी चाहिए, इसलिए हम जरूरी है। ऑप्टिमम फिटनेस, हमारी जो फिटनेस है उसके हम दे सकते हैं कि भी हमारी एज और हाइट के मुताबिक कितना वेट होना चाहिए, वो हमको पता लगना चाहिए। कितने मसल्स डेवलप होने चाहिए, इसके बारे में हम योग से हम कैसे कर सकते हैं, ये सब हमको नॉलेज होनी चाहिए। लास्ट सब टॉपिक्स है स्ट्रेंथ एंड फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी। ये नहीं है कि भी हम फिट तो हैं पर लेकिन हमारे में स्ट्रेंथ नहीं है, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी नहीं है, ये भी हमारे गुड हेल्थ के लिए ठीक नहीं है। तो स्ट्रेंथ और फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी का होना भी बहुत जरूरी है। तो इन पर हमको थोड़ा सा ध्यान देना होगा। इन सब टॉपिक्स, द योगा एंड फिजिकल हेल्थ, देयर आर 2 essential points. Number 1 is physical health, number 2 is yoga. World Health Organization, WHO, the definition is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. The definition of health given by the WHO covers the 5 points, which are: number 1 is complete well-being, number 2 not merely the absence of disease, number 3 physical health, number 4 mental health, number 5 is social well-being. Number 1 is complete well-being. Health is not just about being free from illness or injury. It's about having a positive state of overall well-being, including physical, mental, and social dimensions. Number 2 is not merely the absence of diseases. This clarifies that health is a dynamic and positive state, not just the lack of illness or disability. Number 3 is physical health. It refers to the body's ability to function properly and resist disease, including good nutrition, exercise, and sleep. Number 4 is mental health, and passes the emotional, physiological, and form healthy relationship. Number 5 is social well-being. Refers to the ability to interact positively with others, participate in social activities, and feel a sense of belonging. Actually, health is related to our body, and body has some requirement for maintaining health. That requirements are 4 requirements. Number 1 is proper and balanced diet is essential for maintaining our health. Number 2 is proper exercise. Number 3 is proper cleanliness of the body. Number 4, proper rest and sleep. Healthy habits, we should also consider the healthy habits of daily life. Number one is regular exercise, balanced diet, adequate hydration, sufficient sleep, stress management, regular medical checkup. So it is essential to our body for health. There are 4 pillars of the well-being. We can say we have already discussed about the four essential requirements of the body, that are nutrition, exercise, relaxation, sleep. So these are the 4 pillars of the well-being. Number one, we will discuss that proper and balanced diet. Deficiency in our balanced diet, we may fall ill. For example, we do not take all required vitamins and minerals, etc. We may get some disease as per weakness of the organs, or all vitamins and minerals are very important for our body. If we will not follow rules and principles of diet, we may ill. For example, we will eat something without hunger. This type of practices create illness and disease and decrease the resistance of our body. Vitamin and minerals, hence all vitamins like vitamin A, B1, B2, B3, B9, B12, C, D, E, K are very essential to avoid its related diseases. Minerals like calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, potassium, sodium, etc. These are macro minerals. Macro minerals are those which are require our body 100 milligram per day, more than 100 milligram, and macro minerals are less than 100 milligram per day are required for our body. Macro minerals are iron, zinc, iodine, copper, etc. We make a chart to balance meal, complex carbohydrates, protein, vegetables, fruits, healthy and fats. Water is also essential for our body. What are macronutrients and micronutrients? Macronutrients required in relatively longer amounts. I already said that more than 100 milligram per day. Carbohydrates, lipid, proteins. Macronutrients are vitamins, minerals, etc. Macronutrients deficiency can lead to malnutrition, energy, and metabolic issues. Micronutrients deficiency may result in successive health problems like anemia deficiency or vitamin C deficiency. We can make a chart for these points. विटामिन ए का जो सोर्स है वो हम कहाँ से लेते हैं, इसकी भी नॉलेज हमको जरूरी है. जैसे विटामिन ए कैरेट से, जो गाजर से मिलती है, वेजिटेबल से मिलती है, डेयरी प्रोडक्ट से मिलती है, तो इसकी नॉलेज हमको रखना बहुत जरूरी है. और ये इसकी कमी हो जाए तो क्या होता है, तो हमारी स्किन में प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है, म्यूकस मेम्ब्रेन्स में प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है, बोन्स में प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है, विजन्स में प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है, रिप्रोडक्शन में प्रॉब्लम आ जाती है. तो विटामिन ए का लेना बहुत जरूरी है. और इसके लिए हमको क्या महसूस होता है जब विटामिन ए की कमी होती है? स्किन ड्राइनेस आ जाती है, स्किन ड्राई म्यूकस मेम्ब्रेन्स हो जाती हैं. तो ऐसे हमको पता होना चाहिए कि भी हमको इसके, हम ये थ्रू नेट भी इसकी नॉलेज ले सकते हैं. आजकल बुक्स बड़ी मिल रही हैं न्यूट्रिशन वगैरह की. ऐसे विटामिन बी है, इसे ये कहाँ से मिल सकता है, सोर्स क्या है? वो ऑर्गन मीट्स और वीट जर्म्स, बेरीज, नट्स एक्सेट्रा. और कार्बोहाइड्रेट मेटाबॉलिज्म जो है, इसकी जो फंक्शनिंग, अगर ये ना होगा तो हमारे कार्बोहाइड्रेट मेटाबॉलिज्म ठीक नहीं होगा. तो इस तरह के विटामिन ए है, विटामिन बी है, B1, B2, B3, B6, B12, फॉलिक एसिड विटामिन, विटामिन बी, विटामिन सी, डी, ई, एफ, सॉरी के, विटामिन के. तो इनकी जो जैसे आपको मैं बता दूं कि विटामिन जो ई है, विटामिन वेजिटेबल ऑयल से मिलता है, वीट से मिलता है, और लीवर और ये अपना वेजिटेबल्स मिलता है। और ये इसकी जो फॉर्मेशन इसके क्या है, फॉर्मेशन ऑफ रेड ब्लड सेल्स एंड टिश्यूज, जो इसकी फॉर्मेशन अगर ये ना होंगे तो हमारी जो बॉडी ब्लड सेल्स की जो फॉर्मेशन है वो ठीक नहीं होगी, और टिश्यूज की भी जो फॉर्मेशन है वो ठीक नहीं होगी। तो इसलिए विटामिन ई जरूरी है। तो इसलिए इसका हर चीज का हमको नॉलेज रखना बहुत जरूरी है। जो माइक्रो मिनरल्स हैं वो ये अपना कॉपर, आयोडीन, सेलेनियम, जिंक, आयरन इसमें मिलता है। और मेजर जो मिनरल्स हैं वो सल्फर, क्लोराइड, मैग्नीशियम, सोडियम, पोटाशियम, फास्फोरस और ये कैल्शियम इसमें मिलता है। तो इसमें अगर देखिए, अगर जिंक की कमी हो जाती है तो हमें स्लीपिंग की डिफिशिएंसी हो सकती है। अगर हम जिंक लेना भी हमारे लिए जरूरी है, और फिर उसके बाद हमारे कैल्शियम की भी कमी हो सकती है। और ऐसे ही पोटाशियम में हम अगर नहीं लेंगे तो इसमें को स्लो मेटाबॉलिज्म हो जाएगा, और आयोडीन नहीं लेंगे तो हमारा लो ब्लड टेम्परेचर होना शुरू हो जाएगा। तो ये धीरे धीरे वीकनेस आती रहती हैं। तो इसलिए हमको इसका ध्यान करके किसी न कहीं रखना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट है प्रॉपर एक्सरसाइज। Exercise are also essential for our body. It helps food to convert into energy. There are two types of exercises. Static exercises means slow motion and stable exercises like yogic and some gymnastic exercises. Number two is dynamic exercises means fast or regular motions exercises. ये जो एक्सरसाइज है, देखिए एक्सरसाइज हमारी बहुत शरीर के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। अगर नहीं हम करेंगे तो हमको जैसे डिजीज, बैक पेन, नेक पेन, सर्टिका पेन, ये सब होने कई बार हो जाते हैं, और इनके ड्यू टू लैक ऑफ एक्सरसाइज के कारण होती हैं। अगर हम ये नहीं करते तो ये डिजीज आती हैं, तो हमको फिर फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट के पास जाना पड़ता है। तो इसलिए ये एक्सरसाइज हर बॉडी पार्ट को होनी जरूरी है। और वो इसलिए भी देखिए, एक्सरसाइज हम इसलिए भी करते हैं कि भाई हर बॉडी पार्ट की जो फंक्शनिंग है वो प्रॉपर होती रहे। तो अगर वो प्रॉपर होती रहेगी तो हम हेल्दी रहेंगे, अदरवाइज नहीं, हम बीमार पड़ सकते हैं। तो इसलिए और पहले फिजिकल हेल्थ होनी जरूरी है। अगर हम ये सोचेंगे कि पहले हम मेंटल हेल्थ कर लेंगे, ऐसा पॉसिबल नहीं है। अगर हम ये सोचें कि हम चलो सोशल हेल्थ पहले कर लेते हैं, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता। तो सबसे पहले फिजिकल हेल्थ इज मस्ट। तो हमको पहले फिजिकल हेल्थ पे ध्यान देना चाहिए, तभी मेंटल हेल्थ पॉसिबल है, सोशल हेल्थ पॉसिबल है, और स्पिरिचुअल हेल्थ पॉसिबल है। अदरवाइज अगर हम फिजिकल हेल्थ नहीं रखेंगे तो हम बीमार भी पड़ जाएंगे। तो हमको पहले फिजिकल हेल्थ पे ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। अब डायनेमिक, इसके कुछ अलग अलग एक्सरसाइज हैं। डायनेमिक स्ट्रेचेस आप कर सकते हैं। डायनेमिक स्ट्रेचेस जितने भी स्पोर्ट्स की एक्सरसाइजेज हैं, रनिंग, जंपिंग, थ्रोइंग, और जो गेम्स की जो स्पेसिफिक एक्सरसाइज हैं, तो वो हमको डायनामिक एक्सरसाइज स्ट्रेच में आती हैं। और जो स्टैटिक एक्सरसाइज हैं, जैसे योगिक एक्सरसाइज है, अपने स्लो मोशन में करते हैं। स्लो मोशन में इसमें हमारा जो ब्लड सर्कुलेशन है धीरे धीरे बढ़ता है, और जो फिजिकल जो स्पोर्ट्स की एक्सरसाइज होती है, डायनामिक एक्सरसाइज, उसमें हमारा जो ब्लड सर्कुलेशन है बहुत जल्दी तेजी से ब्लड सर्कुलेशन वो होता है। तो उसके मुताबिक हमको एक्सरसाइज बॉडी की करते रहनी चाहिए। और इसके लिए अगर हम डेली शेड्यूल बना लें कि भी कौन सी एक्सरसाइज करनी है, हम मैं तो रिकमेंड ये करूंगा कि भी अगर हमारे पास सफिशिएंट टाइम है तो 1 घंटे की एक्सरसाइज हमको 24 घंटे में, एक दिन में हमको 1 घंटे की एक्सरसाइज जरूर करनी चाहिए। अगर समय नहीं है तो हमको उसको कम करके आधे घंटे की जा सकती है। अगर इतना भी समय नहीं है तो 10 मिनट भी की जा सकती है। अगर 10 मिनट भी समय नहीं है तो 5 सूर्य नमस्कार के अगर हम राउंड लगा लें, जो कि 3 मिनट में लग जाते हैं, 3-4 मिनट में, तो वो भी हम कर लेंगे डेली। तो वो भी हमारी पूरी रिक्वायरमेंट बॉडी की पूरी कर देते हैं। तो सूर्य नमस्कार भी कर लिया जाए तो वो भी हमारे लिए सफिशिएंट है। तो एक्सरसाइज उससे हमारी बॉडी की हो जाएगी। जो प्रॉपर जो बॉडी ऑर्गन्स की जो फंक्शनिंग है, वो उनको ब्लड सर्कुलेशन ठीक मिलेगा, तो नेचुरली उनकी जो फंक्शनिंग है वो प्रॉपर होती रहेगी। Exercises like running, jumping, throwing, and action of various body parts is in playing of various games and sports. Exercise help to increase blood circulation and better functioning of body organs and body systems. एक्सरसाइज से क्या होता है, एक तो हमारी देखो स्ट्रेस और एंजाइटी रिड्यूस होती है और इससे स्ट्रेंथन बढ़ती है, इससे जो हमारी स्लीप की क्वालिटी है वो इंक्रीज होती है। बहुत फायदे हैं और ये इसलिए तो कहा गया है कि भी अगर हम इसको प्रॉपर एक्सरसाइज कर लें तो ये समझो कि भी आपका 50% काम हेल्थ का हो गया है। और नेक्स्ट है प्रॉपर क्लीनिंगनेस। हमारे जो शरीर की सफाई भी बहुत जरूरी है। अगर हम शरीर की सफाई जनरली हम तो लोग बाहर से कर लेते हैं, लेकिन अंदर से बहुत कम लोग कर पाते हैं या योग वाले लोग ही कर पाते हैं। और योग में ही अंदर की जो शरीर की अंदर की सफाई का प्रोविजन है षट क्रिया शुद्धि क्रिया के द्वारा। और अगर ये नहीं करते तो हमको बीमार होकर के फिर हम डॉक्टर के पास जाते हैं, डॉक्टर फिर चीर फाड़ करके उसकी सफाई करते हैं। तो बेटर यही है कि ये हमको अंदर से सफाई करने के लिए हमको इसका इंतजाम कर लेना चाहिए। इसके लिए मैं बताऊंगा प्रॉपर क्लीननेस, इट इज 2 टाइप्स, आउटर क्लीनिंग ऑफ द बॉडी, नंबर 2 इज inner cleaning of the body. We do outer cleaning of the body by taking bath with soaps and shampoos. Inner cleaning of body is possible through yogic shuddhi kriyas like jalneti, sutrneti, kunjal kriya, vastr dhoti, sank prakshalan etc. or medical equipments by medical doctors. तो ये मैं तो रिकमेंड ये करता हूँ कि भाई ये अगर जो शुद्धि क्रियाज हैं अगर एक बार सीख ली जाए तो बाद में इसको once a week, अगर once a week भी टाइम नहीं है तो once a month, अगर once a month भी टाइम नहीं है तो once और twice in a 6 month भी की जा सकती है। मतलब हमको सफाई अगर हम 6 महीने में 1 या 2 बार भी कर लें तो वो भी सफिशिएंट है, उससे भी हम हेल्दी रह सकते हैं। हमारी बॉडी हम फिजिकली, और अगर फिजिकली हेल्थी रहेंगे तो मेंटली भी रहेंगे, सोशली भी रहेंगे, फिजिकली भी रहेंगे। तो अगर हम फिजिकली नहीं रह पाएंगे तो हम फिर बीमार पड़ सकते हैं। नेक्स्ट और लास्ट पॉइंट है प्रॉपर रेस्ट एंड स्लीप। रेस्ट और स्लीप इज ए वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट रिक्वायरमेंट ऑफ आवर बॉडी। बाय नेचर नाइट इज मेड फॉर रेस्ट और स्लीप, एंड बाय साइंटिस्ट एटलीस्ट 6 to 8 hours sleep is essential for health. Yoga plays an important role for practicing or relaxative asanas, shavasana, makarasana, etc. and yoga nidra are very helpful to fulfill the requirement of rest and sleep. देखिए अगर हम रेस्ट और स्लीप नहीं प्रॉपर करेंगे तो भी हम बीमार पड़ जाते हैं। उसमें बीमारी कौन सी लगती है? एंजाइटी की है, और अपना रात को नींद ना आना और दुखी रहना, टेंशन, मेंटल टेंशन, तो ये बीमारियां हमको लग जाती हैं अगर प्रॉपर स्लीप नहीं। हमको चिड़चिड़ापन भी हो जाता है अगर नींद पूरी नहीं होती हो तो अगर नींद पूरी नहीं होगी तो आपको बॉडी अपने आप नींद मांगेगी और काम करना बंद कर देगी। तो इसलिए ये बढ़िया है कि भाई कम से कम 6 से लेके 8 घंटे की हम नींद जरूर लें और रात को अपना जो समय रात को सोने का है उसका प्रॉपर लें और प्रॉपर उसका उपयोग करें, अदरवाइज हम बीमार पड़ सकते हैं और हमको कई तरह की इससे रिलेटेड डिजीज लग जाती है। अब अगर हम थोड़ा सा और डीपली सोचें तो हम किस तरह के ये रेस्ट हैं, फिजिकल रेस्ट है, इमोशनल रेस्ट है, मेंटल रेस्ट है, सोशल रेस्ट है, स्पिरिचुअल रेस्ट है, सेंसरी रेस्ट है, क्रिएटिव रेस्ट है। तो ये तरह के हम रेस्ट अपना अपना सोच सकते हैं कि भी हमको क्या सोचना है, क्या नहीं सोचना है, कितना रिलैक्स करना है। और योग निद्रा तो एक ऐसी एक्सरसाइज है जो 15 से लेकर के 30 मिनट तक हम करते हैं और वो रात की एक नींद के बराबर हमको रेस्ट मिल जाता है। अगर मुझे एक बार मौका मिला था कि जो इंडिया की हॉकी टीम थी वो 4 घंटे सुबह 4 घंटे शाम को प्रैक्टिस करती थी, तो उनको रेस्ट करने के लिए 15-20 मिनट में रेस्ट करने के लिए मेरे को वहां बुलाया था। तो वहां पर मैंने उनको जब एक्सरसाइज करवाई तो एक्सरसाइज जो 4 घंटे थकने के बाद आते थे तो उनको 30 मिनट में ही 25 से लेकर 30 मिनट में योग निद्रा के द्वारा वो बिल्कुल रेस्ट उनको मिल जाता था और उनकी थकान दूर हो जाती थी। तो ऐसे ही अगर हम कोई ऐसी एक्टिविटी हम करते हैं जिसमें हमको थकान हो जाती है, महसूस होती है, तो उसको हम योग निद्रा के द्वारा पूरी कर सकते हैं और उसमें रेस्ट फिजिकली के साथ साथ मेंटल रेस्ट भी मिलता है। बड़ी एक्सरसाइज है, मैंने जब शुरू में सीखी थी तो मुझे तो ये महसूस हुआ कि भी ये एक्सरसाइज तो हर व्यक्ति को कम से कम 15 से 20 मिनट नहीं, अगर 10 मिनट भी हम कर लें तो वो भी सफिशिएंट है। तो इसलिए इससे हमारी कई बीमारियां दूर हो जाती हैं। तो रेस्ट के बारे में हमको सोचना चाहिए। और आजकल बड़ी टेंशन, बड़ी वर्कलोड आजकल लोगों के पास है, तो ये इसके लिए टाइम जरूर निकालें। और मैं तो यही कहूंगा कि भी ये सब योगिक एक्सरसाइज हैं, तो योगिक एक्सरसाइज के थ्रू हम ये सब सीख सकते हैं। हठ योग प्रदीपिका में और ग्रहण संहिता में, पतंजलि योग में योगिक आसनास, योगिक क्रियाज, योगिक मेडिटेशन, राजयोग, कर्म योग, सब इसमें बातें दी गई हैं। तो अगर हम इनको थोड़ा सा समय देंगे, रोज का अगर हम आधा घंटा भी इनको दे दें योगिक एक्सरसाइज को पढ़ने के लिए या करने के लिए, तो हमारा जो हेल्थ है, फिजिकल हेल्थ, योग के द्वारा हम अच्छी बना सकते हैं और हम अच्छा जीवन व्यतीत कर सकते हैं। तो yoga plays an important role for physical health by fulfilling the requirement of body. All requirements of body can be fulfilled by taking the knowledge of Hatha Pradipika, Patanjali Yoga Sutra, Grahana Samhita, and other yogic tests. If any requirement does not fulfilled by human being, he or she will not be healthy completely. So everybody should fulfill the requirement of his or her body from time to time. So it is my request to all of you that we should practice daily at least 10 minutes to 30 minutes daily. So I'm again thankful to the organizers and chairperson, co-chairperson for giving my session time to me. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Giri. Now we are having only 10 minutes for question answer sessions. So if anybody from the organizers have listed any questions, or anybody want to ask the questions by raising hand, so please raise your hand and ask the questions from both the speakers, which have already spoken on a very good topic, nursing the body and mind, the role of nutrition in yoga, and second topic is health, yoga and health. So if anybody want to any questions? Okay. Now I want to request our co-chairperson sum up these both the two speakers lecture in a very short manner so that we can save our time. We are having 4 speakers, paper presenters in this technical session, yoga and physical health. So we will ask them, please present one by one, and we will give only 7 minutes for their presentation. And after speaking all the 4 speakers, then we will have a common, you can say, question answer sessions. So now I request Professor Taraknath Parmanik, please sum up this session. The speakers.
Good morning, all of you. Good morning, all of you. I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest speaker, Dr. Mahendra Appakutti, for his insightful and inspiring words. Your expertise and deep understanding of health and wellness have truly enriched today's session. Your presence has not only added immense value to this event, but has also encouraged all of us to adopt healthier, more mindful lifestyles through yoga and balanced living. Thank you once again, sir, for your gracious presence and valuable contributions. We look forward to learning more from you in the future. Namaste. And second guest speaker, Professor Narayan Prakash Giri, for his inspiring and thought-provoking address. Sir, your insight into the scientific and spiritual dimension of yoga have truly dependent our understanding of its role in maintaining physical health and overall well-being. Your words have not only educated us, but also motivated us to integrate yogic practice into our daily lives with greater sincerity and awareness. Thank you once again, sir, for valuable time for sharing your rich experience with us. Thank you to all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Welcome. Though I didn't hear Professor Narayan's many words in language, Hindi, I guess. I hope he's Hindi. But I think he have put it very nicely on the importance of the physical activity and the impact of yoga. And I think it's a very good.
I think you are muted.
Oh, sorry. You can hear me? Right. Thank you very much, Prof. Narayan. You have put it very nicely on the perspective. Though I didn't understand the language most of it, but English words I capture up, and I feel there's more things to do. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everyone.
Professor Tarnath Pramani. Now I'm inviting the first, you can say, presenter. That is Aminur Rahman from Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education Sports Sciences, the University of Delhi. And the topic is effect of yogic practice on selected biochemical variables among college students. So please present your topic.
Sir, is it my visible PPT?
Yes, it is visible.
Very much visible.
Yes.
You can make it full screen.
Yes, it is also full screen.
Slide slow karo. Slide slow.
Start your slideshow.
Yes, sir. Is it visible?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Very good morning, respected to all the dignitaries, professor, chief guest, PhD scholar, and all present here. Myself, Aminur Rahman, PhD scholar from Department of Physical Education and Sports Sciences at the University of Delhi. My topic, I am going to present on the topic of effect of yogic practices on selected biochemical variables among college students. This was the part of my PhD work under the guidance of respected Professor Taraknath Pramanik from Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences at the University of Delhi. Now, in a recent research, the prevalence of the lifestyle disorder, including the dyslipidemia and cardiovascular disease, is increasingly day by day also. In India, we are one of the highest burden cardiovascular related disease. Annual the rate of approximately 5 million in yearly. So the dyslipidemia is a key risk factor for the cardiovascular disease. It involves elevated the triglyceride, total cholesterol, LDL, and lower of HDL. So this is largely due to the modern sedentary lifestyles and unhealthy food habits, stress, and irregular sleeps. So we know that the yogic practices is a non-pharmacological intervention, and as well as it is a holistic body-mind discipline to reduce the regulate the stress, enhance metabolism, and overall the wellness. So thus the researcher aim of the study was to assess the effectiveness of the structure aerobic intervention in improving the biochemical variables among the college students. Now moving next slide in a methodological section. A prior and prior, the GPR software was analysis.
स्लाइड शो नहीं हो रहा है आपका.
Please change your slide.
आपका स्लाइड मूव नहीं हो रहा है.
मैं तो सर स्लाइड चेंज कर रहा हूँ.
आप पहले स्केप करिए इसको. पहले जो आपका स्लाइड शो चल रहा है, अमीनर, यस. नाउ अगेन गो फॉर द स्लाइड शो एंड डू इट. नाउ यू गो फॉर द स्लाइड शो on top. Yes. Okay, I think you have not shared your entire screen. Therefore, we cannot see your changes in the screen. You do entire screen share, not only selected slide. Again, escape the slideshow. Go for the entire screen sharing.
Is it visible?
Yes, okay now. Yes, it is visible now.
Okay. A priority of the analysis of using the GPower software for analyzing checking the minimum sample selection. The analysis on the basis of the effect size of cohen D 0.80 and the significant level 0.05 and the statistical power of 0.95. So according to the CAN 2021, the minimum sample size would be 23. So that's why the researcher selected a total 24 male subject, experimental 12 subject and a control group 12 subject from the Sampahari Government PTTI in Birbhum district in the state of West Bengal, India. And using the probability sampling method for this study to ensure that the unbiased representation, and the ages of the subject were 17 to 22 years. So now, before the intervention of the study, the baseline characteristics of the participants were collected. The parameters were ages, height, weight, BMI, waist hip ratio, pulse rate, and respiratory rate. Now moving, these variables were selected for this study: the total cholesterol, triglyceride, HDL, and LDL. HDL is a good cholesterol. Now, all biochemical analysis were performed by using of Tulip Coalizer Smart 200, and it is a fully automatic system that ensures the precision and the reliability of the lipid measurement. Now, this study involved the two group, experimental and control group experimental research. In experimental research design, 1 hour per day, 6 days a week for 12 weeks in experimental group, and another group, control group, maintain the regular activity as usual their college routine. Now, these asanas were selected for these studies, and these pranayama, Anulam Vilam pranayama and Bastika pranayam were selected, and the relaxation through the Savasana was selected for this study. The experimental protocol comprising the Surya Namaskar, asanas, pranayamas, and relaxation, and every session lasting 60 minutes, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. and the intensity was increased every 3 weeks. The strategy, loading strategy. Then moving next, after the normality of the data distribution, the Shapiro weak test was applied, and the descriptive statistics mean and SD were calculated to provide summary of the data, and the peer test to evaluate the within group difference, and all statistical analysis were performed using SPSS software version 25 with the level of significance 0.05. Now moving the result section. in a table 1 shows the cholesterol level between the experimental group and control group. In a experimental group, after 12 weeks of yogic practices, improved the significantly decrease the cholesterol level after 12 weeks of yogic practices with the significant 0.041, and other, in contrast, the control group increased that after 12 weeks increase and no significant was found with significant 0.057. Now next, the table 2 shows that a triglyceride after 12 weeks of yogic practices in experimental group significantly decreased with significant 0.015, and control group no significant was found with significant 0.287. And table 3 shows the HDL. The HDL is a good cholesterol, and after 12 weeks of yogic practices increases the HDL significantly 0.045, and control group no significant difference was found. And table 4 shows the LDL. Both group, experimental group and control group, were no significant difference found, but in experimental group after 12 weeks of yogic practices the mean reduce, and but control group, the mean of control group after 12 weeks increase. Now this is a graphical representation. This graph visually summarizes the mean of differences in a lipid profile between the pre-test and post-test level for experimental and control group. We can see that the improvement total cholesterol, triglyceride, HDL and LDL after 12 weeks of yogic practices in an experimental group. Now we can talk discussion of findings. This result also finding previous studies that Santa Kumari et al. And many researchers also concluded that after yogic practices intervention reduce the total cholesterol, and also triglyceride after the yogic practices. Many of researchers concluded that yogic practices for 3 months lower triglyceride level. And in a HDL level, many of researchers Yadav et al. And Pandian et al. Also conclude that after yogic practices has been shown to elevate the HDL level. And LDL, Chaudhuri reported, and also Dubey et al., Chandrasekhar reported that after yogic practices decrease the LDL level. So this improvement may be due to different various mechanisms like improvement liver function, enhance hepatic lipase activity, better insulin sensitivity, stress reduction via lower cortisol level, also in triglyceride lipase activity, improve liver function and better insulin sensitivity also. And next, in HDL also, this improvement may be due to the different mechanism like as well as the stimulated the endocrine system, regulate cholesterol metabolism and HDL production, and also support this reverse cholesterol transport mechanism mediated by HDL and helping the remove excess cholesterol from the potassial tissue to the liver. And in a LDL also improve maybe due to the mechanism reduce stress and lower cholesterol level which are linked the elevate LDL, and also yogic practice promote weight loss and fat reduction which can improve cholesterol balance. Now finally we can conclude that after a 12-week yogic practices with 12 yogic practices significantly improve the lipid profile and no significant were found in a control group. So hence we can this result suggests that this study supported the use of yoga as a evidence-based or non-pharmacological intervention to promoting the cardiovascular health, and it also beneficial for the managing dyslipidemia. So these are the reference which are inform and support my research.
Thank you.
Your kind
Thank
attention.
you, Aminur Rahman. You have presented a very well this topic. Now, next presenter.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, beta. Now, Raghavendra Patil from Tezpur University, and topic of his is case study on healthy weight loss in a pre-diabetic male yoga-based lifestyle. So please present your topic in a limited time period. So we are lacking time. So try to sum up in a time that is only 7 minutes. Raghavendra Patil from Tezpur University.
Hey, good afternoon. Namaskar, namaste, Om. Whether my screen is visible and am I audible?
Yes. Your skin is also.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This is Raghavendra Patil. I'm a student of Tezpur University School of Multidisciplinary Research, and I'm thankful to Dean Professor Barua, Director Haloi, thankful to my guide Subindra Kumar Ray, and thankful to Professor Papuri Madam, who has actually helped us long back in lot of yoga activities. And this I'm spawning out one case study presenting in front of you, where the pre-diabetic health aspirant has changed his life. So along with my colleague Anurag and Professor Ramesh Ghate, we have presented this paper to the Tezpur University for international webinar. I'll be very terse about this, as we all know that 136 million people in India are predicted to be pre-diabetic, and this number is going to be increased very fast because of the lifestyle. So, and this is going to be a very big danger, not only in academics but also in corporate world. And I'm from the corporate world, so I'm much worried about it, because from last 25 years I'm doing my job sitting on one small PC in Tata Consultancy Services. So this is a big danger that very important people of our country will lose their health, and then there is no point of return. Very fortunately, that pre-diabetic condition has a kind of the bargain that it can return to its original position and regain and rejuvenate. But of course, how it is, and that is given by particularly this case study. This case study, I'll go in detail, but before that, what I'm going to present is like what was the case study actually, the details about it, how the intervention was done, and then what are the different methods, materials which we have used, and the results and the discussion and my references. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Again, we will start. The trivial ways of reducing weight or rejuvenation, when actually physicians say, you will find there's a diet way, there's an exercise, and there are some drugs which are there. Most of them, say for example, anti-triglycerides drug or lipolytic drugs are there, and finally barometric surgery, which generally politicians do in our country. So apart from that, there are n number of different trivial ways which are actually being followed in different parts of the country as well as different parts of the world. You won't believe that there is a part of the world where the ascaris is considered as a weight loss agent. I'm also surprised by that, but I come to know in one of the paper for this. So there are a number of ways where the weight could be reduced, but it's very important that weight could be reduced in a very healthy way, a very congenial manner and convenient manner, so that the post effect of that, as well as the trouble which is there through particularly the process of reducing weight, should not be much. And that is where actually the approach comes into play. What are the challenges which are there? The challenges, you will find that whenever person thinking or health aspirant thinking of reducing a weight, the first challenge will be that there will be a invitation of party within 4 days. This is unwritten data which I got it from last 20 years, where I'm doing a weight loss consultancy, and I have found that no health aspirant till now has not got the party invitation or no party is there in within 4 days never occurred. Always it is there. So it is found that the complicated things which are there in weight loss is the schedule is cumbersome. The person cannot leave office. It's a running train. We have to change, do the changes in this running train. A dependency on the medical processes is very heavy nowadays, and you cannot have the dependency on the drugs. You cannot have post effect of the weight loss. You cannot have the temporary artificial effect. In short, there should be a change in body. There should be a change in your mindset also. Otherwise, the weight will actually revert back. The will revert back. And surgery, it is sort of way where we can actually get the best out of it, the smooth way. And there, actually, we come to something like a conglomeration of the approaches. What are the approaches? From one side, the yogic approach. From another side, actually the diet approach. And in between, there's a dhauti approach. So dhauti is a part of yoga. I have kept it specifically. I'll tell you the reason also for that. From last so many years, where I'm also following dhauti and all the shuddhi kriyas. So you all know dhauti basti tatha neti naulikam tratakam tatha kapalavatischaitani chatkarmani samacharit. So dhauti is one of the best cleaning technique, and this is used specifically for expulsion of the ghrelin or expulsion of the extra acid, and ultimately it is given in Hatha Yoga Pradipika that it will actually reduce the kapha pradhan, which is responsible for increase in meth. So this combination is used. How this combination is used, that we will see. When we are actually dealing with the health aspirant, it's human system. I cannot have the approach where I can fail, because this is a human system. This is a human life. My research is secondary for that, but my human life is the first that I always feel. So I always use the 5A model for that. That is ask, advise, assess, assist, and arrange. So when we get a health aspirant, we have to have the convenient discussion. It should be a very confidential, and it should be a very much their lifestyle oriented, because change in the lifestyle is going to be changed permanently. So we always discuss, we get the confidence from the health aspirant, then we disclose our plan of action depending on his or her way of lifestyle, and then we follow it every month by month. So we also analyze what is the Vat Pitta Kapha Tridosh analysis of it, because most of the time it is found that people are Kapha Pradhan, and Kapha Pradhan people, they put on weight according to Ayurveda. So we analyze it. The reason behind that, we all know that dhauti reduces kapha, but if the kapha is less, then what to do, and how the frequency of the dhauti should be there. As Professor has already said, dhauti about the shuddhi kriya, and this particularly kapha pradhan people, if they are not, then how to do that, that is very important. Coming to the case study here, see, this is one software engineer, and this person is a BE mechanical and 31 years of age. He's married, having one kid. He's completely vegetarian. He was always astonished. I'm 31 years old. I have a very good sound body, but I get tired, and I have a lot of gases, lot of constipation, very cumbersome. I feel always heavy, and his average working hours were almost 10. Having a BMI 30, almost 29.4. So, and this person actually was taking the H plus pump blocker, which is a hydrogen pump blocker, omeprazole or pantoprazole. So this kind of the category of drugs which actually block the hydrogen pump, and ultimately it stops the acidity. But this person has a lot of headache. If he doesn't consume anything, then he will have a headache within 3 hours. If he doesn't consume something which is carb or more carbohydrate, he will have a headache and then indigestion. So, and his sugar was definitely shoot up, 300 plus sugar was there. And he went to doctor. Doctor said, boss, first you have to reduce your weight. 81 is a very heavy weight at this age. And then finally he came to me, and I said, okay, I will help you out. Okay, this can become my my privilege that I can help one person for this. Now, when I did Tridosh analysis on the scale of Ayurveda, I was surprised this person was a Pitta Pradhan person, and you all know that Pitta Pradhan person is very flamboyant. They are very attacking, aggressive, and they are very fast. Actually, this person speaks very fast, and as well as Vata Pradhan person. I was surprised how this person got put on weight. Generally, Pitta Pradhan and Vata Pradhan person, they don't put on weight. A Kapha Pradhan person, they put on weight. So I was surprised by that, but I found the reason out of that. The person has a very high habit of consuming a lot of rice, especially in the night. And then we start our counseling with this person. And then what was the intervention? Then first, generally it is given in the various papers that we should prescribe dhoti daily. But if we go for daily dhoti, then there will be lot of kapha will be out of the body, and as a result of it, sometimes even the ions, number of ions small reduces in case of dhoti. So this is not advisable. So how much? And also the vat will increase and kapha pitta will increase. So how it should be done? So we have decided the frequency after a lot of discussion with this person. We have come to the frequency of like for first 30 days we have given him for just twice a week, and he was okay with that. Then after next 30 days, weekly once we have given, and now he's just sensing when he's more hungry. After some days, he will do dhauti. So this sensor has also actually come into existence.
Please sum up.
What was the intervention we have done? Dhyan, Sukshma Yoga, Asana, and Kriyas we have given, and the individualistic workout, whatever he actually liked it. Diet, we have prescribed high fiber diet we have prescribed, and also most of the vegetables, most of the fruits we have prescribed. And as a result of it, we have measured the anger, hunger, and enthu on the KT scales and the scales which are given by the positive psychology as well as by the health QLD and Berkeley method. And we found amazing results in this. His weight reduced from 81 to 71, and there is almost a 10 kg reduction of weight. Amazingly, it is found that the second month and the third month it was more reduction of weight. Anger was reduced, gut cleaning was very good, and no constipation. The sugar was reduced, postprandial was reduced up to 130 from 340 plus, and preprandial was reduced to 100. As well as he found that instead of 3 times going to toilet, now he is going only once time. As a result of it, clean gut. He doesn't have any headache, even he is empty stomach, and he doesn't have any weakness. The person is rejuvenated completely. So that's it. That's one. Any question, please let me know.
Thank you, sir. After all the 4 speakers, we will ask the questions. So thank you very much. You have presented the paper very well, and it is a very good case study. Really, you have done a very good job. Now, next, the presenter is Dr. Thokchom Somrojit Singh from Manipur University, and topic is impact of yogi exercise on maximal oxygen consumption and vital capacity of soccer players. So, please try to sum up in a time. Please, presenter. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my respected chairperson and co-chairpersons and the delegates and the organizations of the conference. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
And my topic is impact of yogic exercise on maximal oxygen consumption and the vital capacity of soccer players. And myself, Thokchom Somrojit Singh, PhD, Manipur University. And introductions. Everybody know about the soccer. Soccer is the demanded high physical efficiency, physiological and psychological efficiency. Because of it, there is the means of accelerated, decelerated accelerations, fetching many high-intensity activities, including running, changing directions, jumping, and the latent step tackling and the technical skills are highly demanded in the soccer. And
Speak slightly loud and go directly to the methodology.
yes, sir. And my objective of the study is to investigate the impact of yogic exercise on the maximum oxygen consumption of soccer players, and to investigate the impact of yogic exercise on the vital capacity of soccer players. There is the methodology part, selection of the subject and the test. There is 30 male soccer players, 15 is for experimental and control group were selected randomly. Only experimental group were undergo 2 6-week training program of yogic exercise. Only for the experimental groups, and the others control group is don't give any trainings. They have play only for the training of soccer, and the under 17 years are selected as the subject of the study. The players are practicing in regular training sessions from the Manipur club in Manipur, football club in Manipur. The selection of subject is participate in at least state level tournament and above. And the collection of the data. This study was designed as an experimental, and the collection of the data is based on pre and post test evaluations. Before the trainings, take a pre-test, and after the trainings and take again for the post-test, there is the comparison of pre and post-test evaluations. The data of the maximum oxygen consumption and the patent capacity were collected from 30 male soccer players, 15 is for experimental and control group. The pertaining data on maximum oxygen consumption and the patent capacity were collected by administrating the yo-yo intermediate recovery test level 1 and the standard spirometers, dry spirometers. The pertaining data of maximum oxygen consumption and the patent capacity were expressed in the unit of ml kg per minute, and the patent capacity for the expressed in the units of liters. The training schedules and the collection of data were taken only morning sections. Analysis, data analysis. Statistical techniques used for this analysis is descriptive analysis, pair sample t-test, and the covariance and COVA were applied to determine the essential character of the data. Descriptive analysis is used for the essential characteristics of the data, and the pair sample t-test used for the significant mean difference between pre and the post test of maximum oxygen consumption and the patent capacity among the experimental and the control groups. The level of the significance was set at 0.05. The yogic exercise training planned 6 weeks is shown in table 1. There is so the table for the training schedules. And first and the second weeks, there is Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. 5 days I'm taking a training for the yoga trainings. In the asanas, I'm taking Konasana, Paschimottanasana, Makarasana, Halasana, Vikrasana, Sarvasana are the 40 asanas, and the pranayamas I'm taking for the Alumon Venont Balbati and the Bastika and the Chitali are the 40 pranayamas. Here is for the 25 minutes for the first and second weeks, and the third and fourth week is for 30 minutes, and the another's 526, which is used take a time for 35 minutes. There is the findings of the studies. The mean and the standard deviations, mean difference, standard errors were calculated by using descriptive and statistics. The pair sample t-test was applied to determine the mean difference between the pre and the post test of maximum oxygen consumption and the patent capacity for the both experimental and control group. The data were further examined by applying covariance and COVA to determine the significant difference among the pre and the post test means of maximal oxygen consumption patent capacity between the experimental and control group. The level of significance was set at 0.05 levels. The mean and standard deviations and the pair sample t-test of pre and the post test of maximum oxygen consumption patent capacity for the experimental group and the control group were shown in tables 2 and 3. There is so that the mean values of the maximum oxygen consumption finding of the pre-test is mean value is 49.98 and after training post-test is get 51.03. There is got in the table the value shows that there is found significant difference because significant p value is 0.00 and the patent capacity for the experimental group. For the pre-test for 76.00 and after the post-test found in the 498.767.
Sum up, please.
Okay, sir. And there is also found in control group, so that there is don't get improvements of the maximum oxygen consumption and the patent capacity. There is insignificant difference is found in T values, and there is in the findings of their values and graphically represents the pre and the post test of the maximum oxygen consumption of experimental and control group. There first it shows that there is found in the experimental group is post test is higher than the experimental from the pre-test, and the control group is not different for the maximum oxygen consumptions. And this for this table, this graph is also show the patent capacity of the control group and the experimental and control group. Experimental group also found patent capacity in experimental group found significant difference, and the patent capacity of the control group there is not found insignificant difference. And after others, the statistical technique of analysis of covariance and COVA were used to determine the significant difference among the pre and the post-test means of maximum oxygen consumption and patent capacity between the experimental and the control group is shown in table number 4. There is comparison for the experimental group and the control group for the maximum oxygen consumption. There is found significant difference of COVA. There is 12.55 and also found significant difference in analysis of covariance in patent capacity. There is also found significant difference in the value of the value is 25.99 compared to the WTH value. And there is explained for the on the table number 4. There is found a significant difference because the calculated value of F is 12.55 and the 25.99 are higher than the tabulated table value. F value is 4.21 at 0.05 level of confidence. Discussions of the findings. The reason of this studies show the reason of the pair sample teaches significant improvements in the isolated group of yogic exercise training on maximum oxygen consumption and the vital capacity of the soccer players. Their calculated value is 4.04 and the 5.72 as compared to the control group. Control group is found here the value is 1.22 and 1.
Sum up, please.
Yes, sir. And the reason why the 6-week yogic exercise training program emphasizes the strategic stressing of the pattern of body posture and body breathing capacities. Bakery 2014 reported a significant increase in pulmonary index and the V2 max in yoga exercise compared to the control group. And the finding of the study showed that the 6-week yogic exercise training program improves the maximum oxygen consumption of the soccer players. The reason might be due to regular yogic exercise with asana and pranayama helps the static stretching of the body strength, flexibility, regulate blood circulation, and provide more oxygenated blood in the body. It is capable of oxygenating blood can improve the aerobic work efficiency. Yogic exercise done for 1 hour daily include asana, breathing exercise, and the pranayama seems to be improved V2 max by the Deutschland in 2013. And the finding of the study shows that 6-week yogic exercise training program enhances the fighting capacity of the soccer players. The reason might be due to yogic exercise of asana helps the maintenance body posture such as flexibility and strength, and the yogic exercise of pranayama helps enhance the breathing capacity and respiratory muscles and the maximum oxygen consumption of the body. So improve the inhalation and exhalation of maximum oxygen consumption by the lungs functions. Zivernat in 2025 also reported that yogic breathing practice were significantly improved in the breathing capacity. And the conclusions. The reason of the finding, it was concluded that 6-week yogic exercise training program improved the maximum oxygen consumption and the breathing capacity of the soccer players. The reason might be due to yogic exercise improve the breathing capacity, respiratory muscles, blood circulation in the body, which increase the consumption of oxygen in our body. This is the main reasons for the improving the 6-week training program to improve the maximum oxygen consumption and the breathing capacities. This training design will be recommended for the soccer coach, trainers, and the players to understand the knowledge of the yogic asana, improve the maximum oxygen consumption and the breathing capacity of physical and physiological efficiency. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bokchong Somarjit. Now, next presenter is Dr. Venkata Satish Kumar Mata Parathi from Tezpur University. His topic is meditation as a potential non-pharmacological intervention for Parkinson's disease, a narrative review. So please present your topic.
Sir, good morning, everyone. So I think, my slides are visible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So good morning. So let me thank the organizers for giving me a platform to speak about Parkinson's disease and its association with meditation. So this is a narrative review, and my title for today's talk is Meditation as a Potential Non-Pharmacological Intervention for Parkinson's Disease. So myself, Dr. Venkata Satish Kumar Mattaparthi, Faculty, Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, Tezpur University. So this is the outline of the presentation. Let me brief you about what is Parkinson's disease and symptoms of Parkinson's disease, what causes Parkinson's disease, how to getting diagnosed, and then limitations of the available medications in the market right now, And then the important thing, can meditation help people with Parkinson's disease? So that is the main objective of today's session. And then following that, I will discuss about current challenges and then conclusions. So what is Parkinson's disease? So this is a neurodegenerative disorder that affects predominantly the dopamine producing neurons in a specific area of the brain called substantia nigra. So you can see here the schematic representation of the brain, wherein I have shown the portion of the brain substantia nigra. You can see here, this is for non-Parkinson's patient, non-Parkinson's person, and this is for people with Parkinson's disease. You can see here the neurons in the substantia nigra, especially those in the substantia nigra pars compacta, plays a critical role in controlling movements through the dopaminergic system. So we will try to understand the role of these neurons and then bodily movements. So dopamine production. So we have seen just now the region substantia nigra. This particular portion of the contains dopaminergic neurons. So they produce dopamine, a chemical messenger, a neurotransmitter. Here you can see the structure of the dopamine chemical molecule. It is a catechol. And the dopamine is sent to another brain area called striatum, which helps control voluntary movement. So because of this only, we can have the control over the movement of the various parts in our body. So movement regulation. So this dopamine, what it will do, this dopamine signal helps balance motor activity, allowing smooth coordinated movements. So it acts like a green light for movement. So enabling the body to start, continue or stop motions appropriately. So because of this only, we can able to lift our hand or do some function with the help of hands and legs. So the loss of these neurons results in Parkinson's disease. So what happens in Parkinson's disease? This dopamine producing neurons die off slowly, gradually. So this leads to dopamine shortage, this chemical, that neurotransmitter shortage, which results in tremors, muscle stiffness, slowed movement and postural instability. Here you can see some of the motor symptoms and non-motor symptoms in the Parkinson's disease patient. So here you can see above rigidity and then tremor, fluctuations. These are some of the motor symptoms. Depression, constipation, anxiety. These are some of the non-motor symptoms. So you can see here the patient, okay, right, Parkinson's disease patient, and having different types of symptoms that arises because of Parkinson's disease, and this will become worse with the time. Here is the statistics of Parkinson's disease. You can see here incidence and prevalence of Parkinson's disease. This particular portion, left-hand side shows the prevalence of Parkinson's disease in men and women per 1 lakh individuals. And on the right-hand side, we can see the incident rate of Parkinson's disease per 1 lakh persons years. Now, the next important question is, what causes Parkinson's? So, environment plays important role, lifestyle, and then genes. So, these three cook up the various causes for the Parkinson's disease. So, getting diagnosed. Then how it, there is any method to get diagnosed with Parkinson's disease? Yes, right. We have some. Parkinson's disease is a clinical diagnosis. What it means, an individual's history, symptoms, and physical exam are used to make the diagnosis. There is no specific lab or imaging test that can diagnose Parkinson's disease. However, certain tests, for example, MRI is there, okay, magnetic resonance imaging, and then a dopamine transporter scan, DAT scan, or a blood work. This can be used to support the diagnosis of PD. Here you can see figure 1, okay, right, shows a scan image of healthy brain, okay, right, without Parkinson's disease, person without Parkinson's disease. Whereas figure 2, you can see 2, 3, 4 are the examples of abnormal scans. You can see here it is a diminishing. Okay, this portion is getting diminishing in figure 2, 3, and 4. These are the examples of abnormal scans that could show brain degeneration, which is consistent with diagnosis of Parkinson's syndrome. And here is the DAT scan. Here also you can see in the substantia nigra portion of the brain, we can see the neuronal cells, okay, right? It is slowly, it is diminishing in the case of a person suffering from Parkinson's. This is healthy, a normal patient on the left-hand side, right-hand side, a patient with Parkinson's syndrome. Medications that are available for Parkinson, but there are limitations for this. Levodopa is the main drug to treat the movement symptoms in Parkinson's, and some other drugs like a dopamine agonist, MAO-B inhibitors and COMT inhibitors, these are often used to treat Parkinson's disease patients. So long-term use may cause side effect. That is a problem with these medications. Uncontrolled movements, mood and behavior problems. So these drugs don't help much with non-motor symptoms. For example, anxiety, depression. Okay, this you cannot overcome by using the above mentioned medications. So these limitations have prompted increasing interest in complementary and integrative intervention that address both motor as well the non-motor aspects of the disease. So among these medications, whatever we have discussed, right? Those are having some drawbacks. So what we have to look for some alternative. That alternative is the meditation, which is defined as a mental training practice involving focused attention, awareness, mindfulness, and this has garnered attention due to its neurobiological and psychosocial benefits. So emerging evidences suggest that meditation may influence key pathological process in Parkinson's disease, including chronic stress, neuroinflammation, and dysregulated neuroplasticity and autonomic dysfunction. By promoting stress reduction, improving emotional regulation, enhancing brain functional connectivity, meditation could offer a valuable non-pharmacological adjunct to conventional PD management. So now the objective of this presentation is, can meditation help people with Parkinson's disease? So this is really a new way to support brain and body health. So in this particular study, the main objective focus on evaluating the meditation for Parkinson's disease, clinical benefits and biological mechanisms. So methods, we have, this is a review, narrative review, taken from articles from 2000 to 2025, and databases, PubMed, Scopus, and psychological information. These have been used, and I have included clinical and mechanistic studies in this particular work. So now the first one is mechanistic rational overview. So meditation may impact Parkinson's disease via stress and cortisol regulation, neuroinflammation, dopaminergic modulation, neuroplasticity and connectivity. So chronic stress and Parkinson's disease. So impact of chronic stress in PD. So chronic psychological stress exacerbates motor and non-motor symptoms in Parkinson's disease. So mediated by sustained activation of hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis. So prolonged cortisol, okay, this is a primary stress hormone elevation. This will lead to neurotoxic, especially to dopaminergic neurons in the substantia nigra, and this will accelerate neurodegeneration and results in severe Parkinson's disease. So HPA axis dysregulation linked to mood disturbances and cognitive impairments in Parkinson's disease. So now we have seen chronic stress increases the cortisol, the primary stress hormone, and then this will lead to dopaminergic damage. So how the meditation help? So mindfulness-based practices such as mindfulness-based stress reduction, MBSR, have consistently been associated with reductions in basal cortisol levels and improved autonomic regulation, including enhanced parasympathetic activity and reduced sympathetic arousal. And also it supports neuroprotection by reducing oxidative stress, dampening excitotoxicity, and improving emotional resilience. So thus meditation may act as a buffer against stress-induced neuronal damage in Parkinson's disease. Neuroinflammation. Activation of microglia and release of pro-inflammatory cytokines such as TNF-alpha and then IL-1 beta and then IL-6, which can further contribute to dopaminergic cell death. So these are some of the problems resulting in Parkinson's. What meditation will do? Meditation may exert anti-inflammatory effects by downregulating NF kappa beta signaling, reducing circulating pro-inflammatory cytokines, and enhancing vagal tone. So which activates the cholinergic anti-inflammatory pathway. So thereby it downregulates NF kappa and then IL-6, TN alpha, and then increases vagal tone. Now dopaminergic modulation. So meditation increases dopamine, and example ventral striatum in PET study it has been observed, and may aid mood, motivation, motor control, and pilot Parkinson disease studies show promising results. And coming to the neuroplasticity and connectivity, structural MRI studies have revealed increased gray matter volume in regions such as prefrontal cortex, hippocampus, anterior cingulate cortex, and insula, areas involved in attention, executive function, emotional regulation, following long-term mindfulness practice. So functional MRI studies suggest that meditation enhances connectivity within and between major brain networks, particularly the default mode network, salience network, and then sensory motor network. And the clinical, I'm concluding, sir. So clinical evidence, mood and anxiety. So 8-week mindfulness-based stress reduction program conducted by Cash et al. Demonstrated statistically significant reduction in depression, measured by back depression inventory 2 and anxiety also, measured by state trait anxiety inventory in individuals with Parkinson's. So these findings are consistent with meta-analysis across other neurological and chronic conditions, showing that mindfulness improves emotion regulation, reduces rumination, enhances psychological resilience. And that's coming to the sleep and fatigue. 70% of Parkinson's disease patients have sleep issues. So in pilot study of Young et al., a structured mindfulness intervention led to significant improvements in sleep quality and reduced fatigue scores in PD patients. So these benefits may stem from improved autonomic balance, better circadian rhythm regulation, and reductions in nocturnal hypoarousal. And then cognitive function is also is improved because of the meditation. A study by Sun et al. Found that mindfulness training improved attention control, processing speed, potentially mediated by increased functional connectivity in the prefrontal cortex. So this finding supported broader literature indicating mindfulness interventions can enhance cognitive flexibility and metacognitive awareness in populations with mild cognitive impairment and neurodegenerative disorders. Motor function and gait. Okay, this also improved because of meditation. So participants also showed increased gray matter density in the caudate nucleus, a region implicated in motor control and learning, suggesting structural brain changes as a potential mechanism. Other studies have reported improved gait, stability, and balance, possibly due to enhanced sensory motor awareness and reduced anxiety-related movement freezing. So whatever the reviews that I have narrated here has certain limitations. First one is a small sample size. Most studies include fewer than 50 participants, limiting statistical power and increasing the risk of type 2 errors. And then heterogeneity in intervention design. Studies differ in the type of meditation used, MBSR, mindfulness meditation, and then loving kindness, intervention duration, instructor qualifications, and delivery.
Try to sum up, please.
Yeah, I'm concluding, sir. This is the last slide. So lack of active control groups, this is also another limitation. Limited objective outcome measures, and then short follow-up duration. So most intervention assess outcomes immediately post-intervention with limited long-term follow-up data. So now, in order to overcome these limitations, future directions are here. So we have to go for large, standardized, randomized control trials, and then using a neuroimaging, functional MRI, and then positron emission tomography. Studies should assess inflammatory markers involving IL-6, TN-alpha, neurotropic factors, BDNF, cortisol, and heart rate variability to validate proposed mechanisms of action. And then digital mindfulness access also should be implemented, and then long-term tracking also should be there. So with this I conclude, meditation really promising for Parkinson's disease adjunct, It targets stress, inflammation, neuroplasticity, improves non-motor symptoms, and then quality of living. More rigorous studies are needed in order to really say that
Thank you.
meditation is
Thank
helping
you,
the heart.
Dr. Venkateswati.
Yeah, sir. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay. Thank you. Now I request Professor Taraka Parmanik, please sum up these sessions. Thank you, Venkat Satish Kumar.
Thank you, sir.
I'm audible?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. I would like to thank all the presenters for the informative papers presentation. Your research and thoughtful delivery added value to the session. First, paper presenters Amirul Rahman, whose topic is the effect of yogic practice on selected biochemical variables among college students. This results highlights yoga's potential as a non-invasive, cost-effective, and holistic approach to improving students' physical and mental well-being. In essence, yoga not only nurtures the body but also supports emotional balance and stress resilience, critical for the overall development of young individual in today's fast-paced academic environment. Thank you, Aminor. Next speaker is Raghuvendra Patil, who is from Tezpur University. Topic is a case study on healthy weight loss in a pre-diabetic male yoga-based lifestyle. So the case study demonstrates that a structured yoga-based lifestyle intervention can lead to a significant and sustainable weight loss while positively influence glycemic control in a pre-diabetic male. Overall, the course of the interventions, the subject shows improvement in body compositions, reduced fasting blood sugars levels, increase insulin sensitivity, and enhance overall. This case study supports the growing body evidence that yoga as a holistic lifestyle practice. Third speaker is a Thaksham from Manipur University. Impact of yogic exercise on maximal oxygen consumption and vital capacity of soccer player. The integrations of yoga into the training regime contributed not only to improve lung functions and aerobic capacity, but also promoted recovery flexibility and mental focus. In conclusion, yoga served as a valuable complementary practice for soccer players. Thanks, Thaksham. And last is the Venkatesh Satish Kumar Mattaparthi from Tezpur University. His topic is meditation as a potential non-pharmacological interventions for Parkinson's disease, a narrative review. Yeah, the regular meditation practice can help reduce stress, improve mood, enhance cognitive functions, and potentially slow the progressions of certain non-motor systems, such as anxiety, depression, and sleep disturbance. Further research and clinical applications are encouraged to fully integrated meditations into holistic care strategies for Parkinson's disease. Thank you, the fourth speaker for presenter. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our respected chief guest, Professor Sambhunath Singh, Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University. I would also like to thanks to organizer and coordinators for the seamless planning and executive of this session. I sincere thanks to the chairperson of the session, Professor J.P. Sharma, sir, and also thank to Professor Papori, Madam, Tezpur University, who provided me with such a great opportunity on this session. Thank you. Thank you to all. Thank you, Madam.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor J.P. Sharma and Professor Taraknath Pramanik for conducting the session on yoga and physical wealth so well. It was wonderful, seeing you managing the session so well. We are indeed so grateful to you. So with this, the first technical session, yoga and physical health, ends, and we proceed ahead with the next technical session, which is on yoga and mental health. The chairperson for this session is Dr. Deepeshwar Singh from Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow, and the co-chair is Professor Subhendra Kumar Ray from Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, Tezpur University. And the speakers for this session are Professor Hirsch Diamond, Evergreen State College, Olympia, Washington, USA. And the second speaker is Dr. Naveen K.H., Additional Professor, Community Medicine, AIMS, Jodhpur. Now, may I request Dr. Nayanmani Gogoi to introduce the chairperson and the co-chairperson of this session.
Thank you, ma'am. So I take this opportunity to welcome and introduce our chairperson and co-chairperson. Our chairperson, Dr. Deepeshwar Singh. He is an associate professor and head of the Department of Yoga, School of Yoga, Neuropathy and Cognitive Studies, Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow. Dr. Singh has also worked in the Department of Yoga and Life Sciences, Swami Vivekananda Yoga Anusandhana Samasthana, Bangalore. Dr. Singh has received several prestigious awards. He has published more than 53 research articles in reputed journals, written many book chapters. He has investigated several government-funded projects, industry projects, and consultation projects. Dr. Singh is a member of the editorial board of the International Journal of Yoga, published by Magno Publications, Mumbai. He's also the executive editor of Journal of Applied Consciousness Studies, published by Magno Publications, Mumbai. His interest is yogic neurosciences. Now I'd like to introduce our co-chairperson, our very own Professor Subhendra Kumar Ray, sir. Professor Ray is from the Department of Molecular Biology and Biotechnology, Tezpur University. He's joined the university in 2002 and also served as the HOD of the department. Professor Ray has been awarded PhD from the Center for Cellular and Molecular Biology, Hyderabad, and Masters from Banaras Hindu University. Professor Ray has published more than 60 articles in reputed journals and written many book chapters. He has investigated several projects funded by DBT, Indo-French Center for Promotion of Advanced Research, etc. He has also received DBT Overseas Associateship and worked in CNRS Indra, France. Professor Ray teaches genetics, evolutionary genetics, and molecular biology to the students. His interests are yoga and holistic well-being, plant-microbe interaction, molecular evolution, holistic approaches, and well-being. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Should I? Okay, thank you. Shall I start now?
Yes. Please introduce the speakers. That is your duty now.
Thank you for inviting me as a chair, and I'm very much grateful for the Chief Patron and Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, Professor Shambhu Nath Singh, sir, for encouraging such kind of event and international webinar, which is mainly focusing on universality of yoga for health and progress. So as we all aware about, the yoga is really very much helpful for each domain of our life, whether you talk about a physical domain, mental domain, social domain, or the spiritual domain. I think in this international webinar, we are trying to cover up everything, and the speakers are really renowned, because just I heard about the person who was talking about from Malaysia, I think Professor Mahendra. He did a wonderful presentation. All the speakers were really good. And now in the same series, with your permission, we are going to start the yoga for mental health. And I'm very much thankful to organizer and the convener, Professor Papuri Madam, who initiated this. And regardless of the situation, she successfully organizing this entire international webinar, though we face a lot of challenges regarding the initial phase. But very much congratulate her for such kind of event which is planned, and now we are going toward the next technical session. And in next technical session, we are having two esteemed speakers. First, I would like to introduce Professor Hirsch Dimant. He is a teacher in liberal art, the Evergreen State, Olympia, Washington. Professor Diamond is actively involved in the Silk Road Health, Arts and Education and Virtual Tourism curriculum. Professor Diamond had received a PhD Arts in Education and Human Development, Union Institute University in 1998. If you look at his academic credential, academic interest are very much focused on traditional culture, art, health, Chinese philosophy, and medicine. Mainly his classes are interdisciplinary and all students are engaged in art making and community building, movement, meditation, and international connections, and the traditional studies in different countries. We also started a lot of work collaboratively with Babasaheb Ambedkar University and Evergreen State, Washington. And we started some kind of yoga classes, some kind of exchange program of the seminars. So, and Professor Diamond has coordinated projects and received prestigious award such as NEH Fellowship for Silk Road Studies, East-West Center, Hawaii 2006, and Extra Mile Award for Innovative Visionary Teaching and Community Development, Secretary of State of Washington 2005. His teachings are interdisciplinary and integrates arts, human development, health, and self-cultivation. And also he educates and spread the knowledge of traditional practices which are available in different countries, like in India. I do remember he requested me to speak about Holy River Ganga, and then because his students were really interested to learn about it, and then he requested us to speak about Panch Mahabhuta, Panch Kosha, and the concept of Om. So all these information, their students were very much interested to learn, and they made the picture of Om, and they started spreading in their community. And slowly they were interested to practice yoga sessions. So in India it is a morning, but for them it's an evening, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Every student joined in the yoga classes and they attended these sessions. So I welcome you, sir, for this wonderful international webinar. And he's going to speak mainly about the topic of presentation is practice and peace of mind. As we know, yoga is very much useful for mental health, but what are the all other practices are available? And I'm going to sure he's going to teach a little bit technique of some practices which are going to help us to bring the peaceful state of mind. Over to you, sir, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Deepeshwar. It's really an honor to be here and this international gathering. And I'm coming to you from United States. It's midnight here, so it's wonderful. And my desire really to stay up that late is really to reach out and people who are interested to connect with me so we can create more collaborations for our students and our faculty. My presentation will be a little bit unusual, I think. For one thing, I'll ask you to participate in a few minutes. And also, I will ask you I wanted to share with you a little bit about my background. I think it will be interesting for you in India to learn a little bit about my connection to India and my love for India. So you see this, my credentials in Olympia, Washington, and you can just advance slides as I go, Professor Deepeshwar. You can go to the next slide. And we'll be talking about peace of mind. What is it? But before I get to the peace of mind, I'll share with you a little bit about how I find my peace of mind. Go to the next slide, please. So I was growing up in Kiev, in Ukraine, which was Soviet Union at that time. And it was a very difficult time after the war. but we had Soviet Union at that time had a very good connection with India. And so when Indian films came in, it was a celebration for all of us. And I still remember Baiju Bavra, that the whole family went to see Baiju Bavra. And it was such a moving experience that there was not a dry eye in the audience when we watched the movie. It was such an introduction to Indian culture. And then Raj Kapoor was such a big star in Soviet Union. We considered him in our family, I consider him as my uncle. And we sang the songs of Raj Kapoor. And it was just a wonderful kind of introduction to the culture of India through cinema. Go to the next slide. And then when I was a teenager in Soviet Union, I discovered yoga. And yoga was not allowed. There was no books, but the books were published earlier. And so the books that were found, they were photographed with a 35 millimeter camera. And then the negatives were printed on a photographic paper. And so people kind of passed from one person to another these little pieces of paper with text and with pictures of yoga. And so that's how I was introduced to Hatha Yoga. And I attribute my health and my well-being to these early practices and this early discovery of Hatha Yoga. Go to the next slide. And then when I was in New York, I was pursuing acting career. And I was an actor, and I was part of Pan-Asian Theater. And I was cast in a production, off-Broadway production of Gasharam Kotwal. It was a big production that they brought choreographer and they brought musicians from India. You know, Gasharam Kotwal is a big story and it's a wonderful play. But being in this play, and especially being behind stage, getting ready to go on the stage. You can go to the next slide. I was cast as a Brahmin, but being behind stage and waiting to go on stage, standing next to women dressed in Indian saris with jewelry, with bracelets and rings, I really felt like I was inside a Mughal painting. It was one of the most wonderful experiences of my life, learning about India and Indian culture through being immersed in this play, Gasharam Kotwal. Please go to the next slide. Now I'm in Pacific Northwest in the United States, and I teach at Evergreen State College. Evergreen State College is a very famous, non-traditional, alternative liberal arts school. You can look up online. It's a very famous school, and it's famous because we don't have departments, we don't have grades, and students, our studies, our teaching is interdisciplinary, meaning that we bring many studies together. So it's very interesting. And what I'm teaching at Evergreen, I'm teaching Asian studies. So please go to the next slide. And in Asian studies, I start with the symbol that is probably the most recognizable symbol in the world. And here I want a little bit of your participation. If you have a piece of paper and if you have a pen, like I have a piece of paper here. Can you see my paper, Professor Dipashwar? Am I visible, or maybe you stop sharing for a second?
Yes, very clear.
So what I would like you to do, I would like, if you have a piece of paper and a pen, you can use a pen and a piece of paper. If you don't have a piece of paper, you can just use your hand. I want you to trace in your hand a circle. I'll do it on a piece of paper. So if I go and I draw a circle, I come all around. I go around and around and around in a circle, and then at a certain point, I come in and I come out. And something interesting happens. When I come in and I come out, I'm going in the opposite direction. Can you see that? I want you to try it. It's really an experience, a tactile experience, that you need to feel that you go one way and then you come and you go another way. And what does it mean? What does the sign mean? Well, everybody knows this sign, and it's very much misunderstood in the West. In the West, it's very much understood as kind of opposites, that there is good and there is bad, and there is light and there is dark. But what is forgotten here is that these opposites are complementary, that these opposites are really representation of one. And so with this simple exercise, with introducing to students the meaning of yin-yang and the study of yin-yang, we understand that the study is about the unity of dualities. We can go back to sharing the slides, Professor Deepeshwar. See, this is maybe one of the first steps of decolonizing the mind, because the Western world came to think historically, and it was important historically to think this way, in this way of being opposite. Something is good, something is bad. This kind of colonial mentality brought us to a way of thinking that there are some people superior to other people. There are some truths that are better than other truths. And so when we come to this realization that it's really about unity, and this idea of the unity of duality is really present in all ancient cultures and in all indigenous cultures. You can come to the next slide, Professor Deepeshwar. And in India, for example, you all know that gods, they're androgynous. So here is Shiva and Parvati, right? So sometimes this idea of yin-yang represented as idea of feminine and masculine, but that's not the only way of thinking about it. Let's go to the next slide, Professor Deepeshwar. How do we bridge this idea of yin-yang with this idea of peace of mind? What is a peace of mind? What is a mind? Let's go to the next slide, Professor Deepeshwar. Many of you know the name of Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma was an Indian prince that in 5th century traveled to China to bring Buddhism. He brought Buddhism and he brought yoga to China in 5th century. And his first student, don't go there yet, his first student, Huaike, came to study with him. And Bodhidharma, legends say to us that Bodhidharma was very gruff, kind of a very, very serious person. Bodhidharma said to him, what do you want? Why are you coming here? And Huaike said to him, I want you to pacify my mind. I want you to bring peace to my mind. And Bodhidharma said, bring me your mind and I'll pacify it. And so Huaike went away, and then after several days he comes back and Bodhidharma says, so? And Huaike says, I can't, my mind is nowhere to be found. My mind is nowhere to be found. Let's go to the next slide. So here you have a picture of Huaike, and he's thinking. What do you think if you would need to write a story? If you would need to tell, what do you think he's thinking about? When I look at this picture, when I see a person overwhelmed with problems, overwhelmed with his thought, and it's very much how many people feel today, that they're overwhelmed with what's going on in the world. They're overwhelmed with political, economical, social imbalances, injustices, and they can't find the peace of mind, can't find that peace of mind. And to find that peace of mind, we really need to come back to the ancient teachings, to traditional teachings, because they can allow us to find our center. Once we find our center, once we understand the bigger picture, I think we can understand and pacify our mind. Let's go to the next picture. The Chinese texts. I study with students this Chinese text of Huangdi Neijing. Huangdi Neijing is translated as Yellow Emperor's Meditations or Yellow Emperor's Canon. And it's really a foundational text of Chinese philosophy and Chinese medicine. And in Huangdi Neijing, Yellow Emperor says that being illuminated to yin-yang, understanding yin-yang, is like having all confusion resolved, like waking up after being drunk. So when we understand what yin-yang is and when we practice yin-yang, it's like we are waking up, like our confusion are dissolved, waking up after being drunk. Let's go to the next slide. What is yin-yang? Yin-yang is really a picture of qi. Many of you probably heard the word qi. The word qi, pronounced ki in Vietnamese, pronounced prana, pronounced ruach in Hebrew, pronounced ruch in Arabic. They're not the same things, right? They're not the same things, but they're describing something similar. They're describing some kind of essential energy, something essential for life. We call it, in Chinese, we call it qi. Let's go to the next slide. And that picture of yin-yang is really a picture, it's a dimensional picture, it's a directional picture, it's a picture of breath. So we see two images here, right? We see yang and yin. Yang is on the left side and yin is on the right side. But on the left side, that's where east is. That's where sun is. That's where life comes from. That's what yang is. Then we make that circle and we come to the right, we come to the west, and that's the descent. That's the descent and dissolution. And now this time, we're in June 12th, we are approaching summer solstice. So in this picture, in this diagram of breath, in this directional diagram, this is a very important point, right? This is the apex of this point. Intentionally, I didn't put anything on the bottom of it because I wanted to fill the bottom yourself. What's at the bottom of it? Well, at the bottom of it is the winter. It's the winter solstice. As we are celebrating now the summer solstice, in New Zealand, they're celebrating the winter solstice. So it's the same principle. It's the same principle. Let's go to the next slide. And the ancient texts help us understand how to live in accordance with the breath of the universe, how to live in accordance with the change of the seasons. So, for example, this text, Huangdi Neijing, that I'm talking about, tell us how to approach each one of the seasons. And so now, in the 3 months of summer, this is called the season of abundance. The energies of heaven and earth intertwine, and all things bloom and bear fruit. Sleep at night and rise early. Never tire of the sun. Let the mind be free of anger. Allow the flowers to bloom beautifully, and let the qi be released as if one's love were external. This is the way to respond to summer's energy and nourish growth. Going against this will harm the heart, cause intermittent fevers in autumn, result in little support for harvest, and lead to severe illness in winter. And so the idea here, and I put a picture of flowers, of roses, to kind of nourish you with this color red, because now that we are in the summer, that we are on the top of that circle, we are in the domain of heat, of red, of the heart. And we need to nourish our heart. We need to nourish our heart with the sights of beautiful flowers, with the smell of flowers, with colors, and especially with color red, because now we are setting up the foundation for what will happen in fall and winter. Because now we need to collect that prana, that chi of the sun that will sustain us through autumn and winter. Let's go to the next slide, please. Before I go with that, I want to invite you to do a little practice with me. Can you stop sharing it for a second, Professor Dipeshwar? And what I want to ask you, if you can, I want to ask you to stand up. Of course, you also can do it sitting, but I'll stand up so you can see better what I'm doing. I don't know if you can select me. Can you select my picture? I see people standing up. That's beautiful. That's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I hope you can hear me. It's nice for you to stand up. And at first as you're standing up, just wiggle your toes a little bit. Feel how your fingers and your toes are active. And then turn around. Turn around for a minute so you know where the other people are, so you don't hurt anybody by turning. And you can pat your shoulder, and you can pat your kidneys as you turn. So you turn and you give it a little pat. And relax, relax, relax. And if you can go on your tippy toes, just slam your heels down. Slam your heels down so the vibration goes all the way from your heels all the way to the top of your head. So the whole body is relaxed. Now I want you to follow me for a second. The ancient text says to us that the sages stood facing south. And for us, the screen will be south. So if you're facing south, on your left is where the sun is rising from. So I'll turn to the left, and please do it with me. You know where your left hand is, so you can turn to the left. And you can see the rising sun. You can imagine that the sun is rising, and the sun is coming to the apex, and the sun is setting. And as the sun is setting, soften your knees so you can go down. And as the sun is rising, you breathe in. And as the sun is setting, you breathe out. You see morning, midday, afternoon, evening. And you realize that it's one breath. You see spring coming, summer, turns to autumn, turns to winter. 1 year is one breath. You're breathing in and you're breathing out. And I want you to visualize a child born. A child is born, growing up, going to school, having a family, getting older, returning to the source. One life, one breath. Everything breathes. And relax for a second, relax for a second. Shake it out, shake it out. Now the sun, we cannot turn the sun backwards. We cannot imagine the sun rising in the west, but our imagination has no limit. And I want you to imagine, I want you to turn to the west. This is your right side, my right hand. I look to the west and I say, can I remember what I did yesterday as I'm breathing in? Can I turn time backwards? Can I remember the dreams I had last night? Can I see myself getting younger? Can I see myself as a child? Can I see myself getting healthier? And can I imagine that me being healthier also heals my ancestors? That it goes back into my ancestry line, that my ancestors are happy and they're being healthier. And relax, 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 relax. And you can sit down. You can sit down. I hope that you felt a little bit a little bit opening, a little bit movement of chi, a little bit of movement of prana in your back, opening your shoulders, opening your back. We can go back to the slides, Professor Deepeshwar, just to talk a little bit more about what is this circle? What is this study of rising and falling? How do seasons, life is complicated, and so we want to look for simple ideas. We want to look for simple ideas that really will allow us this grounding. You can come to the next slide. So, yin yang, it's really a picture of breath. It's really a picture of qi. It's really an image of Tao. Tao. Many of you also heard what Tao. Let's go to the next slide. Tao. What is Tao? What is Tao? Tao, there is a very famous book called Tao Te Ching, that's really a foundational study about Tao. And the book starts with the Tao. We can't define Tao. Once you say something that is Tao, it stops being Tao, right? The words cannot define Tao. Let's go to the next slide. But one way we can understand Tao is Tao Te Ching says that Tao, which is really the way of the universe, the way things work, that really we cannot define, we cannot put in words, but we can compare it with something. One thing we can compare Tao, we can compare it with water. And the text says to us that water has the highest goodness because water benefits all things without contention. And I read this text with students. I ask students to read Tao Te Ching, and students don't know Chinese. But there are many translations. There are hundreds of translations of Tao Te Ching. And so I ask students to look at different translations and to ask AI to help them translate. Now with AI, it's very easy. You can translate Hindu, Sanskrit, Chinese. I ask them to find their own ways to understand what Tao Te Ching is trying to say with that the highest good is like water. Let's go to the next slide. So this is some of the ways students express this line or try to translate this line or trying to understand what the line says. That Liam says, water is good at making everything better, but it does not get in the way. I want us to think for a moment, how does the water is doing it? Noah says, be kind like water, be a benefit to everyone, cause no strife. Samuel says, water doesn't try to win, it just goes where it needs to go. Keaton says, Tao moves like water, soft but sure. Tai says, water resembles the greatest good. It nourishes all things without effort. Lillian says, water is yielding and does not compete. Yielding. What is yielding? And I think yielding is very much part of yoga. Let's go to the next slide. Right? In Patanjali Yoga Sutra, we read about Ishvara Pranidhana, that we can say Ishvara is something greater than ourselves. It's some great unity that we are part of. And we submit, we surrender, we yield to that greater thing that we are a part of. And that's part of all ancient traditions. So one time I heard an imam in a mosque saying that every cloud, every newborn child is a perfect Muslim. Why are they perfect Muslims? Because they yield. They yield to the will of Allah. And the word Islam itself means to yield, to surrender. And so I want you to think, I want to finish my presentation. Let's go to the next slide, Professor Deepeshwar, and go to the next slide. I want us to think about this word yielding. It's a very interesting word. With translation is so interesting because translation is so difficult, but we need to we need to bring translation to experience. So I want to ask you to translate the word yielding into your own language, whatever language you're speaking, to see how do you understand it, to understand what is in yielding. How do we do it? Is yielding a passive thing or an active thing? Because in our world today, that is so young oriented, it's so win-win oriented, that is now bringing us to the edge of destruction. We need to understand that other side, right? We understand the part of sun rising. We understand the part of, oh, something new is happening, but we are now in the other part of that cycle. What we desperately need, I think, is to understand that every part of that circle is sacred. And we are now in that part that would be so good for us, I think, to better understand the ancient traditions and to better understand what yielding may be, not as a way of giving up, not as a way of surrendering, but as a way of preserving our center, our nature, our original nature, and being part of the bigger whole, supporting the bigger whole, just like the water does it, without contention, supporting the greater good. This is pretty much what I wanted to say. I know we are running late, so I'm trying to cut myself short. But again, thank you so much for inviting me. It's really an honor. It's really like homecoming. You know, I told you my early experiences with Baiju Bavra and Raj Kapoor. And I feel India is like homecoming. And I very much look for collaboration. So if you're interested, students, your students meeting my students, you meeting me, creating, like we work with Dr. Deepashwar so wonderfully, and looking forward to more.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. It's a wonderful presentation and a wonderful speech about the ancient scriptures talks a lot. And I think all kinds of, if you look at any religion or country, they are having their own ancient methods of practicing something which is bringing the same outcome. So I think yoga, which is now worldwide recognized practice, which is not only practicing in India, but it is all over the world. And I'm very much thankful for you have connected a little bit about the yoga philosophy to taking the concept of Patanjali Sutra of Ishwar Pranidhana to the concept of Qi Gong from the Chinese practice. And this really energy play a major role, because without energy, without prana, we cannot even move a single object of ourselves from one place to other place. So prana play a major role, because again, I know a dead person having all kinds of systems in the body, in the place, but they don't have that prana or energy to take air inside, right? So I think it's a play a major role, prana, which you have highlighted so much. Very much thankful. Now we can, and it's a midnight for you. I'm very much thankful that you attended in person. He's from Seattle, Washington, and it is a midnight for him. And based on the request, he himself told, "No, I will come online in person, and I will deliver the talk." Thank you so much for wonderful delivery, and your practice was very good. Well, rising sun and sunset, the practice was really amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Namaste.
Now I would like to request our next speaker, Professor Naveen KH, Additional Professor, Department of Community Medicine and Family Medicine at All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Jodhpur, Rajasthan. Dr. Naveen is expertise in epidemiology, yoga therapy, and integrative medicine. He has published several research articles. Dr. Naveen KH is the investigator of several projects funded by institutions such as ICMR, Ayush, National Health System Resource Center, welcome you, sir. And he's also very much collaborated with us for so many activities. When he was in, he did his masters from S. Vyasa and did wonderful work during the Kali Yoga, during the COVID time. So we collaboratively worked, developed the yoga module, and implemented among all the healthcare person or healthcare doctors who were taking care during COVID time. Welcome you, Dr. Naveen KH. Please, he's going to speak about yoga and Vedantic thoughts for psychological well-being. Thank you. Welcome to you, sir. Over to you.
Yes. So thank you so much for the nice introduction. So I begin with a short prayer. Om Sadashiva Samarambham Shankaracharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. With my humble pranams to the universal consciousness which is manifesting in the form of different names and forms, I begin my presentation. Before that, I would like to express my heartiest gratitude to the VC, Tezpur University, Professor Papuri Barua, and the entire organizing team of this international webinar, and also to Professor Deepeshwar Singh, all the eminent personalities, eminent speakers from different universities, and my dear students. So this is a wonderful opportunity for me to share my thoughts on this yoga and Vedanta in psychological well-being. So can I share my slides, sir?
Yes, please, you can share. Yes.
Just I believe it is visible.
Yes, your slides are visible. You can go for the slideshow.
So is it in full presentation mode, sir?
No, sir. I think again the same thing. You have not shared the entire screen. Therefore,
okay.
Only slides are visible.
Just a minute. I need to share the entire screen, right?
Yes, please.
Okay. So is it clear?
Yes.
Presentation mode?
Yes.
Yeah. So this will be my outline of presentation. Be just looking at the yoga and Vedanta and understanding this psychological well-being and the spectrum of health. And one more concept that we often teach, that is the iceberg phenomenon of health and disease, how this Ashtanga yoga helps in calming down the mind. And more, we will be discussing on the Vedantic concepts for psychological well-being, understanding the witness consciousness, and few thoughts for practice and benefits in daily life. I'd like to begin with this famous quote from Amrita Bindu Upanishad. Manayeva manushyanam karanam bandha mokshayoho. Bandhaya vishayasaktam muktam nirvishayam smritam. So we'll focus only on this first line, which tells us about the mind. Mind is responsible for the freedom or even the bondage. Even when we look at Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter says, Uddaret atmanam atmanam natmanam avasadayet atmaiva bandhuho atmanaha atmaiva ripu atmanaha. There also the mind is emphasized. So all our scriptures, yoga, Vedanta, Bhagavad Gita, everywhere, the mind is emphasized a lot. With that, when we look at our yoga, the Patanjali Yoga and the Vedanta, the Maharshi Patanjali Yoga Sutra says, Yoga Chitta Vritti Nirodha. And in Bhagavad Gita, we get multiple definitions of yoga, like Yoga Karmasu Kaushalam and Samatvam Yoga Uchyate. Further, in one of the verses, it is mentioned that Dukkha Samyoga Vyogam Yoga Sanyitam. Yoga is one which detaches a person from the dukkha or the sorrow. Further, in Yoga Vasishtha, we have this Manaha Prashamanopayaha Yoga. So what I am highlighting here is The entire yoga and Vedanta, it focuses on the mind. And the yoga is about chitta vritti nirodha, mastering our thoughts. And unless we master our thoughts, we will not be able to have efficiency in action, that is yoga karmasu kaushalam. Unless we have that kaushalam, efficiency, we will not be able to achieve the samatvam or the equanimity of the mind. And this yoga is a skillful technique to calm down the mind, as mentioned by Yoga Vasishtha. Further, if you ask me why you are bringing this yoga and Vedanta, if you go back to the Bhagavad Gita chapters, at the end of each chapter, there is a mention. Iti Bhagavad Gita su Upanishatsu Brahma Vidyayam Yoga Shastre Sri Krishnarjuna Samvade Sankhya Yogo Nama Dvitiyodhyayaha. There also it is mentioned that it is Yoga Shastra which is giving us techniques, different methods to achieve or get the knowledge of Brahma Vidya. And Brahma Vidya is given in the Upanishads. Upanishads come at the end of Vedas, which is known as Vedanta. And this Vedanta teaches us the self-knowledge, that is, what is my true nature. Next question is, why do you need this yoga and Vedanta? As it is said, it is for calming down the mind. Why we need to calm down the mind? Because even Yoga Vasishtha says, any of the diseases of the body, physical body, have their origin in the mind. The mental disturbances which create some kind of changes in the body, some kind of hormonal changes, chemical changes in the body, and that manifests in the form of physical diseases. Now we are very well aware of the non-communicable diseases, which mostly are of psychosomatic origin. Now we are discussing about the mind and the body, the effect of the mind on the body. But this was given long time ago by our rishis in Yoga Vasishtha. Hence, this concept of yoga and Vedanta and their application are very much relevant in our life, day-to-day life, to maintain health, improve our health. Why the health we need to improve? We need to enjoy our life. We need to remain happy. We need to be joyful, peaceful, and also we need to achieve success in our life. Every individual is looking for some success in whatever domain, whatever work they are doing. So hence, we need this yoga and Vedanta, which are very much relevant in today's world with the increasing levels of stress and competition, complexity of the world. As we said, the health, I think in the morning inauguration, they have defined what is health as per the WHO. It is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely an absence of disease or infirmity. When you look at any individual or the entire world from epidemiology or public health perspective, you will find that some people who are having some illness, some are having a severe sickness, severe illness, stroke, or diabetic complications, myocardial infarctions, and somebody dies. So if you look at it, even this health and disease spectrum, the one side you have all these severe illnesses and up to unrecognized sicknesses. And beyond that, a person might be having no sickness, no illness, freedom from sickness. Then comes the better health. A person who is getting discharged from the hospital slowly comes back to his normalcy. So slowly gains his health, vitality, energy, and then the person goes back again to his work and starts achieving success or works in any organization. Further, today's world, we have this wellness, the concept of wellness coming up in a big way, wellness industry, which is, you find that many coaches, trainers are focusing on the wellness end of the spectrum. As you can see, people are not satisfied only with achieving freedom from illness. Now people demand that I need to achieve something in my life. I need to achieve fulfillment in life. I need to achieve happiness in my life. And if you look at earlier, people were happy if I get a good job, that's fine. But now people look at something more, financial wellness, even in relationship wellness. So like this, multiple things are going on in our life, and people are now focusing on the wellness much more than before. Then coming to this psychological well-being, that just highlight a small difference between well-being and wellness. Wellness, it is more related to our actions, what we do to achieve this well-being. Well-being as an internal state, the sense of fulfillment, sense of another important research that is going on, which is very relevant in today's world, is psychoneuroendocrinology, where there is a study. These people, these scientists may do the research on the brain and the nervous system, behavior, and the hormonal interaction. How the thought process affect the brain and nervous system and the hormonal system. There's another branch, psychoneuroimmunology. What is the effect of the mind on the nervous system and further into the immunological system and immunity. So these are some of the areas which are very popular now. People are looking into it. But if you look back into our scriptures, our Maharshis, Rishis have given this in their scriptures long time ago. So that's what I mentioned in Yoga Vasishtha. Vasishtha Rishi teaches Sri Rama. So we need to learn many things from there. We need to have the open mind to look into our scripture as well as the modern tools and technology. So scientifically study these phenomena. Further, this anybody can identify. The students can answer, unmute and answer. What is this? This is the iceberg, right? So what is the significance of iceberg in our life? Being into yoga or into health field or public health field. The submerged, we as a clinician, a physician or a surgeon, they can look at only the tip. That means the persons who are having some signs or symptoms, they will only seek medical care or the health care. They will come to the psychologist. I'm having these disturbances. I'm unable to focus. I'm depressed. They only come to the psychologist. But there will be a large portion, a big chunk, which are submerged, who are having minor disturbances, but many times even the individual are not, they are unable to recognize that I am having this disturbance. The person may be having low self-esteem, but nobody recognizes. Even the person is quite okay with it, but it is affecting his or her studies, his or her work, right? There will be anger issues, temperament issues, low self-confidence, right? Unless these are tackled at the inapparent stage, that means still it has not started really disturbing himself or herself or the society, then the person will land up with some problem, then the treatment will be more difficult. So here comes the role of yoga and Vedanta to tackle these issues, help them groom into a wonderful human being and experience life. Come out of all these limitations. These will teach us to accept yourself and also helps us to maintain the physical health and also the mental health. This iceberg phenomenon of health. So now comes the role of this Ashtanga Yoga. Patanjali's Ashtanga Yoga. You're all familiar, being the yoga students, yoga researchers and scholars. These 8 limbs of yoga will help in all the domains like physical, mental, social and spiritual. And in this, if you look at the first 2 limbs, yamas and niyamas, which are very much essential, which are focusing on the mind. So how you deal with this, right? In this this circle, if you can focus on the yama niyama, inner circle, rather than going to the other aspects, siddhis and powers. If you take up even the single one aspect, like ahimsa, if I don't follow this, what can happen? जैसे अगर हम इसको follow नहीं करते तो क्या होता है? I go on troubling people. Himsa need not be like warfield, like the terrorists who are killing. That is the extreme form. The other milder form is every day I struggle, fight with my boss, or fight with my colleagues, or fight with my workers. How it will be? How the mind will be? It's always disturbed. I'll not be able to achieve great things in my life. Similarly, the other aspect, like I don't have contentment. I'm always grumbling. Yes, we need to try to achieve success in our life where I am standing. Say, for example, we'll be starting our career as a assistant professor. Definitely, we need to progress. And with contentment, when we do, the mind is calm and I'll be able to achieve easily. If I'm disturbed, oh, that person is getting promotion, I am not getting promotion. I'm not contented with what I am. Right? So that disturbs the mind. All these things are about the mind. Then next, one more important is pranayama. We'll focus on pranayama because there is a relation between prana and our mind. Even Sri Ramana Maharshi says in his Upadesha Sara, Vayurodhana liyate mana jala pakshiva trodha sadhanam. Even your Hatha Yoga also says, Chale vate chale chittam nischale nischalam bhavet. So by practicing pranayama, you can control or master the mind. So if you close definitely immediately you will recognize that the mind is calming down. And all these practices, asanas, everything will help us in achieving a certain state of health at the physical, mental, and the social level. Now coming to this Vedantic concept. So when we say Vedantic, they associate with religion without going into those aspects. It is again yoga and Vedanta, as I quoted in the initial part of this presentation. They come together for the highest human good. So with that, Vedanta, what is this Vedanta? Yes, Vedanta is at the end of Veda. And at the end of Veda, mainly the Upanishadic portion, which teaches us the Brahma Vidya or the self-knowledge. That is about what is my true nature. So Vedantic teaching begins with the query, who am I? So in fact, if you look at Sri Ramana Maharshi's teaching, it starts with who am I? Even though to accept this, so if I say, for example, there are Mahavakyas, great sentences in Vedanta. Tattvamasi, you are that Brahman. How many of us will immediately realize? Because I'm not yet prepared. A simple example is a dry grass, सूखा घास, उस पे आप just a spark is sufficient to put it entire thing on fire. But the same thing, a freshly cut grass, you cannot make it burn because it is not yet prepared. You need to put it under the sun so that it is fully prepared. So then you light the matchstick, immediately it will catch fire. So that is the status of most of us. We are in different phases of human evolution and we have different qualifications. As we progress, slowly these concepts will be easier for us to understand. But this Vedanta starts with the who am I question. The fundamental human problem, if you ask anybody, fear. Fear of what? Death. Any individual, any human being scared of death. Right? And competition. Competition because there is duality. There is somebody who is able to better perform. So I'm scared sometimes. I'm disturbed. And then the sense of limitedness. I think I'm limited human being. I'm just so many kgs, 60 kgs weight, 5.7 feet. Am I able to do only this much? Not able to do the bigger things. It's a sense of limitedness. So if you want to come out of it, what is the way? Next, one more important thing is, as humans, we look outside for these three things. One is the security, peace, and happiness. But the Vedantic teaching says all this security, peace, and happiness is within you. In fact, when we see the teachings, Satchidananda Atma Swarupa. I am that Satchid Ananda Swarupa. All this happiness, peace, security is within me. In fact, I am that. Tattvamasi. So as I said, Na Alpe Sukhamasti. These are Upanishadic statements. Means nobody is satisfied with limited things. That's why we need more and more. Why we are doing what we are doing at this point? Because we look for abundance, more and more. It is good to go achieve higher things in our life. Vedanta never says don't achieve. Next, one more important thing is Dvitiyadvai bhavam bhavati, bhayam bhavati. Any second thing creates fear. Somebody is able to little disturbed. Somebody is able to, I thought I will achieve finance of 1 crore per year. Somebody is able to achieve 5 crore. I will be disturbed. Some competitor, I am disturbed. So these things are basic fundamental human problem which continues. But Vedantic knowledge helps in overcoming this. It says there is only one thing. Advaita. That is the pure consciousness of the Brahman. And that you are that. Tattvamasi. And what is the benefit out of it? It's freedom from sense of limitedness or the psychological suffering. Just the thought, entertaining this thought is very important. Even somebody who is never exposed to any Vedantic teaching, yes, they can start with asking this question, who am I? So there are few statements, maybe it may you may find it like here and there, but there is some link between this. Everything is in perfect universal order. One of my teachers used to say this. When you start accepting this, the entire psychology, psychological counseling, psychological treatment is based on this. Accept everything. Whatever happening in my life, it is in perfect universal order. The Ishvara has given this opportunity for me to grow. That acceptance creates, that acceptance help me to calm down my mind. Otherwise, I'll be struggling every time. So why God has done this to me? Why me? Why me? This question, why me? That comes up, that disturbs. And today's psychological counselors, teachers, they focus on this limiting belief. You need to come out of limiting belief. How? They give various techniques, but the ultimate solution is this Vedanta. I should recognize that I am this pure consciousness, unlimited by the external world. This, even though I'm just using it in a very simple fashion here, these are to be practiced, these are to be learned through going through the scriptural teachings under the guidance of a right kind of teacher. So, limiting beliefs. Why do we have these limiting beliefs? They exist as long as I believe that I am a limited being. I will not be coming out of this limiting belief. So, now the yogi is one who recognizes order even in any disorder. So that's what acceptance. That's where comes the acceptance. And this Vedantic teaching and the yogic teaching, yogic philosophical thoughts tell us to progress from consumer to contributor. Lesser consumer, more the contributor, and that is the spiritual growth. That helps us to move towards the ultimate purpose of this yoga, that is samadhi, or the ultimate purpose of Vedanta, realizing my true nature. You do a short meditation practice. I think if you are comfortable with this, just wherever you are sitting, just sit comfortably. Try to keep your back and neck erect. Gently close your eyes. Interlock your fingers and gently place it over your thighs. Relax your body. Relax your mind. Bring your awareness onto the breathing. Slowly inhale and slowly exhale. Inhale and exhale. Inhale slowly and exhale. Observe the movement of your abdomen and chest. Slowly bring your awareness to your mind. Mind is the flow of thoughts, the current of thoughts. Just start observing your mind. Think of an apple. Observe the apple in your mind. It's a mental image of apple. And you are observing the mental image. Think of mango. There's a mental image of mango. And you are aware of this mental image. You are the seer of the mental picture of this fruit mango. You are different as a seer, as awareness. You are different from the mental image of mango. Think of banana. Think of orange. Recognizing this awareness helps you master your thoughts. You can observe the gap between your awareness and the mental image. In this gap, you have the freedom. Freedom to change your thoughts. And this awareness is not limited by the physical body. It is limitless. And in this awareness, you have the infinite potential to manifest the life you want. Entire creation comes into existence from unmanifest to manifest. It's very important what kind of seed, what kind of thought put into your awareness. Being aware of this helps you overcome the disturbances in your mind. Anytime there is a mental disturbance, ask this question: who am I? I am this pure awareness, undisturbed by the thoughts. Slowly become aware of your breathing. Inhale and exhale slowly. Slowly become aware of your physical body. Observe your body from toes to the head. Once you are comfortable, with few blinks, gently open your eyes. Thank you. So, just proceed for the last few things. So this is what the Sakshi Bhava, the witness. I believe you are hearing. I just wanted to.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Because I'm unable to see because I'm in the slideshow mode. Yeah. So this is what is witness. Witnessing your thoughts. Being aware of our thoughts. Right? Identifying the gap between the mind and the thoughts and the awareness. Very important. What is the relevance? It helps you become more objective. See, for example, if I don't know this knowledge, I consider myself, Naveen is only the physical body and mind. Mind disturbances, I consider this is my disturbance. Oh, I am short-tempered fellow. I am inferior. I lack self-confidence. So this I puts a lot of pressure. So that will not help me to achieve the psychological freedom, psychological well-being. But this thought process, this kind of practices through this Vedantic knowledge helps me to shift my identity to my pure state, its absolute consciousness. So that immediately gives me the strength to deal with. Yes, these are the disturbances happening in the level of mind. I can manage this. So it's like we are all masters, we are all experts in giving advice to our friends when they are facing problem. But the same problem when I am facing, then really I need some help, external help. Because I identify, this is me. I am thin. I cannot build my body. Identified, gone case. Negativity. So this will help in help me to become more objective, and then in this objectivity I can find solutions. So I'm just finishing. I'm unable to see your responses. So again, this has been explained by one of the quantum physics experiment, the double slit experiment. The observer effect on the waveform. When the electrons are thrown through double slit, they usually form an interference pattern, waveform. Even though these are particles, they form a waveform. But when the moment they bring in an observer camera, photoelectric detector, it changes and it follows its natural course, that is the particle. Only the two diffraction, the 2 points are made on the screen. That means before observation, the mind was behaving in the whatever way it has to behave. The moment I started observing, it slowly came to my control. Right? So next, another thing is in the management science, they use this Hawthorne effect. So when people are working in an office, when they know that nobody is observing, how their behavior is. The moment a boss enters into the room, they'll all become alert, right? The individuals modify their certain aspect of their behavior in response to their awareness of being observed. This is what is happening here. You identify that you are the awareness, you'll be able to manage the mind. So that is Vedanta. Few thoughts, even though it's a huge topic, just giving some tips and bits for the practice. Start with who am I? Whenever the mind is disturbed, I'm getting angry, I'm not feeling okay, who am I? So entertain this thought. I am this pure consciousness manifesting through this body and mind and intellect, matter and energy. And through this, I am experiencing the world. And this consciousness, matter and energy is universal. So everybody is having the same thing. It's again the science, if you look at the quantum science, right? So what is the benefit that I'm going to get? Yes, ultimate is the merger, yoga, yujyate anena iti yoga, merger of the individual soul with the universal consciousness. But in our relative world, we are dealing with the relative world. We have to interact with the people. It helps me in reduction of FIR, enhancing forcing. What are these? Reduction of frequency, intensity, and recovery time of the mental disturbances, right? And enhancement of courage, cheerfulness, confidence, and calmness. So this is the benefit. A lot of other benefits exist as well. So when you look at this international webinar, happily positioned during this International Day of Yoga, the universality of yoga, the yoga and Vedantic philosophy, it is universal. Anybody, any kind of religion, any kind of belief system, they can follow this. And once they follow, definitely it helps them to achieve the state of health, physical, mental, social, and spiritual health. And through that, through achieving this wellness, they can progress in life. So that's the wonderful opportunity given here. So I thank the organizers, Professor Papori Madam, and the entire team, Professor Dr. Deepeshwar sir, and all the dignitaries, eminent personalities who are here for this wonderful opportunity to share a few of my thoughts and participate in this webinar. So with this, Aham Brahmasmi and Ashtanga Yoga can achieve this universality of yoga and health and progress in our life. Thank you so much for this wonderful opportunity. Stop here.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite the co-chair and welcome you, sir, for this. Professor S.K. Ray, please give closing remarks.
I think this is a great session on yoga and mental health. And I think our chairperson sir and we both will agree, both the sessions by the respected Professor Hirishji and Dr. Navinji, both the sessions have been mind-blowing. So we have a lot of regard. The first session started with Dr. Hirishji, I might be excused for any pronunciation. Actually, the yin and yang of life, the complementarity versus oppositeness, how you make complementarity in life and the life changes. The moment you see it is complementarity. So that is actually a beautiful sentence, what says Vivekananda. You ask about light and dark. He told absence of light. Don't say oppositely. Just tell it's complementarity of life. And we also enjoyed his session. How you actually the walking when you and the soldiers are actually do this exercise. When you hit the hill in the ground, directly the waves go still down. That is what we did today. Standing on the toe and hitting the hill. So thank you so much, Deepeshwar Sarji, bringing such elegant speakers to this webinar. Because of you, actually, we could get. Then, well, also is a great, listening the Vedantic philosophy by Dr. Navinji. Actually, the human is unique because of its mind. That's so very well you introduced and taking different aspects of life. That is how we enjoyed. How like this psychoneuroimmunology, psychoneuroendocrinology, the subjects. As you said that there was a long time it was discussed already by us, but now we are learning it in medical terms, these words. And this emphasis on the mind, that actually mind is everything starts from the mind. Your happiness starts from the mind, and also disease starts from the mind. So if your mind you will take care, you will be able to take care of many things. So these two sessions, I think I am very, very minute in front of these speakers to say they are just I say mind blowing. If there is any question we may take, sir.
Yes,
Professor, sir.
Please, sir. Please, sir. Please.
Yeah, if there is any question, it will be great. Any question you have, either for Professor Sir is awake, it is great, and or Professor Nabinji.
Yes, sir. I'm available.
I think during the talk by somebody was raising the hand. May I know if there is any question? So both honorable speakers are there with us. If you ask any queries, you can ask. Okay, so I think there is no more question. Professor sir, now it is over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. It's a wonderful remarks given by the Professor Askew, and I know both the speakers they have delivered and they have given us a practice. It's not like a one-way process; it's a two-way process. Very much interactive session.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor Naveen KH and Professor Hirsch Deman. Welcome. Thank you for joining us and share your experience and knowledge. You guys experience the knowledge. Unless we don't experience, we cannot deliver it. And they are living legend, which they have imbibed the yogic principles in their life. And I know Dr. Naveen because the way we interacted during his post-graduation level to now we are doing a lot of collaborative work. So, and sometimes if I get some tensed, he gives me wonderful solutions. So he's one of the mentors sometimes for me to give me a mental peace. Thank you so much.
No, sir, it's mutual because as I can say, Professor Deepeshwar sir was my guide during my masters in yoga at SVRC University. He has guided me a lot, hand-holding, writing the protocol, everything. So I consider him as my mentor. So it says a greatness that he discusses with me, even though I'm a student. Yeah,
it's a vice versa. Thank you so much.
Again, the entire world exists in the mutual collaboration.
Yes.
Parasparam bhavayantaha shreya parama vapsyata. Third chapter of Gita. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much, sir.
I think now, Anand Pratap Singh has raised the hand. If you have any question, please raise.
It's not a question, sir. As sir told that Tat Tvamasi or Aham Brahmasmi.
Okay.
So through yoga, it's means a very continued journey of attending that status. Sir, as you told that means without experiences, anybody can't deliver such means elegant talk to anybody. So, sir, can you please throw some light about this? Like we see the Ardhanarishwar picture of Ardhanarishwar in this talk also, Professor told about. So, is there any unification or some state where I feel like this, or you felt like that?
Sir, so all these things, as I said, the experienced one. Yes, it is, if you look into the Atmabodha by Acharya Shankara, there he mentions Samsara Swapna Tulyo hi Ragadveshadi Sankulaha Swakale Satyavad Bhati Prabodhe Satya Sadbhave. Right? So there he compares the entire world of our experience to Swapna, like dream experience. So dream, you are participating in the dream. As long as you are a part of the dream, You will not know what it is. So in the dream, some tiger is chasing you. You are scared. You are running, and suddenly you wake up and it's gone. Till that time, you are sweating. All those heart is pumping. The increase in the heart rate. All those things you are experiencing. And once you wake up, then you realize it is a dream. And you said the oneness. Yes, it is possible. But what happens is, most of the time when we say meditation or samadhi, people force on the mind. Oh, I need to calm down. I need to achieve the thoughtless state. Achieving the thoughtless state, when you get into it, it resists. The best approach, that's why it is said Vedantic approach is, who are you? Ask this question. I am this awareness. Shifting that, practicing this for some time, for a length of time, it again depends on the individual to individual, their preparation and their evolution. So once they practice this under the guidance of a teacher again, then slowly, whatever you are saying, that state, achieving that oneness, even for some time, just samadhi a little bit, even, being a yoga person, the different levels of samadhi, but for certain time can definitely achieve that, experience that calmness. So say for simple example, you go to, if you like hilly stations, you go there. Till that time, I need to plan how to go there to the hilly station or the Badrinath, anywhere. You plan everything. The mind is functioning. The moment you reach there, the mind becomes calm. You feel that oneness. Wow, you feel that. Then you understand that, yes, after coming here, I achieved that. But really, the mind, which was taking a lot of action, thought process, entertaining, it suddenly became calm, going to the Badrinath. So that is where you achieve that kind of relative level. The ultimate level, slowly it comes, but that will help you in your life to achieve the happiness, peace, calmness, and joy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your relating answer.
Thank you. Thank you for your great question. I think now we'll move to the next paper presenters. We have 3 paper presenters right now, and I would like to invite first paper presenter, Mr. Sonu Khadka, University of Patanjali, and he is presenting. His topic of presentation is Yoga as a Coping Mechanism for Academic Stress among Doctoral Students, a Systematic Narrative Review. And I would like to request all the presenters, please try to, because of the constraint in the time, try to present within 5 to 7 minutes. Don't take more than that. And then we can go for the 3 minutes question answer session. The total 10 minutes presentation. Please, over to Sonu Khada.
Thank you, sir. Namaste, everyone, and good afternoon. First of all, let me correct you, sir. I am C. Sorry for this misunderstanding.
I'm really sorry for this. Please, you can show your presentation. Share your slide.
So give me a few seconds. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, you are very much audible, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, introducing myself again. Namaste, everyone. Myself, Sonu Khadka, originally from Nepal and currently PhD scholar from University of Patanjali under the guidance of Dr. Rudra Bhandari. So I have to be honest for the topic, as I'm not working on this subject which I'm taking now for this webinar. This is not my real subject. It's just my personal interest on this. That's why I'm here presenting the title Yoga as a Coping Mechanism for Academic Stress Among Doctoral Students, a Systematic Narrative Review. So here in the introduction section, academic stress in doctoral education. So when we
you have not shared your slides. Please share your slides.
Sorry. So is it fine right now?
Not yet. It is not. Okay. You can just start.
Okay.
Because your slides are not visible for us.
Okay. So right now is it visible, sir? Okay. So here I'll not take much time. I will finish it so in precise and short form. So when we see the global prevalence worldwide, up to 50%, 50% of PhD students, they are experienced to be in psychological distress. And also finding reports says that 34% experience anxiety and 24% people suffering from depression, especially the doctoral or research scholars. So when we talk about from the Indian context, study reveals that 18 out of 40 students, it means 45%, they very often experience stress, and there are other several factors, and it is seen as common factors in worldwide form. So the common factors which included are high workload, financial strain, poor advisor relationships, and definitely uncertainty about future careers. And not only this, there are other several factors as well, which I have also, I think almost every PhD scholars go through these phases, which I use, which I can, I think, use the word frustration, because it's a very time-taking process, the PhD, for a minimum 3 years to 5 years. So we have to, at the age of, from the age of between 25 to 30 or 35, you are into this process and you're investing your time fully. And certainly there are so many aspects that you went intentionally or unintentionally, you're having a psychological disorders. Okay, so objectives of this review is that to evaluate yoga efficacy. From morning I have been listening so many things about yoga, and also I'm a yoga practitioner. Somehow I would like to call myself a yoga practitioner. But the more how much we practice as a pure academic scholar or as a student, there are something that are still major, that gives us measures, especially when you are into this PhD level, or this at a time period of 3 to 5 years. So the objectives of this review is to evaluate how yoga can help us to cope up with the psychological stress, anxiety or depression, and also the physical, how to cope up, how it can help us to overcome the physical distress also, and to identify the core mechanism of the both physical, mental, and other social aspects also. And also to contextualize for academic, it means to understand the implication for mental health strategies within the doctoral and higher education environments. And moving towards the next slide. So what I find here in the research gap is the first that I find is very few, or else I can say hardly, we find a research paper that exactly relate or the yoga intervention that are given to the specific population called doctoral students or research scholars or PhD scholars. So there are very less number of papers that we can find. And also when we see from the Indian context, 30 to 70% of PhD scholars, they feel to drop out. They feel to drop out from the PhD. And there are very few interventions that have been tested in this population. So these are the very urgent and I think necessary things that we need to see for this specific population. And here in questions to why yoga, as we have been talking from the morning, why yoga, how it can help us to cope up with everything, like in our materialistic world, or to move forward for the spiritual journey, or to expect to know for who am I myself, as we have been talking a lot. But still relating to this population, why yoga, there are some scientific rationale that has been done in several populations, but not specifically doctoral populations. So like for first study shows that the study of Kramer shows that it's a randomized control trial within 101 participants who were experiencing depression and anxiety. So they were given 6-week individualized yoga intervention, and this studies notably said that the benefits of yoga were maintained at 6-week follow-up, highlighting its potential as an adjustment treatment for depression in clinical setting. And the second study of JOG, which was done in 2024, it was a 12-week intervention was given to the university students. And also, it's in conclusion form, it says that yoga can be a non-invasive, scalable tool for improving students' well-being and resilience in academic environments. And other few 3 to 4 studies are there. For example, Khalsa, which was done in 2000, study by Khalsa in 2012. So he investigated that. The effect of yoga on academic performance and stress among college students. Participants who engage in yoga exhibited reduced exam-related anxiety and improved GPA, suggesting that yoga not only reduces mental stress but may also enhance cognitive functioning and academic outcomes. So this study highlights.
Please try to summarize.
Okay, so the methodology is so we have gone through various papers and journals, and it's taken from 2002 to 2025. And to summarize, okay, so I'll go to the conclusive key finding and results. So definitely yoga will help to reduce reduce stress, anxiety and depression, physiological changes and academic engagement. And the main thing that I want to conclude by saying that there are more protocols that needed to be invented, which should be validated for specifically this population, doctoral population. And I want all of you think about this population, that how we can make more protocol regarding towards this population, and how we can overcome the academic stress that we usually go through this 3 to 5 years period of time. So by this much saying, I would like to thank you for the organizing Tezpur University and my guide, Dr. Rudra Bandari. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation. Yeah, wonderfully. Though we did not see your slides, but still you have summarized everything so nicely. Thank you so much.
Sorry.
Now we can move for the next presenter, Ms. Monica Jain from Jivaji University. Topic of presentation is a study on the influence of yoga on the psychological well-being and job commitment of BSF personnel. So would like to invite Ms. Monica Jain. Please, over to you.
Sir, give me a few seconds to present my slides.
Yes, please, madam. You can take it. Please share a screen and start your presentation.
Can you all see my presentation, sir?
Yes, it is very much visible, madam. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Co-Chair, esteemed speakers from different countries, my Pujaniya research guide, Dr. Nibu R. Krishna, Almighty, and all my dear friends, very good afternoon. I am Monica Jain from Jivaji University, a research scholar, MP Gwalior. It is indeed a great pleasure to present this, my dream work. I can say this is a dream work. Why it is a dream work, I'll tell you. A study on influence of yoga on the psychological and physiological well-being and job commitment of BSF personnel. BSF itself is a big name. So I'll explain all the things. The main objective of this study is to serve the nation directly or indirectly through yoga. And I found that through yoga, I can serve the nation guiding force and make them more strong emotionally, personally, and physically. Through this presentation, I will be sharing the background, methods used, key findings, implications of yoga, and my research. And I sincerely thank the organizers to give me this chance to present this dream work of mine with the help of my guide. Data according to Ministry of Home Affairs and Home Affairs India and National Crime Records Bureau, NCRB India. According to the data from Ministry, CAPF, Central Armed Police Forces, is a combination of 6 forces And we see the suicide rates between 2018 to 22 is more than 654 person committed suicide. There were 230 suicides in the CRPF, 174 in the BSF Border Security Force, 89 in CISF, 64 in SSB, and in 54 in ITBB, Indo-Tibetan Border Police Force, 43 in Assam Rifles, and 3 in National Security Guards. This is alarming data, which definitely came down in 2022 by approximately 40% because of certain policies and certain effective methods applied by these forces. Why these suicide? Why causes of these mishappenings? Stressful deployments, lack of peace postings. They are mostly, I am talking about border security force, they are mostly posted on the borders where there is uncertainty whether they will get shot in any moment. Mental health challenges, career progression issues, lack of job selection, difficult to get leaves, even in emergency cases. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much audible. Please.
Yeah. So I would like to tell a quote. When the heart dares to dream and the mind refuses to give up, even the impossible bows down and paves the way. The same thing happened with me. It took me to get permission from Border Security Force to conduct this research. I took 1 year and 8 months to get this permission from Ministry of Home Affairs and Border Security Force. And I was able to conduct this research for 3 months, 2.5 months on 300 BSF Jawans. And I've prepared this paper in a part of my PhD, as a part of my PhD research. It's a part. The abstract of this study says, we have given 10 weeks of yoga intervention program to 2 groups divided in 40 and 42 yoga personnel from a CSMT division, that is Center for Motor Transport, Central segment for motor transport. Significant difference were observed in psychological flexibility scale and work engagement dimensions in when we compared 2 groups, the control group and the experimental group. I would like to introduce BSF as Border Security Force. BSF India was established in 1965 and started guarding the borders from Pakistan and Bangladesh, which we share with Pakistan and Bangladesh. And it is known to be the world's largest border guarding force. CSMT is Central School of Motor Transport, and I had a dream to serve the border, the world's largest border guarding force. And I have conducted this study in the biggest training school of border security force, that is located in Tezpur Academy, Gwalior. It's 33 kilometers from Gwalior. So I have conducted this research there itself. As we all know, as we have heard from the experts before in these presentations, yoga is originating from ancient India, means union of body, mind, and soul. Sorry. And it is known to enhance physical strength, mental clarity, stress management, and internal harmony. The objective of this study was to assess the impact of yoga on psychological well-being of BSF. Definitely, to examine the effect of yoga on job commitments of BSF person, and to implement holistic practices to address physiological and psychological issues of these personnel. I have set the hypothesis that there shall be no significant difference in the mean scores of psychological well-being before and after the training, and to compare the 2 groups, control and experimental, and there shall be no significant difference in the mean scores of work engagement. Methodology I have adopted is 82 in-house BSF trainees I have chosen for this study, and I have applied quasi-experimental pre- and post-test experimentation. It was a training program of approximately 10 weeks, every day, Monday to Saturday, 60 to 65 minutes daily. Psychological well-being scale and work engagement scale from different, this is a established tool I have used in this study. The limitation of my study was age ranging between 20 to 30 and 55 to 65 are excluded, and women BSF personnel were excluded from this study, and the ancillary unit other than CSMT I have excluded from this study. I have given progressive yoga training for 10 weeks, included few asanas, pranayama, meditation every day, and cleansing kriya should come weekly basis. These are a few of the clippings of my work that I have done at Tezpur Academy, Gwalior. I have chosen Psychological Flexibility Scale by Francis Dawson and Utrecht Work Engagement Scale by Wilmer Schoffeli and Arnold Baker. These are the findings of my study. Demographic details of selected respondents. In age group of 31 to 35, in experimental group, I have chosen 22. That was random selection. And in control group, 19 from this age group was there. And in the age group of 36 to 40, I have chosen 20 in experimental and 21 in control group. Similarly, service years, they were serving BSF right from the age of approximately 22 to 25. So in 10 to 15 years of service age range, 20 in experimental and control group 21, and 22 and 19 in 15 to 20 years of range. Graph showing demographic distribution, as you can all see in bar graph. Findings of psychological flexibility test, what I have applied is, the pre and post had applied for the experimental group, not shown a very good improvement in the psychological flexibility. In that, we have 3 different headings that I'm not discussing in detail. That will be in my paper, complete paper. And the p-value, the level of significance came out to be less than 5%. But in control group, we have not seen much difference because they were doing their own routine job, PT and all. And this is the graphical representation. The work engagement scale we have seen, again, there were 3 main domains we have worked on. That's vigor, dedication, and absorption. In this, we have seen that experimental group again has not shown a good enhancement or improvement, but the control group did not show, but the experimental group shown a good influence, good positive effects of yogic practices in these 10 weeks. This is a graphical representation. Findings of hypothesis testing. We have tested the hypothesis using independent sample t-test. So we have found that the value of p came to 0, and the hypothesis we have applied, there is no significant, was rejected. And we have seen a significant difference in the experimental group, but not seen good difference in the control group. So the hypothesis set for this particular variable, psychological flexibility, was rejected. And same in the case of the work engagement also. We have given them counseling, we have given them bhakti yoga, we have given them kriyas, and so many, the complete package I have shown. And we have seen the experimental group has shown the improvement. And again, the hypothesis set for this particular variable, there is no significant difference in the work engagement of BSF personnel before and after control and experimental group was rejected. Conclusion and recommendations for this study was, yoga definitely and positively influences the psychological flexibility and work engagement and other physical aspects, which I have not included in this study, but we have conducted the research. And further studies shall be recommended with larger sample size and extended durations. I was limited. I had a limited time because they come from all the borders of India for some specific training in this institute, in this academy, and they have limited time period. So I was given only 10 weeks to conduct my study. So I can very well say that if this study is extended for much more time, they can show different and very good results on their health, physically, mentally, and emotionally as well. And I also recommend that expand this study to include diverse demographic situation. I was limited to Tezpur Academy because I was getting a good number of subjects there in one time. And after their training, they were supposed to go to their respective border areas where they were deployed or where they were serving the nation. So it was not possible for me to go and conduct on these different border areas. And I also recommend to explore additional physiological and psychological variables, because very few studies I have found that was done on border security for personnel, and very few physical variables I have seen. Thank you so much, and I'm ready for the questions if anyone have. Because of the time restraints, I have finished this as early as possible.
Yeah, thank you so much for your kind consideration of the time constraint. Yeah, really, we do have a time constraint, but there are some few quick questions which I am having right now. So, did you have chosen these some specific questionnaires?
Yeah.
Did you check those questionnaires reliability?
Yes.
So that reliability is based on the earlier work or which you have done the work. Reliability you calculated by yourself from your study, or it was a considered previous work done by
Sir, I have taken a standardized tool, but we have checked the reliability on my work also, applying the Cronbach's reliability test.
Okay, but you didn't mention in your presentation.
Yeah. Because the 7 minutes were allotted, so I couldn't include much of my work, but that is there in my paper that I have already submitted.
Okay, so however your presentation is good and the topic you have taken is really demanding because the societal rate is really increasing throughout the country.
Yes.
What you have done among the courses, but similarly, I think a lot of students might be agree. Young students are having a lot of challenges now, and college students are now societal rate is very much high. So overall, second question which I was having about, did you check the normality of your data before going for
I've checked the normality of
it? Normal distributed?
Yes, it was normally distributed, and that's why I have conducted this test.
But you have done the interval between the age, right? Like a 31 to 35. You have given the interval. So did you check the data analysis using repeated measure or just paired sample t-test you did it?
In this particular paper, I have just given that t-test applied on this.
I think t-test is having a lot of limitations in such kind of data which you reported. I think because you have a different time frame, right? And different age group. Because the age group was varying, so I think if you would have gone for some kind of different repeated measures ANOVA, I think it would give you better results.
Right, sir. I'll take this suggestion in my mind, and I'll again improve this study.
Thank you. So anybody else is having any question, please raise and ask the question. Okay. I think sir is having a
simple. I think is the role model has to play important role for this mind stress, and latter is we are finding the lack of role models. When you have role models to sacrifice, role models to give, that actually also gives you a lot of stability. So that might be another factor why the lack of role model is giving stress people. I have to only work. This is also one of the things.
Could be, sir. Could be. Absolutely right, sir. And another thing which the module you have given, yoga module, please try to standardize that yoga module for DSF. So it should be implemented throughout the country in different camps. So
Surely,
it
sir.
will be useful for the army personnel.
Surely, sir. That was my dream project. That was my dream to work with any armed forces, and I'm continuously working with armed forces like Navy, Indian Navy, BSF, Army, continuously, and I'm giving classes internationally also. So definitely, I'll go deep inside this and take your suggestions and further do a good job.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll move forward to the next presentation. Thank you so much for Monica Jainji. You have done wonderful presentation. Now I would like to call Anuja Kumari from Banaras Hindu University. Her topic of presentation is enhancing mental resilience during menopause, the role of yogic practices in women's emotional well-being. Welcome you, Anuja Kumari ji. Please share your presentation and share your screen and start your presentation.
Namaste to Honorable Chair.
Please go for the slideshow and try to maintain the time constraint. Please please do the slideshow.
I have already done, sir. Is it visible?
Again, I think you did the same mistake. Okay, you can start your presentation. Let's see.
Not visible, sir.
Your slides are visible. The problem is, if you go do the next slide.
No, sir.
It's not happening.
Go to slideshow, madam.
No, I think she has not shared the entire screen. Please share the entire screen and then go for the presentation and slideshow.
Now it's visible, sir.
Your presentation is visible, but just go for the slideshow. Yeah, next. Yeah, okay, fine. Start. Yeah, now it's visible.
Namaste to all teachers and my friends. This is Anuja Kumari from Banaras Hindu University, a research scholar under the guidance of Dr. Pradarshini Tiwari ma'am. Today I am going to present my topic on enhancing mental resilience during menopause, the role of yogic practices in emotional well-being. It's a review paper, and also my PhD topic is management of menopause through yogic practices. That's why I am taking this topic. So firstly, I would explain. Menopause is a significant stage in woman's life marked by the cessation of menstruation and a series of hormonal, psychological, and physiological changes. Among these, emotional disturbance such as anxiety, depression, irritability, and mood swings are commonly reported, significantly affecting women's quality of life and mental resilience. While conventional treatments such as hormone replacement therapy have demonstrated efficacy, that may not be suitable or preferred by all women due to potential side effects. In this context, yogic practices encompassing asanas, postures, pranayama, and dhyana have gained prominence as holistic, non-pharmacological tools for emotional regulation and stress management during menopause. Evidence from recent studies indicate that regular yoga practices help reduce cortisol levels, balance the autonomic nervous system, enhance psychological well-being. Yoga improves sleep quality, decrease anxiety and depressive symptoms, and promote a greater sense of self-awareness and emotional stability. Group-based yoga intervention also offer social support and cultivate a sense of connection among midlife women. And this paper review yoga's potential to enhance mental resilience during menopause and argue for its inclusion in menopausal health program as a culturally rooted, accessible, and empowering strategy to support women's emotional well-being during this life transition. So menopause is a natural biological transition in a woman's life. As we know that in menopause, women's lost their reproductive system work, reproductive capacity, and the age normally finding 40 to 55. But if we go through previous research article, it is 45 to 55. But I see in my during data collection, normally this during these times, women after 38, 39, 40, she faces the problem of menopause. That's why I mention here 40 to 55. Menopause comes with a range of physiological, psychological, emotional changes, largely due to fluctuating and declining levels of estrogen and progesterone. These hormonal changes affect the hypothalamic, pituitary, adrenal axis and neurotransmitter activity, leading to symptoms such as mood swings, irritability, anxiety, depression, insomnia, and cognitive impairments, including memory lapse and reduced concentration. While vasomotor symptoms such as hot flashes and night sweats are commonly recognized emotional and cognitive disturbance, including mood swings, anxiety, irritability, sleep, and memory lapses. Significant challenge to women's quality of life during these phases. These psychological symptoms can have profound impact on daily functioning and interpersonal relationship, underscoring the need for effective and holistic intervention to support mental well-being. And one thing I want to add here, this call is now being recorded. I want to add one thing, जैसे कि जो मेरा काम चल रहा है सर BHO में सर सुंदरलाल हॉस्पिटल के अंदर, जहाँ यहाँ पूर्वांचल के लोग आते हैं, गांव के लोग होते हैं, तो उन्हें ये पता ही नहीं होता कि मेनोपॉज के कारण हमारे शरीर के अंदर क्या क्या हो रहा है, और उनको ये चीजें लगता है कि ये हो रहा है पर इसके लिए डॉक्टर की जरूरत नहीं है, वो डॉक्टर के पास आते भी नहीं है। समहाउ वो किसी और चीज को दिखाने के लिए डॉक्टर के पास आते हैं, तो उन्हें पता चलता है कि मेनोपॉजल कंडीशन आ रहे हैं और ये सिम्टम उनके अंदर आ रहे हैं। So, mental resilience, defined as the capacity to maintain or regain psychological well-being in the face of adversity, is increasingly recognized as a critical factor in navigating menopausal transition. Strengthening the resilience can help women adapt to emotional stressors more effectively and reduce the risk of long-term mental health complication. Rather than relying solely on hormone replacement therapy or psychiatric medication, which may not be suitable or desirable for all women. There is a growing interest in complementary and integrative medicine, particularly yogic practices to enhance emotional health during menopause. योगा एंड एंशिएंट इंडियन डिसिप्लिन, सुबह से हम लोग योगा के बारे में पढ़ रहे हैं, तो इसके बारे में ज़्यादा बात नहीं करेंगे, बट जो आसन प्राणायाम ध्यान जिस पे मैंने काम किया है, ये काफ़ी अच्छा काम करता है मेनोपॉज पे, जो कि उनके इमोशनल रिस्पॉन्स को, उनके लोनलीनेस को, उनके मेमोरी को बहुत अच्छे तरीके से इम्प्रूव करता है. ऑल्सो इम्प्रूविंग बैलेंस ऑफ द ऑटोनोमिक नर्वस सिस्टम. Regular yoga practices has been shown to lower cortisol level, improve gamma aminobutyric acid activity, and stimulate parasympathetic dominance, all of which contribute to enhance emotional stability and stress resilience. Yoga has been shown to down-regulate the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal axis, reduce cortisol levels, and stimulate the parasympathetic nervous system, leading to improved stress response and emotional regulation. These neurophysiological effects are complemented by psychological benefits, including enhanced mood, reduce anxiety, better sleep quality, and improve self-perception. In menopausal women specifically, yoga has demonstrated efficacy in reduced vasomotor symptoms, improving sleep quality, elevating anxiety and depression, and boosting cognitive function also. Practices such as pranayama and mindfulness meditation have also been linked to a structure and functional brain changes in areas related to emotional regulation and memory, such as prefrontal cortex and hippocampus. Moreover, a specific components such as pranayama and meditation are known to influence brain region associated with emotion, regulation, attention, and memory, particularly the prefrontal cortex and hippocampus, offering potential benefits for menopausal women experiencing mood fluctuation and cognitive decline. By cultivating present moment awareness and emotional balance, yogic practices empower women to navigate menopausal transition with greater clarity, composure, and psychological strength. This data makes yoga an affordable, easily and accessible, and culturally appropriate practice that not only reduces emotional distress but also gives women the skill they need to become more self-aware and resilient. In the Indian context, where yoga is rooted in cultural tradition, its application offers both scientific and spiritual relevance. ऐसा वुमेन्स में जो मैंने देखा है कि वो अपने माइंड को अच्छे तरीके से कंसंट्रेट नहीं कर पाती हैं, चीज़ों पे नहीं लगा पाती हैं, उनके बच्चे पढ़ाई करने के लिए बाहर चले जाते हैं तो उन्हें लोनली फील होता है, फिर उन्हें लगता है कि हमारे पास कोई नहीं है, हम बिल्कुल अकेले हैं, हमारे पास कोई स्किल नहीं है, उनका सेल्फ अवेयरनेस ही नहीं रहता है, वो अपना जो दैनिक दिनचर्या है, जो रूटीन है, उसको भी सही तरीके से फॉलो नहीं करते हैं. This paper aims to explore the role of yogic practices in enhancing mental resilience and emotional well-being among menopausal women, with a specific focus on how practices like meditation and pranayama influence emotional regulation, stress, and cognitive clarity. Through an integrative review of contemporary scientific research and traditional yogic frameworks, the study highlights yoga as a transformative approach to supporting women's psychological health during one of the most profound life transition. Menopause or emotional challenge, what is this? Then menopause is a complex biological process that signifies the end of women's reproductive capacity. It is a phase often accompanied by significant hormonal, psychological, and physiological changes. Hormonal influences on mood कैसे ये काम करता है? Then estrogen plays a crucial role in modulating neurotransmitter system, including serotonin, dopamine, and gamma aminobutyric acid, which are vital for maintaining mood stability, emotional well-being. The reduction in estrogen levels during menopause can disrupt these symptoms, leading to symptoms such as mood swings, irritability, anxiety, sadness, depressive feeling, emotional ability. Women with a history of premenstrual syndrome, postpartum depression, or mood disorder more vulnerable for every menopausal woman. Cognitive and affective symptom, memory lapse, difficulty concentrating, and mental fog. These symptoms may not be pathological but can impair daily functioning and contribute to distress. In particular, the hippocampus and prefrontal cortex, brain areas involved in memory and executive functioning, are sensitive to hormonal changes, decrease estrogen level, affect synaptic plasticity in this region, potentially explaining the cognitive symptom experienced during menopause. Sleep disturbance and emotional health. Insomnia and poor sleep quality are prevalent among menopausal women. Many often I see many women faces with a sleep disturbance problem. They only
Please try to summarize.
okay. Then psychological stressors, caring for aging parents, children living home, as I earlier told. Then under diagnostic and stigma, mental resilience during menopause. Then mental resilience में जो ability होती है उनकी adversity की, trauma आता है उनको, stressor होता है, psychological stability जो है, functioning है वो change हो जाता है, उनके body पे, उनके face पे भी ये सारी चीजें दिखने लगती है. तो यौगिक प्रैक्टिसेस के द्वारा, जो कि होलिस्टिक टूल के रूप में हम यौगिक प्रैक्टिसेस को यूज करते हैं, तो यहाँ पे आसन, प्राणायाम, मेडिटेशन एंड ध्यान रिलैक्सेशन टेक्निक के द्वारा उनको बूस्ट किया जाता है. इनके यहाँ पे जो डेली लाइफ में जो करवाया, जो मैंने करवाया है, ऑलमोस्ट 20 to 30 मिनट ऑफ आसनास करवाए गए, डिफरेंट टाइप ऑफ आसनास, 10 मिनट्स ऑफ प्राणायाम, 10 मिनट्स ऑफ माइंडफुलनेस मेडिटेशन एंड यौगिक काउंसलिंग और सत्संग, especially for mantra chanting. There are many research support clinical trials I mentioned in my paper which prove this. So conclusion is, menopause marks a transformative phase in women's life, characterized not only by physical and hormonal changes but also by profound emotional and psychological challenges. Mood swings, anxiety, depression and cognitive fluctuation are commonly reported during this period. So we have to aware each and every woman to practice yoga or mindfulness meditation, so that they feel their life in similar way to everyone. In conclusion, integrating yogic practices into the lives of menopausal women offers a sustainable, culturally rooted and transformative strategy for enhancing their emotional well-being and mental resilience. As both a preventive and therapeutic modality, yoga holds immense potential to support women through the menopausal transition, contributing not only to personal well-being but also a broader societal health and productivity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, and it's a wonderful overall presentation. Now I would like to invite the co-chair, Professor S.K. Ray. Please give our closing remarks.
सारे थ्री प्रेजेंटर्स को नमस्कार. एक्चुअली बहुत ही माने जैसे बोलते हैं ना, दिल को छूने वाला टॉपिक था. ऑल द थ्री टॉपिक्स आर वेरी क्लोज. So first, coming to the first speakers, first presenter Sunu, it was very, actually she told that this is not our main topic, but this is a topic of interest. But actually this is a very current topic. That is what also the professors are told. The stress in the PhD research, जहां से हमको ज्ञान मिलता है, ज्ञान से शांति मिलना चाहिए. But ज्ञान से जो हमारा क्यों इतने स्ट्रेस बढ़ रहा है, why you are getting so much getting towards that anticipation, we want to publish in this much impact factor journal, I want to publish, that first has to be delineated, and making the quality of life to improve along with the PhD. Thank you for, actually congratulations to you for taking such a relevant topic, and because you are a PhD scholar and taking the topic and speaking here, actually very, very touched. The second topic by Priyanka Jain. So big salute to you. Monica Jain. Sorry, Monica, I'm sorry. Kindly forgive me. So very touching actually. We have to be patriot. I think the highest form of intelligence is, or intellectualness actually comes with patriotism. सारे धर्म का श्रेष्ठ धर्म है patriotism. तो आपका टॉप में वो पूरा खुशबू आया. जो बार बार आप बोलते थे ये ड्रीम ड्रीम ड्रीम, ये जो खुशबू आपने जो फैला है, ये बहुत बहुत दूर तक फैले। आपको भी बहुत प्योर से हमारा तरफ से रिगार्ड, एंड आपके सुपरवाइजर को भी हमारा बहुत रिगार्ड। थैंक यू फॉर टेकिंग।
सर मैं बहुत इमोशनल हूँ बीएसएफ को लेके।
Actually everyone should be emotional, because of them only we are staying. So thank you so much, and beautiful finding. I like the flexibility of mind is the one that is reducing. That is very, very, very touching. The third topic is also is a topic. वो बोलते हैं ना घर घर का topic है. And how actually it's a very beautiful thing to look at it. These are evolutionary processes. Like we got like coming puberty and getting into menopause is a very evolutionary process. Anuj, thank you for taking this. Anuja Kumari taking this topic. We have to see that being it is an evolutionary process, quite a stress has come. And if you look back, and you beautifully said that the females, those who are living lonely, they are suffering more. That means it is also somehow related to societal effect on the, or it's epigenetic or a societal effect. So overall, actually, we are grateful to Papuri Madam for holding such a beautiful conference. I think Dipesh sir told, bringing all of together and doing it wonderfully. Sir, now I get to Dipesh sir. Sir, kindly.
Thank you so much for wonderful closing remarks, and I'm very much thankful to Papuri Madam. That's beautifully all the this entire session, that mental health, this technical session was so much imbibed and so much resonating, and each and every presenter was, I think, was very much interested to deliver something which they have done personally, they have experienced personally. So thank you so much for giving me opportunity to be a chair and to look at this entire session. I hope this session might be very useful for the audience. Over to you. Thank you.
So my heartfelt thanks to you, Dr. Dipeshwar Singh, as a chairperson, and my colleague, Professor S.K. Ray, as the co-chairperson, for wonderfully conducting this session on yoga and mental health. I owe it to you as well as our partners for, in fact, making us possible in holding this and coming up with such exciting work to be presented by presenters. And thanks to our honorable speakers. So it was, really humbling, as Professor Ray said. Both speakers, Professor Harish Dement and Dr. Naveen KH, for their insightful deliberations and the unique way of conducting the session. We really liked it, and maybe it's an clue that we also need to change with time. With this, and then this is only the beginning. Dr. Dipeshwar Singh.
Yes, please.
We hope we will, come up with much, elaborate endeavors in future.
Sure.
With this, I thank you once again.
Thank you.
We conclude this session and move ahead to the next technical session, that is a technical session 3, which is on yoga and spiritual health. The chairperson for this session is Professor Suresh Lal Barnwal from Universality University, Haridwar, and the co-chair is Dr. Rudra Bhandari from Patanjali University, Haridwar. We have the speakers, Dr. Namal Bandara, a consultant of complementary treatment from Sri Lanka, and we have Asim Pulshestra, Dr. Asim Pulshestra from Dev Sanskriti University, Haridwar. So may I request Dr. Nayanmani Gogoi to kindly introduce our chair and co-chairperson.
Sorry,
Yes.
Okay. Jaisa. Okay, just next. I hope I'm audible. Thank you, Papuri ma'am. So now I take this opportunity to welcome and introduce our chairperson and co-chairperson. Our chairperson, Professor Suresh Lal Barnwal. Professor Barnwal is the Dean, Faculty of Yoga and Health, Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, Shantikunj, Haridwar. Professor Barnwal has also served as the head of the Department of Human Consciousness and Yogic Science, Dev Sanskriti University for more than 20 years. Sir has published many research articles in reputed journals and served as resource person in various important national and international conferences in yoga. He has also been a disciple of Acharya Shri Ram Sharma and served as a full-time volunteer in Shantikunj. Professor Barnwal was also associated with Brahmagaj Shodh Sansthan, Haridwar. Our co-chairperson, Dr. Rudra Bhandari, he is the Associate Professor, Department of Yoga Science, University of Patanjali, papers in reputed journals, written articles and book chapters. He has also developed course curriculum content, designed and validated yoga protocols. He is the academic editor of the journal Human Behavior and Emerging Technologies by Willy. He has also fulfilled consultancy project on online yoga intervention as tertiary prevention of psychological comorbidities in COVID-19 survivors, funded by the Department of Science and Technology. Dr. Bhandari has also membership in the American Psychological Association and had fulfilled many administrative roles in the University of Patanjali and other institutions. So I hand over this session to Professor Barnwal and Dr. Rudra Bhandari. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Can we start? Can we start, madam?
Yes, Professor Barnwal, please start. You can introduce the speakers. Please introduce the speakers.
So I'm very grateful to Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Star and all senior faculty of your university who have done very great job. They combined the different university in a platform and to impart the knowledge in different ways. So especially Papuri ma'am done many effort to collect the things, and today we are here to present different way. So firstly, I welcome to our speakers. They all are on. I think they are related to Dev Sanskriti Vishwavidyalaya, our alumnus mostly. So and now they are working in different role. Dr. Damal Bandra, he did his PhD from here, and after completing the PhD, started his job at Sri Lanka in different way, and we know that he is basically related to complementary specialist mind vidya and different exercises. Complementary practices related to physical and mental element is the specialization of his field, and his research also depend upon this area. He has published many significant research articles and some chapter writing also. Actually, today he want to give vagus nerve and anti-psychotic topics, and another my colleagues and my head of department, Dr. Asim Suresh, associate professor of my department, and he the I think one pioneer person, and he doing the work in the yogic field last more than 17 years, and he completed so many works like research paper, some books, and he published in a very reputed journal. I welcome to both speakers, and his topic is yoga and spiritual health. So welcome to both speakers to giving the insight of on the topic. I welcome also our co-chairperson, Dr. Rudra Bhandari, He is working at Patanjali Vishwavidyalaya right now. I am very proud to say that he is also the my alumnus. He completed master degree in PhD from here, and now he's serving the University of Patanjali last, I think, 15 years about. So he is also very near my heart to me, and I welcome to him in this very good session. Rest of the presenter I will include later. So just I request to Dr. Namal Bandra, please start your presentation.
Well, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And am I audible to you?
Yes, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So it's a special thanks for the Tezpur University and the organizing committee. A special thanks to Dr. Chinmay sir as well for recommending me, and Dr. Suresh Bandrawat. Thank you very much. So I will share the slide with you now. Is it possible to see the slide?
Now it's okay. It is magnified.
Okay, we can see now.
Yes, it's visible. Okay. You can magnify your slide, right?
Yeah, this is the slide. Yeah, it's in full screen now. Shall I continue?
Yes, yes, continue.
Okay, so the topic that I wanted to discuss is about...
That now your slide is visible, it will be better if you magnify it. Thank you.
It's not magnified.
Put it in slideshow mode.
In slides?
Please keep it in slideshow mode. That's it.
Just in slides like this? I'm not getting
while,
it. Can you...
while sharing up अपना entire screen share कीजिए. Please share your entire screen. And then only
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Not yet.
Now?
प्रेजेंट नाउ का ऑप्शन में जाइए, वहां पे एंटायर स्क्रीन का ऑप्शन चूज कीजिए. आपका प्रेजेंटेशन अभी नहीं हुआ है.
Wait, entire screen. Share.
पहले प्रेजेंट कर दें आप, पहले शेयर करिए, फिर उसको एंटायर स्क्रीन करिए.
I think you can see it now.
Yes.
Yes, perfect.
Okay, yeah. Sorry for the delay. So the topic that I'm tasked with is yoga and spirituality, and I thought that I should consider the modern detritus of it. So the idea was to emerge the topic of human consciousness, the vagus nerve, and the antipsychotics which are using these days in this modern world. So if you take human consciousness as its simplest, it consists of internal and external existence. So it also refers to the state of being aware of able to think about oneself and the environment. It encompasses a wide range of experiences, including perception, thoughts, emotion, intention, and self-awareness. So these are five things that human consciousness is composed of. So if you put the external existence away for a while, the features of consciousness are of five. Awareness of four. Awareness, the ability to perceive and respond to the internal and external stimuli. The wakefulness, the state of alertness, distinguishing it from sleep or unconscious state. The self-reflection, the capacity to think about one's thoughts, feelings, and identity. And then intentionality is the direction and attention
one, attention and the action towards a specific goal and objects. So these are the four things that consciousness is composed of. And when it comes to spirituality, without these four concepts, four parts, consciousness is not complete. So all the four parts of consciousness have to come into line for a person to achieve the highest state of bliss. So if that highest state of bliss is not achieved, or these four categories are not fulfilled into a good, healthy state, you might come across psychological disorders. Now, a psychological disorder is also known as a mental disorder or a psychiatric disorder. And it's defined as a clinical significant disturbance in an individual's cognition, emotion, and behavior. So generally in psychology, we consider three very important things: the cognition, the emotionality, and the behavior. Features of psychological disorders. There are 5 very important features. First is the disturbance in mental functioning. It includes abnormalities, like a person who has a disorder will be having emotions, perception, and behavioral changes. Then you have dysfunction. It has the interference with the ability to perform day-to-day life. So a disorder is usually when a psychological condition starts to affect the body, and then the entire body becomes dysfunctioning. Then the third one is distress, causing significant subjective suffering to the individual. So you contemplate on your suffering and you think and overthink, and it will become a severe distress. Then we have deviation from social norms. When it is extreme, the person will not fear the social norms, the rules and regulations of that country or culture. Then you have the duration and the severity. The symptoms are persistent and severe enough to make marked impairments. So which means bodily the functions will decrease very heavily, and at that time you will need specific treatments to help the person. And as you can see, our nervous system composes of 2 very important sections: the central nervous system and the peripheral nervous system. The central nervous system is in orange. It consists of the brain and the spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system consists of the yellow parts, which composes of the cranial nerves, spinal nerves, peripheral nerves, and it responds to the sensory neurons and the motor functions. I will not go very deep into this because I just saw some of the earlier lecturers going deep into the nervous system. So I would like to take from the peripheral nervous system, the focus is the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system for my topic. So the sympathetic nervous system is associated with the flight or flight response, and the parasympathetic nervous system is associated with the relaxation, digestion, and regeneration. So these 2 systems are meant to work in a rhythmic alteration, supporting the healthy rhythms and alertness and restfulness that facilitate physical and mental health. So the parasympathetic and the sympathetic nervous system has to function accordingly in a smooth manner for a person to have a rich mental and spiritual health. So if you can see here, the second part of my topic is the vagus nerve. And it is one very important topic that I focused in my PhD as well. The vagus nerve is also known as the vagal nerve. There are many nerves in your parasympathetic system. This system controls specific body functions which are involuntary functions, meaning that you cannot consciously control them. So for example, if you take the breathing, you can consciously control the breathing, but if you don't consciously control, it still breathes. So the lungs work like that, the heart work like that, the liver, the stomach, and the intestines, and the digestive system also works involuntarily. So the parasympathetic nervous system helps in regulating the functions of these organs. Now, if you can see, the vagus nerve supplies the nerves from the brain to all these organs. So generally what we are trying to say is, whatever you put into your mind, it has the ability to reach almost all the organs and alter with their functions. And on the other side, whatever you put into your lungs, your heart, your liver, the stomach, and the intestines will aid the functionality of the brain. So there's a connection between the brain and the organs. This is what is known as the gut-brain axis. And the vagus nerve is a key component of the parasympathetic nervous system responsible for overseeing a range of critical body functions. So mood regulations, immune responses, digestion, involuntary actions, and heart rate. It forms a crucial link between the brain and the gastrointestinal tract, transmitting information about the state of internal organs to the brain. So this is what is known as the gut-brain axis. I will not go deep into it, but the gut-brain axis is increasingly recognized as a therapeutic target for gastrointestinal and psychiatric disorders, such as inflammatory bowel syndrome, depression, and major depression, stress, and anxiety. So various techniques are employed to stimulate the vagus nerve to improve its functions, particularly in the treatment of conditions like a major depressive disorder, which generally helps to lower stress levels and promote overall well-being. A healthy vagus nerve is essential for effective leadership, decision-making during a flight and flight response. However, the function of the vagus nerve can be impaired by stress, depression, anxiety, poor lifestyle, and other factors such as smoking and drinking. So the next question is, how do we maintain healthy vagus activity? So I heard one of the lecturers saying about probiotics and a rich diet. So you need to have a very rich diet, a suitable diet to have a proper vagus nerve. So probiotics are live bacteria that when consumed through certain foods contribute to good health. So probiotics that potentially influence brain functions are often referred to as psychobiotics. Some of these probiotics have been shown to alleviate symptoms of stress, depression, and anxiety. So given that the gut-brain axis is primarily coordinated by the vagus nerve, incorporating probiotic foods into one's diet may enhance the function of functioning of both the vagus nerve and the brain. So you need to have a good gastrointestinal tract with good nourishing food that has probiotics and especially omega-3 rich acids that will give a good gut health. This will indirectly influence the vagus nerve, and it will help increase the dopamine and serotonin pathways. So additionally, two essential marine omega-3 fatty acids, it's eicosapentaenoic acid and docosahexaenoic acid, it's EPA and DPA, are probably found in fish and fish oils. Now, the question that many people ask is, like, most of the Indians are also vegetarian, including me. What happens if we don't eat fish? Well, the solution is, for the vegetarian diets, omega-3 fatty acids are available as alpha-lionic acid, which is known as ALA, a vital nutrient that must be obtained from foods such as green vegetables. Although the body can, however, convert ALA into EPA and DHA, it does so only in a minimal amount. So if you take the green vegetables, the amount of ALA that actually converts to DHA is very less. So that's why they say you need to eat a lot of green vegetables in order to acquire the amount of DHA needed for your body. This will help in your gut health. So while there is limited direct evidence that omega-3 consumption alleviates depression symptoms, omega-3 fatty acids are known to mitigate cardiac-related issues such as elevated heart rates, which are often linked to depression. So notably, some studies indicate that regular omega-3 consumption may reduce the likelihood of depression. So it's a gut-brain axis. So if you provide good health for your heart as well, it will help in alleviating some of the symptoms by increasing more dopamine and serotonin in your body. So how can antipsychotic drugs mask psychological disorders without curing the disease? This is a very important topic which I thought of speaking today, because psychotic drugs and all the drugs that we take in have caused a big problem all around the world. So antipsychotic drugs commonly prescribed for conditions like schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, severe depression, primarily act by altering neurotransmitter activity in the brain, most notably dopamine and serotonin pathways. It only aids the the flow of the dopamine and serotonin pathways. It does not produce dopamine or serotonin. So these medications are effective in reducing or controlling symptoms such as hallucinations, delusions, agitations, and mood swings. However, this is the most important part, which I wanted to say. These drugs do not address the root cause of the mental disorder they are prescribed for. Instead, they suppress or mask the problem. So it's like a mask. It covers the problem, offering symptomatic relief rather than promoting true recovery or resolution of the underlying psychological, emotional, or cognitive disturbances. This is why they are often required to be taken long term. Discontinuing the medication usually results in re-emerging of the symptoms. So if these drugs are stopped halfway, it becomes a serious problem because these drugs has to be tailed off properly. And most of the people get addicted and becomes a serious issue, and it only masks the problem. So also you should understand that drugs do not typically address the contributing factors such as trauma, unresolved emotions, and conflicts, because trauma and unresolved emotional conflicts are from the environment. So you have to address these things separately. Drugs cannot give a cure. Cognitive distortions or maladaptive thought patterns. These are thought patterns that one has in brains, and drugs cannot change them. And then you have a stressful environment or lifestyle imbalances. So by focusing mainly on symptom control, antipsychotic treatment risks overlooking the importance of holistic, psychotherapeutic, and lifestyle-based interventions. So that's where the yoga comes in, the yogic concept, the philosophies and the parts of yoga, and it will help alleviate problems, and it just does not mask the problem, it will treat the root cause. So this is a yogic psychotherapy model that I've made during my PhD. So it starts with holistic counseling. So one person has to talk to the person who's suffering from any sort of a psychological disease. Of course, you can't get the person into a spiritual lifestyle as soon as possible. So counseling is very important. Then there are three things: that Shatkarma interventions, asana interventions, and the pranayama interventions. So these belong to the biological perspective. It affects the body directly. And the yogic hypnosis interventions, that is subconscious psychology, that is psychological perspective. So there are some yogic hypnosis interventions such as the PET, pranic energization technique, the sound minds resonance techniques, and the newly devised techniques that's proven to be very useful in psychological disorders. And it will eventually help the person to reach a better spiritual lifestyle. And then you have the behavioral adjustments that should be introduced from day one. We generally talk about the yamas and the niyamas in this state, and the dietary changes, and the introduction of sattvic diet, which I actually discussed with the yogic diet. And then as an intervention, the Panchakosa perspective and the intervention is very much needed to help cure a patient or a person and help him to reach a more spiritual lifestyle. So as we all know, these are the Panchakoshas: Dhanamaya Kosha, Pranamaya Kosha, Manomaya Kosha, Vijnanamaya Kosha, and Anandamaya Kosha. So they say that every disease starts with the mind. So helping or alleviating the symptoms of the mind and bringing it to a blissful state will help the person reach a more spiritual lifestyle. And other practices, the yogic psychotherapy package involves yoga, deep breathing, pranayama, meditation, chanting, and laughter. So practice of yoga asana not only helps adjust muscles that directly interact with the vagus nerve, but also burns excess calories, promotes loss of fat, and balance hormones. Like other physical exercises, mind-body practices such as yoga improves general physical function, and so on. So this has been mentioned even before in the lectures, that it improves the serotonin level. So serotonin is a neurotransmitter that plays a crucial role in the mood, sleep, appetite, and regulation. Low levels of serotonin are often associated with depression and anxiety. And to practice yoga asana regularly helps in the stress reduction. Yoga reduces cortisol levels. It's a stress hormone which indirectly boosts serotonin levels by creating a more balanced hormonal environment conducive to serotonin production. Same thing has to be mentioned about dopamine. So generally we say that dopamine and serotonin are the happy hormones that makes a person feel good. And then we come to meditation, which is one very important part of yoga, and it's a journey towards a blissful state. So meditation practices such as mindfulness or transcendental meditation activates the parasympathetic nervous system, enhancing the rest and digestive state while reducing the sympathetic activity. So it evidently lowers the cortisol levels, increases the gray matter density in the brain areas, improves emotional ability, attention, and cognitive clarity, and it enhances the activity of the vagus nerve, which is crucial for the mood regulation and social engagement. And then chanting. So most people actually ask me, how can chanting help? So chanting is also one kind of meditation with focus. So chanting produces a rhythmic vocal sound that stimulates the vagal afferent pathways, directly affecting the autonomic nervous system. It also synchronizes the breath sound, promoting relaxation and focus. So evidently it reduces anxiety and depressive symptoms, balances the limbic system, improves the heart variability, and induces a meditative trance-like state, fostering inner calm and positive emotions. So, and then laughter. Now we have laughing yoga these days, and it's very effective. So laughter triggers the release of endorphins, a natural mood elevator, and activates brain regions associated with pleasure and reward. And it also lowers cortisol and epinephrine and reduces the stress. Enhances immune functions by boosting natural killer cells. It increases social bonding chemicals like oxytocin, reducing feelings and isolation and loneliness. So oxytocin is a chemical that bonds with loneliness and feeling of isolation. If you have more oxytocin in your body, you will feel good. So laughter and laughing yoga is one good example of it, one good practice. Improves respiratory functions and oxygenation, benefits both mind and the body. So the breath retention, and this was said earlier by teacher Baldwaj sir, and it's the Chalevatam Chale Chittam. So it translates: when the breath is unsteady, the mind is unsteady. When the breath is steady, the mind is steady, and the yogi becomes stable. And the pranayamas that one should practice when they are stressed will be Kapalabhati, Nadi Shuddhi, Shitali, Brahmari, and the full yogi breathing in this pattern. It will help you alleviate any depressive, stress, or anxiety symptoms. So different forms of pranayama activates both branches of the autonomic nervous system, leading to positive changes in oxygen consumption, metabolism, and skin resistance. For instance, pranayamic breath characterized by brief inhalation and breath retention significantly increases oxygen consumption and metabolic rate, while pranayamic breathing with prolonged breath retention has shown to lower both oxygen consumption and metabolic rate in some studies. So generally, you start with the Kapalabhati. It will introduce the rapid flight and flight response, and yogic breathing will introduce the parasympathetic activation, which gives a good vagal tone. Brahmari pranayama will also induce a good vagal tone since it vibrates vocal cords with the sound of a humming bee. Since the area of the neck is a vagal tone activation, Brahmari pranayama is an immensely great technique to relieve stress, depression, and anxiety. Due to this fact, pranayama helps resonate an ideal frequency for stimulating of the vagus nerve. So these are the 5 types of prana. I think everyone knows: Udan, Pranan, Saman, and Apan, and Gyan. And generally, for a blissful state of life, the Taittiriya Upanishad describes the 5 koshas, which are often equated with the 3 bodies, which covers the Atma, or the soul. So the Sthula Sarira, or the gross body, belongs to the Annamaya kosha. The Sukshma Sharira, or the subtle body, composes of the Pranayama kosha, Manamaya kosha, and the Vijnanamaya kosha. And the Karma Sarira belongs to the Anandamaya kosha, with its state of bliss.
So by gathering the Panchakosha and treating them separately and giving the needs for the Panchakosha, one can integrate an approach of yoga therapy which combines the practices of each kosha or layer to treat all diseases. This affects all the components and the compositions that govern the body and structure to provide a healthy body and mind. So once a person gets a healthy body and mind, and when it reaches a blissful state, one can be considered as a spiritual human being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Namal. And I would like to call Dr. Singh present your lecture. Dr. Singh is there? Question will be taken after the completing the lecture. No? You can give your question in chat box also.
Okay, sir.
Asim ji?
I will start. Let me close.
आवाज मिस हो रही क्या आपकी किसी में?
Sir, can I ask a question?
Yes.
Okay. Not now. After the deliberation of Professor Asim, you will be in position to ask the question. Thank you. Dr. Asim, please ensure your microphone, please. You are not audible.
Now,
it's all right.
So, first of all, thanks to the University of Tezpur, and I am very thankful to the Vice Chancellor, Professor Samuna Singh, chairperson, co-chairperson, and of session, and also the organizing committee chairperson, co-chairperson, and all the person who did the work for this wonderful webinar. So before starting the my topic, I would like to chant a prayer. If you chant with me, you can chant. Otherwise, I will start. I am going to start the one small prayer for the happiness and health for all of us. So just gently close your eyes. Inhale, exhale. Asato ma sadgame. तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमे मृत्योर्मामृतं गमे हे मां असत मार्ग से मुझे ले चलो सत मार्ग की ओर प्रभु अंधकार से मुझे ले चलो मृद प्रकाश की ओर प्रभु विनाश से मुझे ले चलो नव विकास की ओर आप सभी बहुत बहुत हार्दिक अभिनंदन स्वागत है एंड बिफोर स्टार्टिंग माय लेक्चर आई एम नॉट गोइंग टू डिलीवर विद द PPT which I have already shared with you just because the topic is related to the yogic practices and the spiritual health. So just I would like to first of all discuss about the spiritual health. So the word when we discuss about the spiritual, so spirituality principally related with our inner self. So if we discuss about our inner self, but we cannot move on without the body only for inner self. So there are two principal components for the spiritual health. First is body, mind, and second is the soul or our emotions. So principally when we discuss about the spiritual health, spirituality, So first of all, we have to think one thing is very much important for our life, that why and how we took birth on this universe, or how we come this existence. So principally, if we will look that we are so many person here in this webinar, and if you look to everyone, then we each and every person have a different behavior. Each and every person have a different thinking process. Each and every person have a different type of the choices, different type of the different planning, different type of the thinking process, different type of the emotions, different type of the feelings. So principally, first of all, we have to think that if we come to this universe and start to do any, then in the ancient world or in the ancient test, it has been seen that the human being used to birth, they took birth two purpose principally. First is bhog and second is upward. Bhog is related with the materialistic word. Materialistic word means whatever we used to do with our family, with our friends, with our for the cultivation of our physical health, for the happiness of our physical life, that is related with the bhog. And the second thing is upward. Upward means mukti. Mukti means just liberate from everything. Just move on for the first implication in our life. So first of all, to start the word bhog. So how we can understand the word bhog, or which bhog word means whatever we used to do in our life, daily work, our duties, our responsibilities, whatever things used to came simultaneously in our life. So this means that the thing happened in our life without no, because I switched the slide. Because of time, no problem. Okay, the slide is not required. So principally the thing related with the things which are related with our life, that is the book is related with the our physical. Physical means physical work means whatever we are doing, we are related with our families, with our duties, whatever responsibilities we used to do in our daily routine. That is the bhog, and bhog have essential thing in our life. Every person needs to do the action or bhog because of the sanskar. So sanskar is the person just bring impressions with his or her birth. It means when person used to birth, he has some own past impressions, own past memory, own some own, and his. If I will say one word, but every person have some history related with the previous life. So principally, according to the previous life, we this birth in this universe, and then we used to do work or action. That's why there are different categories of the human being in the same world. There are so many different things happening in the same world. So first of all, we have to understand that spirituality means to recognize ourselves, to recognize who am I, to recognize how I can do how I can survive a life better in this world. And the second thing is, when a person understands such type of thing, then he needs to understand that how I can move on from this bounded universe. So principally, when a person start to move on for this bounded universe, then a small possibility happen in his or her life for the spiritual development. So this is the basic fundamental of the spiritual development, and when it happen in any other life, in any one's life, then one thing has happened. Then there are two or three of the suktis in the Vedas. Vasudev Kutumbakam, Kutumbakam means university of the family. No, we are all here, and person is just there are some people are connected from out of the country. Some people are very far from each other, and we are still connecting to talk on one point and how it is possible to move on our life with the pain, the sorrow, with the different the difficulties in the life, and how we can achieve happiness, wellness, the different of the stability in our life, which can be lead to the peacefulness of full life. So principally, the motto of the spiritual health is this: we can achieve the spirituality in our own self. So first of all, recognition of ourself and strengthening of our. So principally, the next thing is which used to developed by a person, that is the intellect. Intellect means which is where things are wrong, where the things are right, where I have to move on, where I have to withdraw. So principally, if a person used to understand what is the good, what is the bad, where I have to move, where I have to withdraw. So principally, when a person used to start this type of practices, and slowly, spiritual health come into his or her life automatically. There is no need to do any other things, any such type of the practice. But now the role of yoga, the important part, that role of the so principally, if I will ask anyone, what are the components of the life? So anyone tell me what are the components of the life? Okay. So principally, components of the life. Here are some things that come into your mind. Components of the my life means first of all my body. Without body, I cannot the life. And thing is, if I discuss about the body, when I think about the body, then our senses used to come in. The first senses means the whatever we are feeling, we are doing, what we are experiencing, the experience used to come to collect your mind, and whatever experience is collected into mind, we used to behave in the same manner. So principally, body and mind interrelated with each other. So principally, and the mind, after the mind, our emotions used to come for our life. So principally, these three things: the body, mind, and our emotions. And if I will say our emotions, they are connected with the soul. So principally, the role of the yoga is to provide to balance all these three component of the life. So principally, all the heart yogic practices which we are doing from the morning, or so many lectures, so many research papers, so many presentations have been completed by different researchers. So principally, yogic practices give start to balance the physical stability. They provide us physical stability. They just slowly, it is a process of learning. So first of all, when you start to balance the physical body, then when a person used to balance the physical body, then the stability of the mind is possible. And when the stability of mind is possible, then the control over the emotions. So principally, the last one is the spiritual health. So the journey start from the physical level, mental level, and then spiritual level. So yoga provide the techniques for every level of the body, every level of the category of the life. So principally, the body, mind, and our emotions are interconnected, and practice yogic practices used to give all these three things for our life. Now, one more and very much important question arises in our mind, that if only yogic practices are responsible for the spiritual development, then if a person who is not doing the yogic practice, then it is not possible to get a spiritual well-being in his or her life. So the thing is that every person who took the birth, he is doing the yogic practices. He is doing the yoga if he knows or don't knows, because every person wants to live happy, every person wants to be live healthy. It means if a person used to live healthy, happy, it means he is trying to do the practice. yoga in his or her life, because there are different categories of the yogic practices. When they are the part of the Hatha Yoga. When we discuss about the Karma Yoga, then they are the different kind of practices. When we used to do the practice of Raj Yoga, then there are different kind of the practices. When if we discuss about the Mantra Yoga, then they are the different kind of the practices. So it means there are so many categories, there are so many levels of the practices. It depends of the level of the person. A person, according to his or her choice, can adopt the practices, and he or she can develop the spiritual level for the inner self, spiritual level for his or her own self. Now, with the with one reference of the Dhammapad, I would like to close my session. There is a Dhammapad related with the Buddha philosophy. In Dhammapad 254, there is a reference related with the spiritual development. The word says that Akasena Padamnathi Natropahara. Akasena Padamnathi, it means that there is no footfalls in the sky. There is no spiritual development outside from the body, outside from the life. So principally the thing is this: if we want to develop our own path, if we want to develop our spiritual level, then we have to do the practice for ourselves. We cannot follow the other person path or other person principles. We have to just understand our own strength, our own capacity, and just choose the right path. And with the help of any master, and any with the help of the any knowledgeable person, we have to move on this path. So it will be helpful for everyone and every person. So maybe that how the yoga practices can develop the spiritual well-being, spiritual health for one person. And this is the main purpose. And maybe if a person used to do the practice, and one thing which I want to share with all of you, that there are three things: the sadhak, sadhan, and sadhi. Sadhak means our own self, sadhan means the mean, sadhi means the objective. If we want to achieve the objective, then we have to use the proper mean, and also ourselves should be perfect. So when we can achieve the right, so principally if we want to achieve the right goal, we have to choose the right mean, we have to also do the practice with our own self, so the results will came out. So principally, if we want to get the results, we have to follow the particular mean, and then we can get the particular result which are written in the texts. So I think that it is enough for the development of a spiritual health related with yogic practice. I would like to finish. Thank you very much. If anyone have any question, he can ask.
Now the question answer time. So if anyone have any question from these two sessions, so ask the question, raise the hand and ask the question.
Monica Chen, please ask your question. You have raised your hand.
Monica Chen is there?
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. I want to ask question to Dr. Naman, who has presented on vagus nerve, and I am working on some cases who are suffering with insomnia. So I want to ask him how Yoga Nidra and vagus nerve is connected if we give Yoga Nidra, and what should be the frequency, and is there any effect of Yoga Nidra on vagus nerve or insomnia or other conditions like related with neurology?
When it comes to vagus nerve, Yoga Nidra is very effective because it's one of the subconscious psychological practices. More than that, during our practice, we have found out that the pranic energization technique is more effective. So, it has to be done by a qualified person, of course. And during the time of the resolution in psychology, that there's a resolution section that you give a patient when you're giving the instruction. You have to be very careful, and you can take the topic and say that you will sleep like a baby tonight. I mean, these things has to be given properly, and it's very effective. Yoga Nidra is very effective, yes, but more than that, the pranic energization technique has been even more effective in insomnia. When it comes to other psychological disorders, if it is severe, we don't give Yoga Nidra. If it is somewhat moderate, then we do. Because sometimes if the person has overwhelmed thoughts, if you take them into a point, they might overthink at that point. So this is what we have found out in our practice.
Thank you, sir.
So now we can on to research paper presenter. We have two presenters, Professor Michael Was, Global Management Institute, Mumbai. Topic: Awakening the Mind, Yoga, Meditation, and Conscious Living, a systematic review. Another is Dipankar Kumar. He is also our alumni from the Viswanath, and the topic of his impact of Surya consciousness based Panch Kosha yogic technique on stress level in patients with hypertension. So I request to Professor Michael Was, please present your research paper.
Namaste. I'd like to thank Tezpur University for having me over here today. My name is Michelle Vaz. I have been teaching yoga from 2004 at the Yoga Institute, Santa Cruz East. And it has been a great joy for me to be able to work on this paper today. I have sent a PPT to the organizers. I wonder whether they can put it on for me.
Yes, madam, we are sharing.
Thank you. Thank you so much. How do I make it big? Or should I do it on my screen? If I share my screen, would you be able to help me out?
Professor Michelle, it's okay. You can go for your further deliberation. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Okay.
Madam, we have shared your slide and you can proceed.
Sir, I have shared, but I cannot see it because it is very small on my screen. But I can go to mine and I will just do it.
You can pin that thumbnail where the presentation is going on. Just see there is one pin. So pin it in your screen, then it will be large.
Right, right. But everybody else's pictures are also coming at the same time. So maybe I have to unpin everyone else. Anyway, I can start from my screen.
This is your first slide, Michelle?
Yes, sir. This is my first slide.
So
this is a correct slide. This is a correct slide. It has only got the title and it's.
Okay, okay. So please continue if possible. Otherwise, you can share on.
So shall we stop presenting, ma'am, and you will present yourself?
No, you can continue presenting. If everyone else can get it big, that's fine. I will go through from my slide, okay?
Okay, okay, please kindly proceed.
Right. Now, looking at the first slide, we have seen that the title is there, Universality of Yoga for Health and Progress. My topic is yoga and spiritual health. My paper is titled Awakening the Mind, Yoga, Meditation, and Conscious Living. I will be talking about each of these aspects, which is about the mind, about yoga, about meditation, and consciousness. So, very quickly, Winston Churchill said, "Fear is a reaction, courage is a decision." Now, we are living in a scenario where there is so much of disturbance. In the 2000s, we had Buko, which was talking about a very volatile situation of conditions in society. Later on in the 2020s, we had Bani. Bani also talks about difficult situations in the organizations as well as in society as well as in personal life. Now, how can we take charge of all of this? It is all outside of us. We are not able to understand what has to be done on a day-to-day basis when such a lot of disturbances and such a lot of crises keep happening in the world around us. So, in this context of Bani, Winston Churchill had said this: fear is a reaction. People tend to react with fear, whereas we need to make a decision to be courageous. Now, yoga has a very good way, and it has become universal today, that everyone is using yoga for good, for mental health, spiritual health, emotional health, and physical health. And yoga as a discipline aimed at integrating mind, body, and spirit to achieve the state of enlightenment. It has experiential and measurable outcomes. So, as a research paper, we don't want to just talk in the air. We would like to know how is it going to help us. So, in this case, we want to know that since it is experiential, people are able to experience it and give a result of what they have experienced. We can also measure these outcomes. There are so many different ways in which outcomes can be measured today. So statistically, there is SPSS, which even if you take literature review, you are able to look at the construct and you can able to see the variables. You can measure these, and then you can transfer it into a pie chart and get some kind or any kind of chart and get some reading as to what is the actual situation. So we have done that. I mean, there is Sky research, that is Sudarshan Kriya of Art of Living. It has been conducted by Harvard, and they have done a review on meditation and meditation techniques. And so I will be at the end of this, explaining my key points. I will be explaining to you part of what this research is talking about. So, as I said, it is experiential, it is measurable, and has measurable outcomes. Yogic philosophy speaks of universal truths that can be incorporated into any belief system. All yoga practices have the same goal or destination: the discovery and development of human potential. So, the definition is varied. Different people have given different definitions, but all of them tie up in the end very beautifully. So, as a union, it is a union between Jivatma and Paramatma. So, the individual self and the cosmic self. Samadhi has been given by Patanjali. Maharishi Patanjali has said yoga is Samadhi. So, to explain Samadhi, you'll have to understand many, many concepts in yoga. But to understand it, first of all, we need to be able to know what is mind and how mind works and how we take control of the mind, and how having a fixed mind, fixed concept of the mind, we are able to now notice, go beyond the mind to see what is there, which is not mind. Mind is, and we go to the next point, mind is, okay, so the definition will cover union, samadhi, sadhana, equanimity of mind, skill or dexterity of action. However, the limitation of this study is material pursuit. By nature, man wants to, is attracted to material aspects of life. And to that extent, we are limited in achieving the spiritual aspects. So if we want to achieve more spiritual, we'll have to do a little bit of vairagya and give up all these other aspects, in pursuit of spiritual understanding. The Bhagavad Gita says, we not only understand the character of those who are not deluded by material energy, but we also begin to see how the power of God can be recognized around us. So many people will say, you are talking about God, but nobody knows whether there is God, there isn't God. Look at what is happening in the world today. They will say, can you show me God? Okay. Now, the philosophers have given a very good way of understanding that to be able to see God, you have to be qualified. A little bit of practice is required to grow in spirituality. So, in order to see or perceive God, one must be qualified. The Lord will reveal himself when and to whom he chooses. He is also the master of the universe. He is not, a slave to us and what we want. So, we have to be able to develop ourselves so that we are in a preparatory stage to be able to see him. God is not material and cannot be seen with material eyes. However, God can be seen from within by spiritual eyes that are opened by spiritual development. Until then, one has no qualification for such vision and must therefore develop the right attitude if they expect to perceive the truth and the Supreme Being's existence. So, in order to give more substance to what has just been said, I have done a literature review of many beautiful books by wonderful authors who have gone into depth on all these different topics. Very clearly, they have given the answers to these questions. So, if anybody would like, you can look at the literature review, you can look at the references that have been given and quoted. And I will be later on also adding a whole lot of bibliography which will give all aspects, an understanding of all aspects related to these topics. Now, until then, we have to just build up the qualification. So, universality of yoga to get real peace. Now, you have given a topic, universality of yoga, and the connection between this and spirituality is that in order to get real peace, we need to understand that the Supreme is the master of material energy. By working within the framework of the Lord's plan for this creation and helping others to do the same is what can make the world a peaceful place where all can live in unity. We have an example today of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. You can see how people, in order to survive, they have come together on different levels to be able to create a more sustainable world. If we could work on this like this in all different ways, it would help us to build up universality and as well as health and mental peace. Now let us talk about the mind. We say awakening the mind. Why is our mind asleep? Now the mind is a material concept. Okay, it is not subjective. It is objective. We can see it. We can touch it. We can't touch it, but we can see it. It is intangible, but yet it is subtle and it is part of the material world. So the sum of total ingredients working for the chitta or mind is the real culprit. So we need to take charge and curb this and totally overcome this. Now Maharishi Patanjali has said in his second sutra, Chittas Vritti Nirodha. He has said clearly that we need to take control and limit the vrittis, the mental modifications of the mind. So now let us understand. To understand this, we need to understand what is mind. We need to watch it. We need to become more familiar with it. So mind is an object. It is observable. It is material. It is part of the external world. It belongs to us, but it is not us. It is not who we are. Just like a house belongs to us, but it is not us. So also our mind. However, awareness can perceive the use of the mind. So awareness requires a high state of mental attention. It requires detachment from the minds of activities and interests. And as a tool, it is a means of deriving information from the external world. So awareness is not like the mind. It has no form or function or movement. It is not located in time or space. It stands apart as a witness, that is a Sakshi Bhav, and it is not affected by action and remains free of good and bad results. Like in the Bhagavad Gita, you see the every karma, every action has an equal opposite reaction, and this continues goes on like a cycle throughout our lives and afterlives and all that. In this case, awareness is not like that. So it has no form or function. It is not located in time or space. It stands apart as a witness, and it is not affected by action. It remains free of good and bad results. So true awareness is pure consciousness. It goes beyond the mental field. It works through the reflection of greater light, a greater consciousness, which alone is understanding and freedom. So Veda. Now we go back to the Vedas, the first earliest books that were written. And in fact, Veda means evidence. So what evidence is there that, when people are expounding all these principles that God is present, that there is a God? So here you will find very good answers. The secret teachings are also in the Upanishads are called Rahasya. They were jealously guarded from the unworthy people, and they were imparted in private to pupils of tried character. As we said right in the beginning, you have to be able to, you have to be in a position to perceive God. So to build up that, you need a lot of practice. So these pupils were of tried character. They had already practiced. And the principle of the Upanishads was not to give it to those who are not tranquil. That means if you have not practiced, you don't deserve to know. And the reasons were like this. So ethical training was taken for granted in the Upanishads. It was feared that indiscriminate broadcasting of the truth, that all is one, might lead to its distortion and bring discredit. So now the student of yoga, or the pupils or the shishya, would, in order to build up his mental capacity, would do dhyana, focus on a fixed object, for gaining direct experience and constantly dwelling on the truth. Now, Max Mueller has said, when we are talking about ethical training, he concludes that goodness and virtue are a sine qua non for the attainment of the highest knowledge, which brings the soul back to its source and to its home and restores it to its true nature. So now when we're talking about yoga, we said something, we talked about meditation, we said about consciousness. So this is about consciousness, that when you are able to attain the highest knowledge, it brings the soul back to its source. So you are able to see the individual self and the true self together. And this brings it home to its source and restores to it its true nature. Now there is Sky research, which I talked about that in the presentation in my paper. So in order to give an explanation of Sky research, I'll just go back to I don't think you'll be able to open my paper. So let me see if I can open it here. Yes, I've got it over here. Just 5 minutes more, not much. A research study was conducted on over 70 independent studies on 4 continents and published in peer-reviewed journals. They have a comprehensive range of benefits from practicing Sudarshan Kriya and accompanying breathing techniques, collectively referred to as Sky. Sudarshan Kriya conducted by Art of Living. Some highlights resulted from that research has been presented. Sky significantly decreases clinical and non-clinical depression. Sky significantly decreases clinical and non-clinical anxiety. Sky significantly decreases cortisol levels, which is a major stress hormone. It significantly greater mental focus in Sky practitioners. Sky enhances immunity and lymphocyte counts. It significantly reduces cholesterol. It healthier blood pressure in Sky participants, normal individuals, and hypertensive participants. Sky significantly reduces PTSD. It significantly enhances Sky participants, and Sky significantly Kriya. It significantly increases the well-being hormone prolactin. It significantly enhances optimism, and it significantly increases life satisfaction with Sky. I have given the link, and so you can research this yourself. There were many expert testimonials um, which have come out along with this study. Um, the chairman of Department of Psychiatry at NIMHANS reported that Sky has remarkably therapeutic effects. Okay, um, he concluded that Sudarshan Kriya has remarkably therapeutic effects, is clinically feasible and effective, has the potential to become a first-line treatment of dysthymic mild depression in patients. It also possibly in mild and moderate forms of major depressive disorder. A summary of the research studies on Sudarshan Kriya in peer-reviewed journals. More than a dozen published studies have documented significant relief from depression in individuals who learn and practice Sky and accompanied breathing techniques. These studies have demonstrated a 67 to 73% success rate in relief from depression, regardless of the severity of depression. These results are experienced rapidly, often within 3 to 4 weeks. The highlights of the research finding: remission from depression is experienced rapidly. Substantial relief was experienced in 3 weeks. By 1 month, individuals were considered to be remission free. At 3 months, the individuals remained asymptomatic and stable, which demonstrate results persisted and cannot be considered a placebo effect. Highlights of research findings finally produced highly beneficial biological effects on the brain and hormone function. The P300 ERP EEG brainwave pattern and NREM brainwave pattern, which measures electrical brainwave activity and are abnormal in many depressed people, return to the normal range by 90 days. Return to healthier hormone levels. Plasma prolactin, a well-being hormone which is believed to be a key factor in producing depression relief, increased significantly after the very first Sky session. So it is also an effective as an antidepressant medication. You may refer to Harvard Health Publishing for this study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle Voss.
Thank you, sir.
I think your slide is incomplete. You presented more than your slide.
Okay.
So I think it's okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
And I invite to next our presenter, Mr. Dipankar. Dipankar, is there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your name is showing differently here. Class Untia. Okay. So start to present.
Pranam to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes. You continue.
My topic is impact of Surya consciousness-based Panchkosh yogic technique on stress level in patient with hypertension.
दीपांकर जी स्लाइड मैग्नीफाई करिए.
फुल स्लाइड कर दो इसको तो ये चलता रहेगा.
Yes.
दीपांकर जी, आप शेयर स्क्रीन में जाके इंटायर स्क्रीन शेयर कीजिए, आ जाएगा। इसको बंद करके फिर से शेयर कीजिए।
So, my topic is impact of Surya consciousness based Panchkosh yogic technique on stress level in patient with hypertension. सर इसमें एब्स्ट्रैक्ट जो हमने इसमें डिजाइन किया था उसमें साइकोसोमेटिक डिसऑर्डर को हमने रखा है, जिसमें मूल रूप से देखा जाता है कि हमारे जो फिजिकल बीमारियां होते हैं, शारीरिक रोग, उसके पीछे कहीं ना कहीं हमारी मानसिक बीमारियां या मानसिक कारण होते हैं। जैसे इसमें कुछ शॉर्ट में देखें हैं तो स्ट्रेस, एंजाइटी, डिप्रेशन, एंगर, लस्ट, ऐसे कुछ मानसिक समस्याएं हैं जिनके कारण हाइपरटेंशन या डायबिटीज या ओबेसिटी या रेस्पिरेटरी से जो भी डिजीजेस होते हैं, गैस्ट्रोइंटेस्टाइनल डिजीजेस, ऐसी बहुत सारी बीमारियां हैं जो कि फिजिकल रूप में दिखती तो जरूर हैं, लेकिन उनके कारण जो होते हैं कहीं ना कहीं हमारे मानसिक रूप में स्थित होते हैं। सूर्य कॉन्शियसनेस को थोड़ा सा संक्षेप में समझे हैं तो स्वामी विशुद्धानंद
सरस्वती, ये स्लाइड आप वहां से शेयर कर रहे हैं या दीपांकर जी कर रहे हैं? इसको मैग्नीफाई करेंगे। कंटेंट्स आर सो कंजस्टेड, नॉट विजिबल। दीपांकर जी, इंश्योर द मैग्निफिकेशन ऑफ द स्लाइड प्लीज।
सॉरी सर,
स्लाइड को बड़ा करिए, स्लाइड शो मोड में रखिए। There is too much content in the slides and it's not visible. न्यू स्लाइड में जाइए, वो आप सही कर रहे थे। एक मिनट जाना।
ठीक है,
नहीं अभी भी नहीं बढ़ा आपकी स्लाइड।
इसको जूम करना है या नेक्स्ट करना है?
जूम करिए, नहीं जूम भी नहीं करना, आपको स्लाइड शो मोड में रखना है।
अच्छा,
फ्रॉम करंट स्लाइड में जाइए ऊपर, वहाँ क्लिक करिए। हाँ ठीक है, नाउ इट्स ओके।
ओके,
बोलिए।
ये स्वामी विशुद्धानंद सरस्वती जी हुए हैं जिन्होंने कि सूर्य कॉन्शियसनेस और सूर्य चिकित्सा पर बहुत बेहतरीन काम इन्होंने किया था। क्योंकि उनके रिसर्च तो पब्लिश नहीं है, लेकिन उनके रिसर्च जो सूर्य कॉन्शियसनेस पर जो उन्होंने काम किए थे उन पर आगे चल कर के गोपीनाथ कविराज जी ने और कई सारे रिसर्चेस इस पर आए थे। तो इसमें कुछ हमने स्टडी जब की तो उससे निकल कर के आती है कि बहुत सारे ऐसे कारण होते हैं हमारे शरीर में जो कहीं ना कहीं सूर्य चक्र में किसी न किसी प्रकार की समस्याएं या विकृतियां होती हैं, जिससे कि हमारा शरीर जो है वो बीमार होता है। हमारा जो प्राकृतिक शरीर है, जो फिजिकल बॉडी है, उसका मूल होता है हमारा सूर्य चक्र, इसे हम नाभि चक्र भी कहते हैं। इसके जागरण के लिए अध्यात्म के क्षेत्र में कई सारी क्रियाएं जैसे सूर्य प्राणायाम, सूर्य नमस्कार, सूर्य उपासना, ये सूर्य रविवार का उपवास, इस प्रकार से कई सारे प्रोसेसेस बताए गए थे। सूर्य चक्र भेदन, सूर्य यज्ञ, ऐसे कई सारे चिकित्सा की पद्धतियां थी जो कि सूर्य से जोड़ करके किए जाते थे, जिससे कि हमारे शरीर के अंदर का सूर्य तत्व बैलेंस रहे। आगे इसमें साइकोसोमेटिक में ऐसा जाता है कि हमारा शरीर और मन दोनों एक दूसरे से इंटरकनेक्टेड है, और आज के मॉडर्न साइंस भी इस चीज़ को बखूबी मानती है कि यदि हमारा मन बीमार होता है तो हमारा शरीर बीमार पड़ता है, और इस प्रकार की समस्याओं को हम सभी साइकोसोमेटिक बीमारियों के रूप में देखते हैं। एक ये छोटा सा मॉडल हमने तैयार किया था, पंचकोश हॉलिस्टिक हेल्थ मॉडल। हमारा शरीर चूंकि तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद से देखें तो तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद में ऐसा बताया जाता है कि हमारा शरीर जो है केवल यही नहीं जो कि हमें दिखता है, बल्कि इसके अलावा भी 4 बॉडी होते हैं। उसमें जो हमें दृष्टिगोचर है वो अन्नमय कोश है, जो कि अन्न से बनता है। दूसरा प्राणमय कोश, जो कि ऊर्जा शरीर कहते हैं। तीसरा मनोमय शरीर है, जो कि मानसिक जो हमारा मन है, जिससे हम सोचते हैं, चिंतन करते हैं, वो हमारा मनोमय कोश है। चौथा जो है वो हमारा विज्ञानमय कोश, और अंतिम जो है आनंदमय कोश है। यदि पांचों के पांचों कोश हमारे सही हैं, इसके ऊर्जा, इसके प्राण एनर्जी जो है वो सही से काम कर रहे हैं, तभी व्यक्ति स्वस्थ माना जाएगा। नहीं तो व्यक्ति यदि फिजिकल बॉडी पर काम करे, बाकी के चारों शरीर यदि बीमार पड़े हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं फिर से वो अचेतन से बीमारियां प्रकट होंगे और बार बार वो समस्याओं को में फंसता रहेगा व्यक्ति। इसलिए हम देखें तो इसमें मॉडल में छोटा संक्षेप में बताया गया कि मूल रूप से 3 शरीर, स्थूल, सूक्ष्म और कारण, ये 3 रूप में हम लोग देखते हैं। स्थूल शरीर को अन्नमय कोश कहा गया है, सूक्ष्म शरीर को प्राणमय कोश और मनोमय कोश कहा जाता है, और अंतिम के जो कोश बचते हैं कारण शरीर, उसमें विज्ञानमय कोश और आनंदमय कोश बताया जाता है। योग ऋषि पंडित श्री राम शर्मा आचार्य ने 13 नंबर वांग्मय, जो कि पंचकोश साधना की उपलब्धियां क्या हैं, उसमें इस विषय में विस्तार से उन्होंने बताया है कि 5 कोश के शुद्धिकरण करके या पंचकोश के जागरण करके हम सभी, जिसे हम कहते हैं कि जेनेटिक बीमारियां हैं, जो असाध्य बीमारियां हैं जिस पर हम काबू नहीं पा सकते हैं, वो इन 5 कोशों पर यदि हम काम करें तो इन 5 कोशों के माध्यम से हम वो असाध्य, जिसे कहते हैं आजकल मॉडर्न भाषा में, उस पर भी हम सभी 100% काबू पा सकते हैं। सूक्ष्म शरीर के लिए हम देखें तो पहले फिजिकल बॉडी के लिए सूर्य नमस्कार, जो इसमें हमने इंटरवेंशन में रखा है। दूसरा, सूक्ष्म शरीर के लिए हमने सूर्य ध्यान, और स्पिरिचुअल जो कारण शरीर है उसके लिए हमने सूर्य यज्ञ का रखा था। आगे इसमें थोड़ी देर में बताऊंगा आपको। इस स्टडी का एम जो रखा गया था वो सूर्य कॉन्शियसनेस बेस, जो हमारा पंचकोश बेस योगिक टेक्निक है, उसे स्ट्रेस लेवल पर देखना, और वैसे लोगों पर जो कि हाइपरटेंशन में रहते हैं, नल हाइपोथेसिस में यूज किया गया था। और रिसर्च डिजाइन में देखें तो प्री पोस्ट रिसर्च डिजाइन इसमें यूज किए गए। इसमें 30 सब्जेक्ट रखे गए थे। क्राइटेरिया इसमें मेल 15 और फीमेल 15 थे। और चूंकि ये हाइपरटेंशन के पेशेंट हैं, तो हाइपरटेंशन नॉर्मल जो है माना जाता है वो लेस देन इक्वल्स टू 140 और ग्रेटर देन इक्वल्स टू 90, ऐसा उसमें देखा जाता है। साइस्टोल और डायस्टोल जो है ये इस लेवल में यदि रहे तो वो नॉर्मल कैटेगरी में देखे जाते हैं। इससे 120/80 mm Hg जो है वो नॉर्मल कैटेगरी में हाइपरटेंशन के आते हैं। इसमें 2 टेस्ट हमने, एक टेस्ट लगाया था स्ट्रेस लेवल को मेजरमेंट करने के लिए, और दूसरा जो ब्लड प्रेशर मेजरमेंट के लिए है वो जो हमारा साधारण मॉनिटर मशीन आती है उससे हमने मेजरमेंट किया था। इंटरवेंशन में हमने कुछ इसमें प्रोसेस बनाए थे कि सुबह जो है ढीला हल्के कपड़े पहन करके गायत्री मंत्र का उच्चारण करते हुए सूर्य नमस्कार करना है, और उसके बाद 5 मिनट रिलैक्सेशन के बाद जब माइंड कंसंट्रेट हो जाए, इसे करने के लिए आंखों को बंद करके भगवान उगते हुए सूर्य का ध्यान करते हुए 10 मिनट ओमकार की चैंटिंग, ये अपनी आती आती श्वासों पर ध्यान रख करके मन को एकाग्र करने की एक छोटी सी विधि थी सूर्य ध्यान के अंतर्गत। और अंत में एक 5 मिनट का छोटा सा यज्ञ था जिसमें ओम सूर्याय स्वाहा इदम सूर्याय इदम नमः ऐसा 5 आहुति सूर्य भगवान को अर्पित करके शांति पाठ, ऐसा क्रम रोज 15 मिनट का 20 मिनट का इसमें क्रम बनाया गया था। इस प्रोसेस को लगभग 3 महीने तक चलाया गया और इसमें बहुत ही बेहतरीन रिजल्ट देखने को मिले। टी टेस्ट इसमें अप्लाइड किए गए और 0.05 लेवल पर जब इसकी सिग्निफिकेंसी जांच की गई तो उसमें ये डाटा हम सबके सामने है। प्री जब हमने नापा था स्ट्रेस लेवल तो 73.36 और जो सिग्निफिकेंट लेवल पर हमने 0.05 पर जब देखा तो ये टी वैल्यू 6.89 और पोस्ट वैल्यू जो हमने निकाला तो काफ़ी अंतर है चूँकि 3 महीने इसमें डाटा कलेक्शन में समय लगे थे तो 52.68 इसमें डाटा रिकॉर्ड किया गया था। ये चार्ट है जो कि ये स्ट्रेस लेवल की चार्ट है, ये प्री मीन निकाली गई थी और ये पोस्ट मीन की डाटा है। दूसरा जब हमने ये बीपी पर देखा था, चूँकि हमने देखना ये था कि हाइपरटेंशन को कंट्रोल करना है तो इसकी जड़ कहाँ है, तो वो स्ट्रेस लेवल पर है। यदि हम स्ट्रेस को धीरे धीरे कम करें किसी तरीके से तो हाइपरटेंशन खुद ही कम होता हुआ चला जाएगा। यहाँ इस ग्राफ में यदि हम सभी नज़र डालें तो ये ब्लू लाइन जो हमें दिख रही है वो प्री टेस्ट की है और नीचे जो रेड लाइन है वो पोस्ट टेस्ट की है। तो काफ़ी सारे इसमें अंतर दिखे। 2-3 पेशेंट के थोड़े सावधानियां हो सकती है न बरतने के कारण थोड़ी डाटा में नहीं आ पाई, लेकिन 80% मोर देन 80% जो पेशेंट है उस पर पॉजिटिव रिजल्ट देखने को आए। ये डायस्ट्रोल के थे जो बीपी के नीचे के लेवल होते हैं, उसमें भी काफ़ी अच्छे रिजल्ट इसमें देखने को आए। इस मंथ में निकल करके ये आया कि हमारा जो 6.89 जो टी रेशियो आती है वो 0.05 पर वो सिग्निफिकेंट आई है, और इसलिए जो हमारा नल हाइपोथेसिस था वो रिजेक्ट इसमें माना जाता है। तो इस कारण ये हम कह सकते हैं कि सूर्य नमस्कार और सूर्य ध्यान और सूर्य यज्ञ का जो हमने कॉन्सेप्ट इस पर लगाया था इंटरवेंशन, वो हमारा काफ़ी प्रभावी रहा। इससे ये कंक्लूजन निकल करके आता है, यदि हम हाइपरटेंशन वाले लोगों पर सूर्य नमस्कार का, सूर्य यज्ञ का और सूर्य ध्यान का यदि हम प्रयोग करें तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें उसमें बेहतरीन रिजल्ट देखने को मिलता है, क्योंकि यह पंचकोश पर सीधा प्रभाव डालता है। इसलिए इससे रिजल्ट काफ़ी अच्छा भविष्य में और भी देखने को और भी गहरे रिसर्च किए जाएँ, जैसे भोजन को थोड़ा लेकर के या कुछ और इसमें चेंजेस किए जाए तो और भी काफ़ी अच्छे रिजल्ट इसमें देखने को मिल सकते हैं। ये कोई रेफरेंसेस है जिसके थ्रू हमने डाटा कलेक्शन करने में और ये आर्टिकल कलेक्शन करने में हमें मदद मिली थी। थैंक यू। एनी क्वेरी?
Now I request to Dr. Rudra Bhandari for giving the remarks and conclude the session.
Okay. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Tezpur University, and the heads of the partnering institutions, Chairperson, Co-Chairperson, and the Organizing Secretary of this international webinar, the session chair, Professor Suresh, and the eminent speakers and the delegates connected on the webcast. I convey my warm greetings to you all on behalf of University of Patanjali. It's my pleasure and honor to be here as the co-chairperson of this ongoing session. And I have been assigned the task of sharing highlights of the session deliberations. So in this technical session, we have two eminent speakers. Dr. Namal Bandra is CAT consultant from Sri Lanka, and Professor Asim Kulsresh with them. And two more.
अपने माइक ऑफ कर लीजिए, बाकी लोग माइक ऑफ कर लीजिए, माइक ऑफ कर लीजिए।
And two more presenters, Professor Nitin Bas from Global Management Institute, Mumbai, and one of the scholars, Dipankar Kumar from Dev Sanskrit. Please mute your microphone. Rest presenters and speakers, please. Yes. So overall, we have the co-deliberations, and Dr. Naval Bandra was talking about the human consciousness, behavioral modulation, and the antipsychotic approach. And I think he talked about the biological, psychological, and spiritual model of yoga to manage the psychotic disorders, and could share some research highlights from the existing literatures. And he was trying to connect the intake of omega-3 fatty acids, probiotics, and the antioxidants to optimize the vagal tone. It's a little skeptical and questionable point. It would be better to present these things with undertaken research. So however, it seems interesting and novel area. And finally, he talked about the integral yoga approach to manage the psychotic disorders. It's very difficult to make this specific yoga protocol to manage the continuum of psychotic disorders. So it would be better to be, added to the specific problem management by right yoga protocol that may be integral in nature. And Dr. Asim Kulsresh talked about the implication of yoga for spiritual health, and he rightly pointed about the meditator, process of meditation and target, sadhak, sadhya, sadhana. These are the three crucial things for the ascetic elevation and spiritual advancement, particularly in the yogic journey. And Professor Michel from Global Management Institute talked about the yoga, meditation, and consciousness living. That was expected to be a systematic review and she tried to highlight the research findings in connection to Sudarshan Kriya and its implications to prevent and manage neuropsychiatric problems, particularly depression, anxiety, and others. But it was lacking the, the proper anatomy and physiology of the systematic review. And finally, Dr. Dipankar talked about the implication of Panchakoshi Yoga Sadhana, particularly connected to Surya Sadhana in management of stress in hypertensives. And these were the, topics and the highlights covered during the deliberation. And yes, as I advised by the organizer, I have the privilege to add some value on the deliberations. And yes, you all are talking about the Panchakosh Sadhana. That is the key concept from the Taittiriya Upanishad for the empowerment of the holistic personality and the health. So I would like to, share some highlights regarding the empowerment of holistic health and the personality from classical and scientific base. Professor Papuri, are you there? So could you please provide me 10 minutes? Is it okay?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yes.
All right. Okay, so I am sharing my slide. Just you, Anurag.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Are you able to see my slide?
Yes.
Visible, yeah, but not fully, sir.
Not fully.
Not full. Just give me 5 minutes. Mr. Anurag, is it okay?
Sir, it is visible, but very small.
Process but I think I won't because of Anurag. Yes, connects.
Now it is okay. It is fine, sir. Now it is visible.
No. Is it magnified now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So,
problem with you?
I think, sir, some just 1 minute.
So you conclude your thing briefly because we are running late already. So can you conclude your onwards?
So anyway, all we're talking about the Panchakosa Yoga model. That's all about the holistic health and personality. The yoga techniques to empower and activate the physical state covers the poses, fasting, Panch Tattva sadhana, austerity, and the yogic cleansing techniques. And if you are interested to empower and activate the pranic state, you have to focus the practice of the neuromuscular locks, breath regulations, what we say, bandha mudra and pranayama and yogic terms. And if you want to rectify and activate the psychic states, manomaya pose, you have to focus the practice of mantras, concentration, meditations, and Trataga, and pratyahara sadhana. Finally, if you want to activate and empower the Vijnanamaya kosa, you have to practice the Atmanubhuti Yoga, Sur Sadhana, Granthi Vedan, and these are the Sur Sayam, these are the key practices. And finally, if you want to empower and activate the nucleus, I have to say the core of the human personality and health, that is Anandamaya Kosh. You need to practice the Nath, Bindu, and Pila. So we have the lots of classical and scientific basis regarding these practices, and this is the main thing about the Panchakosha yoga, Panchakosha personality and the health. So I thank all the presenters and the eminent speakers of the sessions, and at the last not least, I express my sincere thanks and gratitude to the organizing secretary, chairperson, co-chairperson, and the partnering institutions, and all the eminent speakers and the delegates on the webcast. Thank you, everyone. I wish you all the best. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rudra. And I think time is already completed, but I think it is a good session. Anand Pratap Singh, raise the hand if any kind
Yes.
of question you have, then you can ask the question. Anand Pratap.
Yes, sir. Sir, namaste, sir. Very early I raised hand when Asim sir was presenting. So it was not a question, it was a simple query that he said that any spiritual development is, no spiritual development is beyond this body. So I have a very simple question that is there any question about the universality about the soul in this context, sir?
But I think body is the initial medium, and when we get the human body particularly, then spiritual health and spiritual well-being is very obvious. So I think his idea, I think he is not here, but his idea is related to this thing. Human soul and human being also is spiritual being, because when we get the human body, then we can say it is the scope, we get the yoga, bhoga and moksha. So for the liberation, the human body is the very initial requirement. So in that context, I think he was saying, and in that context, we can say the human body is essential for the getting the spiritual well-being or spiritual health.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
And now we conclude the thing, and thanks to again our beloved all teams of Tezpur University. They are doing very, I think, very good job to collect the all things, all persons, all expert, and give them very good that month. So I just want to complete and give the mic to Kapuri ma'am.
Okay. So our sincere thanks to you, Sir Professor Suresh Lal Barnwal, the chairperson of this session, and Dr. Rudra Bhandari, the co-chairperson of the session, for seamlessly conducting this session. So it was really very interesting. The deliberations of speakers were also very intellectually stimulating, and that of the presenters very exciting. We thank you all. So with this, we conclude this technical session 3. Now we move ahead with our technical session 4, which is on yoga and diverse settings. So this will be the last technical session, and the chairperson of this session is Dr. Indu Sharma from Muraji Desai National Institute of Yoga, and the co-chair is Dr. Arpit Kumar Dubey, who is also from Muraji Desai National Institute of Yoga. The speakers for this session are Dr. Krishnan Kumar Sharma, Director, One Circle Club, Sydney, Australia, and Dr. P. Ravi Kumar, NIT Warangal. May I now request Dr. Nayanmani Gogoi to introduce the chairperson and the co-chairperson to the audience.
Thank you, ma'am. So I would like to introduce the chairperson and co-chairperson, starting with chairperson Dr. Indu Sharma. Dr. Sharma is Assistant Professor, Yoga Education Department, Moraji Desai Institute, National Institute of Yoga, Delhi. Dr. Sharma has also worked in Lakshmibai National Institute of Physical Education, Gwalior. She is a member of the Society International Yoga Sport Federation, Moraji Desai National Institute of Yoga. Madam has published several research articles in reputed journals and supervised PhD thesis. Dr. Sharma has fulfilled numerous administrative roles in the institute, and she has also been awarded numerous gold, silver, bronze medals in yoga championship at various platforms. Currently, she is involved in pranic psychotherapy, advanced pranic healing by All India Yoga Vidya Pranic Healing Foundation Trust. Next, we have our co-chairperson, Dr. Arpit Dubey. Dr. Dubey is Assistant Professor Sanskrit and Faculty in charge of Department of Yoga Philosophy at Moraji Desai National Institute of Yoga, New Delhi. Dr. Dubey has received Shalaka Award in Sanskrit Grammar and the Best Teacher Award for Academic Session 2021 in Moraji Desai National Institute of Yoga. Dr. Dubey has published several research articles in reputed journals and written book chapters. He has also fulfilled some important administrative roles such as Member Board of Studies, B.R. Ambedkar University of Social Sciences, Swami Rama Himalayan University, etc. Dr. Sharma is also a member of UGC Committee for Yoga Education in the Institute. He has organized crash course on Sanskrit language and Bhagavad Gita chanting and conducted several national seminars and yoga workshops. So I hand over the session to the co-chairperson and co-chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. My pranam to all. I am thankful to higher authorities of Tezpur University and organizing committee for making me a part of this international webinar on Universality of Yoga for Health and Progress. The topic of the fourth session is yoga in diverse settings, and it is a very interesting topic. To enhance the beauty of these topics, we have two guest speakers also and two research paper presenters also with us, and I welcome to all and also my co-chair person. And to start the session, I want to introduce my guest speakers and research paper presenters. So we have Dr. Krishna Kumar Sharma, Director, One Circle Club, University of Sydney, Sydney Union, Australia. His topic is corporate yoga, statistical tools for holistic growth in diverse work settings. And another expert is Dr. P. Ravi Kumar, NIT Warangal. So his topic is yoga, a way of life. So our paper presenters, Sajmeen Rahman and Jyotsnali Chetia, and third presenter, Dr. Lalit Sekhia. So now, with the starting of the session, I would like to request Dr. Krishna Kumar Sharma to come and present your views on the topics. Please unmute yourself.
Respected chairperson, co-chairperson, and all the organizer and attendees, Namaste, Hari Om, and good day to everyone present. I feel deeply honored to address this esteemed gathering today at International Webinar of Universality of Yoga for Health and Progress. The sub-theme I am speaking on is yoga in the diverse setting. Beautifully interact with my life's journey as professional identity, but before we dive into world, let's begin with the something more fundamental, our presence. So please settle in and close your eyes, and well, you feel you can, and place one hand on your chest and another hand on your tummy. Let's take 3 conscious breaths together and breathe in deeply, give a small pause and breathe out slowly. Take a deep breath in with closed eyes. Inhale and give a little pause and let it go. Exhale. Repeat. Inhale, pause and exhale. Last time. Inhale, pause and exhale. Now feel, experience your existence. This is breathing. This is not simply air. This is our consciousness. A reminder that no matter how complicated life may be, presence is only a breath away. Now open your eyes slowly and carry this presence of body and mind into our time together. Hello everyone, I am Krishna Kumar Sharma and my life has been a confluence of contracts. Over the past 2 decades, I have worked in a range of leadership roles across sectors: finance, research institutions, NGO, and international think tanks. I have managed audits, budget, HR systems, board meetings, and compliances framework. By day, I have worked in finance, managing budgets, compliances, and people. By calling, I have served as a yoga teacher, mentor, a spiritual guide, earning advanced degree in yoga and naturopathy apart from my MBA and all the management related degrees, and serving as a director of yoga and spirituality for global organization. And by conviction, I pursued research on corporate yoga. It was a PhD in management at doctoral level from Sushant University. To many, these seems like parallel tracks. Spreadsheet on one hand, spiritual sadhana on the other. Can you please switch the slide? Yeah, so you already know what is yoga, what is corporate yoga. So I'm just telling about myself now. So in many these seems like parallel tracks, spreadsheet in one hand and spiritual sadhana on the other. But I'm here to share why these tracks must not meet; they must merge. So I was shaped by the value of Brahmrishi Gitanand Ashram, which is a 100-year-old institution located in Aravalli Hills, Gurugram, India, dedicated to yoga, spiritual growth, humanitarian services, and a holistic living. It was in Shireen halls of the ashram that I learned that leadership is not about hierarchy. It is all about energy. And yoga is not about the posture, it is a way of being. As per my spiritual mentor, Brahmrishi Gitanand Saraswati, tan ko yogi sab kare, man ko kare na koe, Gitanand man yogi kiye, sahaj siddh sab hoye. This translates to everyone makes their physical body a yogi. No one work upon their mind actually, but few work on making their mind a yogi. Guru Gitanand says that mastering mind leads to be effortless accomplishment and manifest the whole world. These lessons have served me whether I was handling payroll, finance, legal compliances, taking decision as director in boardroom, coaching youth, directing NGO projects, or instructing yoga to international tourists and business professionals. Can you please switch the slide? Again. One more. So the real corporate crisis. So in boardroom, we often talk about KPIs, ROIs, profit and loss account. Yet some of the most pressing and challenging today is human capital, not just financials. Stress, disengagement, attractions, and mental fatigue are the draining organizational potential. We speak fluently about KPIs, growth targets, and market share, but silently we are battling something deeper: disengagement, stress, anxiety, and burnout. The average employee today is digitally connected but emotionally fragmented. HR policies cannot substitute presence, leadership strategies cannot replace the self regulation. Here is where yoga becomes vital, not optional. Therefore, the HR department of MNC hiring yoga training at their companies, they have realized that yoga does not just stretch the muscles. It expands the awareness and consciousness. It does not just reduce the stress, it rewrites the whole nervous system. It teaches us to respond rather than to react, to pause without disconnecting, to be present in the moment and powerful in our choice, because present of mind, present of body is most important to take wise decision, whether it is a corporate or any research or any other organization. So it is not a matter of philosophy, this is a matter of performance. In my own corporate workshops, I have seen employees shift from anxious multitasking to centered clarity in just one session of consciousness. Breathwork or yoga nidra, I have facilitated workshop where employees worked in drained and worked out fully grounded, simply through yoga nidra or 10 minutes of conscious breath work. So breath work is a tool for energy and regulation. So let me share a small practice I teach even to CEOs of various huge multinational companies and high performing teams. It's called box breathing in corporate sector and Nadi Shodhan Pranayama in yogic scripture. So as everyone is already familiar, but the main thing, you can see my pictures in previous slide. Can you show? So I was also a board member and also living a life of a yogi in jungles, doing austerities and adapting all those spiritual scriptures. So this is me in all the three pictures. So I stayed in caves in Himalayas for like multiple months and surviving only on Ganga Jal, and conducted research on yoga, what has been mentioned in the scripture and how we can adapt it in our life. So I have conducted research on Ashtanga yoga, Hatha yoga, Kriya yoga, and Brahm yoga, and all the different kind of yoga, and still conducting a research and would like to apply it on human mind. Currently, I am in touch with a psychiatrist from USA and would like to open a spirituality research center in US. So that is ongoing. So I was just talking about the Nadi Shodhan Pranayama. So this has to be done as slow as possible. Generally, we do it just inhalation, holding, and exhalation. But it has to be as slow as if we put a feather in front of our nose. So it should not move because of the pressure of air of our breath. So we have to do it slowly, as slow as possible. So initially, inhalation from left nostril, slow as you can. So this was the half circle of Nadi Shodhan Pranayama. And what is the result? It has lots of once you have your pulse rate per minute, another thing is your heart rate per minute, next thing is your thought rate per minute, and the most important thing is our breath rate per minute. So this reduce our breath rate per minute, and in Hatha Yoga Pradipika it is known as Chale Vatam Chale Chittam Nischale Nischalam Bhavet. As per our spiritual mentor Brahmrishi Gitananda, प्राण चले तब चित्त चले ताते वायु शोध गीतानंद वायु रुके होवे पूर्ण बोध. So we all are alive because of our breathing. So if one can control the breathing, that person can control the breath, and that can also control their thought, as well as can enjoy a good life full of good health and prosperity and peace, and would be able to take right decision at right time with a concentrated mind. So this is a circuit breaker for stress. It restores the parasympathetic nervous system, and you don't need a yoga mat. You just need a movement. You may be at your office, you may be at any place for this breathing exercise. You don't need any yoga mat. And this is a simple practice which offer a profound shift. And another thing, we can also chant the divine mantra of Om. So I will request each one of you to chant mantra Omkara loudly and with a stretch. Full inhale and full exhalation. Let's chant it once. Take a deep breath in. So there was a slight difference between mine and yours. So that is the difference. One thing is reading the scripture, another thing is just diving into it. So once we can dive it, we can experience it, we can adapt it. So that changes can be seen in our personality and in our performance. So as someone who has overseen the HR functions and performance of appraisal system, I can affirm this: policies cannot substitute presence. Job descriptions are not automatically foster self-awareness or emotional intelligence, qualities essential to managing teams and resolving the conflict. I have led a performance review, recruitment panel, and team infrastructures, but here's the truth: no policy can replace emotional intelligence. Yoga enhances self-awareness in leadership, mindful listening in the conflict, and intentional in decision making, emotional stability during the high stakes negotiations, and clarity, compassionate communication in your office. One leader who practiced 10 minutes of meditation daily reported better clarity, improved relationship within their team, and fair relative decisions through yoga and meditation based interventions. We can develop these crucial leadership qualities. In fact, my PhD research focused on yoga as a management tool to measure and enhance the holistic wellness, productivity, and performance at work. My PhD focused on using yoga not as a spiritual retreat but as a strategic tool to measure the enhance workplace wellness and the productivity. Corporate sustainability is not only about carbon credits, it's also about the sustaining people. So, organizational culture, sustainability of the humankind. Organization must nurture the very human who run them. Sustainability is not just about net zero, it's all about zero burnout. A culture rooted in yoga, prioritize energy over hours, value purpose over perks, building resistance over reactivity, and encourages work-life integration, not just the balance. Foster purpose-driven culture beyond perks and salaries, building resistance team built on mindfulness, not on micromanagement. So this is all about motivating an employee to be a self-starter. And from my role in management large team, access the NGO across the NGOs, think tank and international network, I can confidently say where yoga is practiced, not just taught, turnover increase, creativity rise, and silence become a strategy, not a fight. Yoga is not fluff, it's infrastructure for inner stability and outer performance. You don't need to learn the Sanskrit or to bring yoga into your company, because so many companies, they are just not okay to adopt the Hinduism or like Hindu culture, mostly the spiritual Christian companies. So I also worked with those kind of companies. So you don't need to introduce the Sanskrit or mantra in that, and you need to intend the consistency of those breathing exercises, those practices. So here are the three ways organization can embed yoga. One is micro practices, integrating into daily routines. 3 minutes of breath work before any meeting. Set the tone. 5 minutes of pranayama before any strategy meeting. So when breath is calm and steady, so people would be concentrated and they would be able to take the right decision and at the right time. So wellness infused leadership retreat includes journaling, breath, and silence, not just strategies, desk, or PowerPoint. Digital accessibility, online sessions that teams can join from any location, any device. Digital yoga sessions made accessible across the geographical and department. But here is the catch. The top need is to model it. And finally, HR leaders and access have to lead the way down this path, because well-being is not bullet point. It is a lived message. It is a message we live. Let me tell you a story. At one place, we implemented a 10-minute morning breathwork session. Initially, the attendance was minimal, in fact, very less, but gradually something changed. So those people who attended, they went to their groups and they talked about the session, and the number of attendance increased in further session because of the benefit they feel out of the session, and team members started looking forward for the quietness, and conflict were decreased in that company, and absenteeism was also fell down. So that is the power of integration of over imposition. If it is not what we bring to much as we nourish its presence. So there's a call, evolve beyond doing yoga. We often say, I do yoga. But the real shift is when yoga being doing you. So it becomes a part of your daily routine. When you breath leads your decisions, when your breath leads your decision, when your posture reflects your inner balance, when your silence becomes your strength, whatever you work in finance, research, education, activism, wherever you work, doesn't matter. Yoga is your ally. It offers you not just tool, but transformation. When we integrate yoga into our workplace, we do not simplify, relax, we realign. We do not just perform, we progress, and we don't merely retain employees, we restore our human potential. To all the scholars, professionals, and seekers in this virtual room, I say this: let's remember the most advanced system in your workplace is not AI. Right now, everyone is behind AI, But the most advanced system in your workplace is not AI, it is the human being, human capital, who has mind to make that AI, and who and AI also sometimes make decision some wrong output. So there is a human mind is required to take a decision what is right and what is wrong. So we cannot totally rely on AI. And the most under ritualized technology is not your device, it is your breath. So let us not simply adapt yoga as a wellness tool. Let us embody it as a way of being. Let our meeting begin with breath practice. Let our strategies emerge with the stillness. Let our success be measured not by the output but by the alignment. Let us move from doing yoga to living yoga to being yoga. Thank you. Namaste. And so to conclude, we can definitely say that yogic exercise are profoundly helpful in all aspects of our life, encompassing well-being, physical and mental health, spirituality, consciousness, effective decision making, and better performance. And to do the multiple thing in different time zone. And it is my sincere hope that all the yoga universities and institute will actively work on advancing these crucial points. And I am truly thankful to the organizers, chairpersons, co-chairperson, and all the esteemed yoga experts for granting me this invaluable opportunity of sharing my insight thoughts with you. Thank you. Blessings.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma. Uh, it is very impressive or very effective presentations, and your practices like breathing practices is also very impressive or effective. Definitely, work lifestyle will be balanced if they will follow or get focus on your techniques, and it is also the very impressive tool for energy channels. We can balance like with the practice of pranayam, or as you demo in these presentations. It is very helpful for corporate sector as well as the balancing of our lifestyles. Thank you so much for your impressive, valuable presentations.
You're welcome. And in future, we will also organize a similar seminar with the University of Sydney, One Circle Club. So I
Okay.
would like to invite each one of you with
Okay,
your
okay.
presence.
Definitely. We all are the, we can say we have one target. We all are the one unity, one union, one family. So definitely we will meet again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And then with the continuity of the sessions, now I would like to call Dr. P. Ravi Kumar, NIT, Warangal, and with their topics, yoga, a way of life. So, Dr. Kumar is
Madam, Dr. P. Ravi Kumar sir may be joining a bit late, within 10-15 minutes.
Sorry?
Dr. P. Ravi Kumar sir may be joining in 10-15 minutes, madam.
Okay. Can we start paper presentation?
So I think we can start one presenter. Then after that, when sir joins, we can keep his talk.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you. Now I will invite the Sajmeen Rahman, Apex Professional University, and with the topic of yoga, law, and mental wellness, exploring policies and practice of holistic mental health care. So I will like to invite with the effectiveness of the topics. Yes, please.
Okay, ma'am. Let me share my screen first.
Sajmeen ji, kindly
Yes, sir.
adjust your audio little. It is echoing.
Sorry, sir.
आपकी आवाज इको कर रही है, थोड़ा सा एडजस्ट कर लीजिए कुछ.
Sorry, sir.
या अगर आप हेडफोन यूज कर रहे हैं तो काइंडली रिमूव यू मे ट्राई बाय रिमूविंग द हेडफोन.
Now it is okay, sir?
Sasmin, your voice is echo.
Okay, ma'am, let me
You
leave
are not audible properly. Yes, please check
Okay.
yourself.
You can also check that two devices are not put together. So sometime if you are connected with two devices together, putting
So
nearby, so this
by
is also
by the time, yes sir, thank you sir. By the time P. Ravi Kumar sir has joined, so if the chairperson madam is
Okay, okay. Now we will start with our next speakers. So Dr. P. Ravi Kumar, NIT, Warangal, with the topic of yoga, a way of life. So,
Okay.
sir, please over to you.
Okay, madam. Right. 1 minute. Okay. Right.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, Sasmin.
Yes, ma'am.
Please hold some time.
Okay, okay. Is the slicer visible to all?
Sasmin,
yes,
first Dr. Kumar will present, then you will start.
Okay. Sorry, ma'am. I'm so sorry, ma'am.
It is not coming out. My screen is visible.
Yes, sir, but you can go with slideshow.
No, 1 second.
Sir, presentation is visible, but if possible, you can start with slideshow. It will be
Yeah,
better.
I have given slideshow only.
Okay. You can start.
One second again.
No issue, sir. You can continue.
This slide is not yoga.
Sir, you can start, sir.
बोलिए सर, आप बोलिए.
Right, come here. Is my sliders are visible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. I really profusely thank the organizers and the university for giving me such a wonderful opportunity. Okay. Because today there was several hectic schedules. I was not able to concentrate much, but what is the time given to me? Sir, till what time I have to take? Hello? Hello, sir?
Yes,
30 minutes.
20 minutes.
Okay. Now it is 5:20. I have to stop by 5:40. Okay? Is it okay? Okay, good. No issue. Right. Okay. Here the audience, I wanted to know who are all the audience. Are there students?
They are the most research scholars, faculty members.
Okay, good. Yeah.
And there are a few from
research scholars, they are doing on yogic science. There is their research.
It is mixed, multiple research scholars,
Okay, good,
and all the other faculty of worldwide, all the universities.
Okay.
Whoever is interested in the topic, they all attended.
Good. Right. I'm here in NIT Warangal for the past 33 years, right? Way back in 1986, I have undergone the program on yoga sciences from S. Vyasa, Jigni, Bangalore. Okay? That time it was not that much of propagation as per yoga is concerned. But now, because of our beloved Prime Minister, sir, has made it open and wide open to the entire globe. And this time he is going to see that 1 lakh people and more than 1 lakh people are going to demonstrate in one stage, right? Like that. He has planned, and there are 1 lakh centers also. And just now we have attended the Ministry of Ayush and Minister of Education. They have conducted they are very keen. They have conducted a meeting, and where they are requested everyone to come and participate and how to go about all those things. They are there. And what exactly the yoga is an education or not? I have to ask again after my lecture. So here in this lecture, I wanted to ponder upon only one thing. Just like that, people they talk as a catching word, buzzer word, yoga for wellness, yoga for health, yoga for fitness, yoga way of life. And what exactly, if we ask them, what exactly the yoga and what are the tools of that and why we have to use, they have their own school of thoughts, right? And none of the people, I'm very sorry, in this platform, I'm telling you, none of the people are indulging themselves to practice yogic yoga, this thing in a scientific manner. That is an irony. And everybody are self-centered and they have selfish motives as such. And what I wanted you all this August gathering, that you have to make use of this, our own Indian culture and heritage, these yogic sciences to be reached to the masses for their betterment, for their better health, for their real wellness, right? Wellness, it is one's own responsibility. It is nobody who's going to tell you that you have to be fit enough or you have to be healthier. It is your wellness means nothing but it is your own responsibility to be healthier, to be fit enough, right? Okay, with this background, I wanted to tell you what is the origin and development of yoga. Might be the other earlier speakers might have told you, but out of my own whatever I have gathered, I am putting forth over here. Right, nobody knows if I say that from where it has come, even till date, it was a very big question mark. People say that it has come from Indus Valley civilization and also from even beyond that, 3,000 years or 20,000 years. There is no such proper evidence as such. And yoga has been mentioned in Upanishads, in Vedas, in Tantra, or in Bhagavad Gita, right? In religion also yoga has been, we can see in Buddhism, Jainism, Christianity, Islam and Sufism. Why I wanted to tell you all these things is, now the people they are telling all myths like yoga is only for Hindus, yoga is only for no other people should do all these things. These are all unnecessary controversial things which we should not go. We have to propagate in such a way, it should be a scientific nature, and also we have to tell them, and if you do all these yoga practices, then it will definitely help our fitness and indirectly it helps our health, and also we will be leading a lively life, the wellness life, right? Okay, with that, I wanted to and who are the people whom we have to just remember, who are all propagated earlier the yoga, right from Vivekananda, Paramahamsa, Yogananda, and also Sivananda, Kundalini. So many people are there, Dalai Lama, and also Iyengar sir was there, right? So we should not forget our history, right? That's what I wanted to tell you. And see, into 25 years back, 1,000 years back also, good old, there was some sculptures where we can see the Vrukshasana, and there are certain people, Bhadrasana, there are certain postures have been seen, right? And also in Indus Valley civilization also, we could able to see several sculptures where the yogic postures were there. In Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, when we go there, we see all these sculptures where there are all yogic asana sculptures are there. We could able to find out, and there are write-ups where in the Vedas also the yoga, and it's in Upanishads also, way back in 600 BC also, it was been mentioned, and also yoga in Tantras, and also in Bhagavad Gita, where the sun god was telling to his son, and the Manu, the first human being, Ikshvaka, he was telling about this Lord, and he was telling about how the sun god has to be praised, and he was telling the sun has it will be giving the life, and also it has a dazzling face. I wanted to show the sun god, or requesting sun god to open his face and to show the dazzling face to the entire world, so that he gets the wisdom, right? Then in Colombian civilization, in this, there are also several sculptures where we can see the Vajrasan, and there are Matsyasan, there are Vrishchikasan, and so on, Dhanurasan, so on and so forth, right? And if we go for religion outlook, in Buddhism also, in Ajanta Ellora, we can see there are sculptures where Buddha is meditating postures. Right? In Christianity also we see, they call it in our this thing, in Hinduism we were calling as Om, right? Om. And in Christianity they say Amen, right? In Muslim, Islam, they call it as Allah, right? So these are all nothing but pronunciations where the internal energy, the energy imbibes and it will flow on to the entire body, right? And also in Sufi, in their tradition also, right from the beginning, there are several evidences where they do yogic and some form or other the yogic practices, right? And in conclusion, I particularly feel that there is no exact evidence about the origin of yoga, hence the yoga has come from times immortal. That's what my personal statement. If there are contradictions, I don't have anything to say about it, okay? And I particularly feel that yoga is a science for living, right? Yoga is science for living. And we should not tell anything, and we should not, it is a universal religion, right? We should not imbibe to one religion. That's what I wanted to tell you. And there are several misconceptions which I wanted to put forth in front of you, that it is a Hindu religion practice, techniques to attain siddhis. And also they say, no, only monks they have to do, and no females should do yogic practices. And there are other things like yoga is not necessary for children, and when they are in the different menstrual cycle, they should not do. And the people who are playing certain games, they should not do, right? And fear of becoming so thin. And the people, they're just like that, right? And without any research, they say that yoga will helpful for diabetic, yoga will helpful to calm down, yoga will help for going out from the allergies, and so on and so forth. What I mean to say here is, we have to tell exactly what all the research you particularly have done, and what is the outcome of the research, real good research on yogic sciences. That's what I wanted to tell you. We have to inculcate the knowledge of scientific yoga, right? Where, how these yoga asanas or meditation or breathing techniques will help in overcoming. To this august body, I wanted to tell you, our own youngsters are not able to know how to breathe in and breathe out. How to breathe in and breathe out. I'm very sorry to tell you. The deepest inhalation with the deepest exhalation matters a lot. But we don't know how to breathe in and breathe out. That is unfortunate. That's why the dead space air, the volume of dead space air is increasing day by day, right? It should be around 140 ml, but now it has been increased more than 240, right? And the pulmonologists are very much worried about that, the dead space air. It is not going to the infundibulum. Then not the people are having the capacity, the strength to inhale properly, right? That is what it is. So what I mean to say is, if at all you are putting a statement or giving a statement, it should be research based. It should be research based, right? And you may ask me, what research you have done on that? See, I have given some of my research scholars the effect of yogic science on aerobic, the difference between comparative study on aerobic dance and yogic practices on motor fitness components of women, right? Like that. And Surya Namaskara, the effect of Surya Namaskara of 12 counts or 10 counts, right? So all these things we have to make ourselves, unless until we know particularly deep rooted the knowledge, we should not tell just like that, right? There are different people who are coming out in different forms with a selfish motives. They are propagating, and out of their own special selfish motives, as I told you. But it should not be like that. It should. Our thing is this time you have to go out and scroll out and sweat out, and you have to propagate to the villages, to the masses. That's what our beloved Prime Minister says, said, to propagate the yogic sciences, right? And reason one, what one, when one eats, and there should be a time gap of minimum 8 hours, right? And we have to take mita aharam, either vegetarian or non-vegetarian, no issue at all, right? And okay, see here I have given some examples where these people who are only vegetarians, but they have been world heavyweight champion, and also this American, they got 10 medals, Carl Lewis also is a vegetarian, which I have come across, right? And you see, the asanas, it is, as I told you, it is inherited among us. See the stretching, the tiger is stretching, dog is stretching, cat is stretching, right? So it is there, involved, imbibed. It is our own nature where we are doing all these things. As a child, you see, all this you see in the child, he does bhujangasana, he does naukasana, right? So it is there in us, within us, but we are just not taking any cognizance of that. We don't want to do any yogic practices, right? Okay, हम जाके फुटबॉल खेलना या फिर हॉकी खेलना ये सब बोलते, वैसा नहीं. खाली एक 1 hour, in 1 hour if you can do for half an hour prior to this, or meditation, I tell you definitely, or some breathing technique, right? In a scientific manner, definitely it will be helpful to you to become a proper fit person, right? Yeah. As I told you, these are some of the things where, see, nature is the best teacher of yoga. As I told you, no, see, he is coming Paschimottanasana, Naukasana, right? And also you see here, he has still done Bhujangasana and also Parvatasana. Babies, they do all these things, right? But when they are at that age they are doing, why not we can do? I am 63, but still I am able to touch my toe without bending the knees, right? I do 5 repetitions of Surya Namaskara of 12 counts along with breathing technique every day in the morning, right? Okay. So see, all these pictures which you now seeing on the slide, right? It is in the nature only, nothing else. That's what I wanted to tell you. Okay, and how to go about? There is a process, there is a procedure. People are doing first meditation, again breathing, again something, asanas. In asanas also, straight away they go for savasana, again they will come to sitting posture, again they will go for prone posture, supine posture, and so on. No, it should not be like that. It should be in a proper order, proper way. As I told you right from the beginning, one should be in a scientific way, right? As I mentioned earlier, this Tezpur is coming up very, very much nowadays. It should be, as I told you, 150 ml, but it should, now it has been increased because the people are not able to inhale properly, right? Yeah. Yeah. You see, here one should be concentrating on their back. Yoga, we have to keep our back straight. The vertebral column has 4 curvatures. In the neck region, it is a forward bending, thoracic region, backward bending, and again, lumbar and sacrum region, it is a forward bending, and coccyx region, it is a backward bending, right? These 4 curvatures, if you draw a perpendicular line from the top to the bottom, it should be in an equal way. But what we are doing, we are not at all maintaining those curvatures. We don't sit properly in a back straight. We always put our head down, which is against the nature. That's why its effects on the internal organic systems. Whenever we do, whether when to open our eyes, when to breathe in, when to breathe out, all these things matters, right? And there is a way of yogic jogging. The people, they start doing jogging or and do it. It is not an exercise. First of all, it is not an exercise as such, right? You have to do gently with a firm back and at ease. You have to feel very happy way, right? And these are some of the things which you have to supposed to do at the beginning, right? Then compulsory you have to go for Pavana Muktasana at the beginning itself to eliminate the entire gases which are out of the chemical changes when we eat. So after digestion, all those things has to be evaporated. Then these breathing techniques, tiger breathing, Dandasana. Then go for 12 count Surya Namaskara. People, they go for 10 count Surya Namaskara. But here, 12 count Surya Namaskara, count number 9, this posture is a wonderful posture where we breathe in and breathe out. But each asana, in count number 5 also, we can breathe in and breathe out, where we get certain relaxation, right? And 10 count, these two are not there. Okay. Right, after this, we go for standing postures. And after that, we have to do sitting postures. Right, some of the things, if you do these things, need not go for advanced yogic practices. Then prone postures. After that, this one, prone postures we have to go. Simple asanas. Regularly, if you do it, then supine postures. And finally, we go for savasana. And a difficult asana among all asanas is savasana only, where you have to make yourself consciously unconscious, right? Okay, and these mudras, okay, fine. Right now I stop here. Stop my presentation. I open my video. Now you can ask some questions. Now it is 5:41. 1 or 2 questions, it is okay from your side.
Sir, first of all, I like to thank you, sir, for presenting your in a very short period. So I have no question, but I have liked all this in the short period you have presented. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot. But I want one or two students to ask the questions. No, what I mean to say is every time people they talk about yogic practices, they are not doing scientifically. That's what my agony is. When to do what? How to do breathing technique? Everybody they talk as they like. But what is exactly the physiological things behind it? And how the psychological parameters will affect those persons. Just like that we do breathing technique, just like that we do Surya Namaskara, it will never help. It will definitely come on their way in due course of time. So mind it, it is not just like that we do practice yogic practices. It should be scientific. That's what I mean to say from this platform.
Sir, one more question I asked, not asking anybody. Sir, in our in our scientific training in sports, we have passive stretching, active stretching, there a procedure, preparatory period, execution period, and follow through. But I have seen most of the yoga instructor, they have not followed such type of procedure.
That's what I mean to say. See, now, as I told you, suppose for example, pranayama, straight away they go for Nadi Suddhi pranayama. Before that, you have to cleanse your nostrils. You have to cleanse your nostrils, I say. And you don't cleanse your nostrils, you do certain breathing techniques prior to that, right? Then go for Chandranuloma Viloma, then Suryanuloma Viloma, then go for Nadi Suddhi pranayama. Right? There are several forms like Ujjaini is there, Brahmari, Bhasrika, right? Kapalabhati, tiger breathing, lion breathing, so many things are there. Prior to that, first to finish that, scientifically, step by step. Then go for Nadi Suddhi pranayama. Sitali, Sitkari, Sadanta, when to do all those things. Just like that, every time we do from here one time, that time one time. No. That's why I want and I request from this August platform to see that do scientifically, have knowledge on each asana, then only you recommend. No, if you do this asana, diabetics will go off. What is that? Are you done any research on that? Do you have evidence or research evidence on that? Hypertension chale jayega. Are? How? What is the basis? Right, sir. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you, sir. I have one question.
Yes.
Sir, with your permission, as you told, the scientificity of pranayama, few tips you have given. So I am curious to hear from you. What about the asana? What may be the scientificity or the prior practices to approach for the asanas practice?
That's like what I have given yogic jogging, everything I have shown you, different sequential manner. Had I would have had it a little more time. So each and everything I would have told you. But definitely I will share this to my good friend, right? You can take out from here.
Okay, so
okay,
we have a limitations of time.
Okay,
we will go forward. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
As you explain us all over the foundations of yoga with the practices of asana pranayama, and definitely if we follow our yogic text, definitely we will do our practice as per sequence, just like as per Ghiran Samhita, Shodhanam Dridata Chava Stharyam Dharyam Chang Laghavam Pratyaksham Cha Nirliptam Cha Ghatastha Sapta Sadhanam. So we need to follow our scriptures, our yogic text. So definitely we will achieve our goal. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Now we will continue our sessions. I would like to call Sazmeen Rehman, for research, for her research. Topic of research is yoga, law, and mental well-being, exploring policy and practices for holistic mental health care. Sazmin?
Yes, ma'am.
Please start
Okay.
your presentation. We
Okay,
have a
ma'am.
limitations of time, so please conclude your results within 5 to 7 minutes.
Okay, sure, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Let me share my screen first. Is it visible?
Yes,
ma'am?
very nice. You can start.
Okay, ma'am. So a very good evening to all the esteemed members present here. And myself, Sajmin. I am very much honored to present this research paper on behalf of my research guide, Dr. Nina Hamid Madam, and who have supervised this research work. And the title of this research paper, as you all can see, Yoga, Law and Mental Wellness, Exploring the Policies and Practices for Holistic Mental Health Care. So first slide is about introduction. So I'd like to briefly introduce my topic. So as we all know that a healthy mind and a healthy body is very much important for our overall well-being. And we all know the significance of holistic approaches in doing so. So now what is holistic approach? A holistic approach to well-being considers not only the physical health, but it also considers mental, emotional, social and spiritual well-being, which aims for balancing the overall wellness of a human being. So approaches like yoga, meditation, spiritual practices can help an individual to calm their mind, remain present in the moment and increase self-awareness. So now how we can put this holistic approach in our mental healthcare system? Though we have various laws and policies regarding this, but we can see so many lapses. We are lacking behind in various ways. So now if we want to put the holistic approach in our mental health care system, so we need laws and various policies. So in this paper, I try to explain or define various laws and policies regarding inclusion of yoga in mental health care. So this is a small introduction about this paper. Now let's move on to the methodology part. So this research adopts a doctrinal and qualitative methodology. So the primary sources includes various instruments like the Mental Health Care Act, the National Health Policies, documents of Ministry of Ayush, then various constitutional provisions, judicial provisions from Supreme Court and High Court, etc. Then in secondary sources, we include WHO guidelines, policy analysis, and various governmental reports. So next slide is about the objectives of this research paper. So these are 5 objectives of this paper, which includes the legal and policy recognition of yoga within India's mental health care framework, then constitutional and statutory provisions, then to analyze various judicial judgment and initiatives who supports yoga-based mental health care interventions, then compare a comparison between international models or Indian models of healthcare system, which involves yoga or similar practices, then to propose some legal and institutional reforms in India's mental health system. So these are my objectives. So first, let's discuss the first objective, which is legal and policy recognition of yoga within India's mental health care framework. So as we all know, I guess the institutions like AIMS and NIMHANS show a positive collaboration between yoga and improved mental health care parameters in India. They include yoga-based modules in treatments for anxiety, depression, etc. Then these are some act or policies I have mentioned here, which primarily deals with mental health care in India. The first one is Mental Health Care Act 2017, which is the primary act which deals with mental health in India. So it recognizes the right to mental health care and alternative treatments. And it emphasizes patient autonomy and dignity. Then second one is mental health policy. Sorry, ma'am, not mental health, my mistake. It's National Health Policy 2017. This calls for the integration of Ayush, which includes yoga, into the health system. Then National Health Program, it also focuses on community-based mental health services, encourage cost-effective and culturally acceptable practices, and it also includes yoga. Then National Ayush Mission, it promotes also cost-effective services and wellness centers across India. Then it also funds the yoga instructors and wellness therapists in primary healthcare. So it basically gives funds to the yoga instructors and wellness therapists. Then also Fit India movement, which encourages physical and mental fitness, promotes yoga in educational institutions and workplace. So Fit India movement, it promotes yoga in educational and workplaces. Likewise, the school health program, that is Ayushman Bharat 2018, it also focuses on holistic child development, and yoga is introduced as a part of life skill and mental wellness. So these are some of the legal policies and legislations which related to mental health care in India, and which indirectly includes yoga in for yoga for betterment of health, mental health. So the next slide is showing the constitutional and statutory provisions relevant to integration of yoga in mental health care service. So there are various constitutional provisions which indirectly include mental health in their provisions, like Article 21, which is a fundamental right to life. So it includes right to live with human dignity, which also include mental health. Then again in Article 47, it is a DPSP, duty of state. So it is a duty of the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living and to improve public health, which include mental health also. Then Article 14, it is equality before law, as we all know. This provision ensured that individuals with mental illness are not discriminated against in assessing mental health care services. Now, statutory provisions like the Mental Health Care Act 2017, as I have already mentioned in earlier slide, that it is the primary legislation that deals with mental health in India. It doesn't explicitly mention yoga, but it emphasizes on treatment choices, and informed consent provides a framework for incorporating complementary therapies like yoga, if it's found to be beneficial and safe for the patient. So it doesn't include yoga directly, but indirectly. So these are all constitutional and statutory provisions. The next slide is judicial pronouncement or judicial judgment relating to yoga-based mental health interventions. So there are some of the case laws like NC Mehta versus State of Tamil Nadu. In this case, the Supreme Court emphasized that children must be provided a healthy environment, including physical and mental development. Then in this case also, it was given emphasis or importance to structured wellness like yoga in education. Then in Avinash Malhotra versus Union of India case, the Supreme Court supported the inclusion of yoga in school curricular as a wellness major. Then in Nisha Priya Bhatia versus Union of India, the court acknowledged the significance of mental well-being in the workplace. It emphasizes on how yoga-based interventions can help in reducing workplace stress and enhancing mental wellness. So these are some case laws I would like to mention. So in next slide, the fourth objective, that is comparison between international and Indian model of integrative mental health care involving yoga or similar practices. So as you all can see, here I have in the middle row I have given the Indian status, and the this side of row I have given the international practices for yoga. So legal recognition of yoga, it is recognized under the Ministry of Ayush in India, and but in countries like USA and UK, it has already been recognized very earlier, and they allow certified yoga therapists in hospital also. But in India, we, as per my knowledge, I don't think that there are yoga therapists in general practitioners hospitals. So in policy framework, the framework is like National Health Policy 2017, the National Health Mission. But in internationally, the WHO Mental Health Action Plan includes alternative therapies. They follow the WHO Mental Health Action Plan. But in India, we have followed the National Health Policy 2017, etc. Then constitutional, if we say about constitutional backing, Article 21 and 47 have covered the mental health issues. Then in international practices, the European Convention on Human Rights have treated wellness as a part of right to health. Then in implementation agencies, Ministry of Ayush, state mental health authorities are there. And in international aspects, integrated community mental health teams in Australia, Germany, or other countries. So there are teams, mental health teams are there, but in India, we have the Ministry of Ayush, state mental health authorities are there. Then training and certification. In India, the certification course is very limited. No regulatory bodies are there. But in international, there is regulatory standards are there. Then public access and affordability. You can see in India, Yoga Day community centers, but community centers are there for publicly assessed yoga practices. But in international, yoga-based therapists are state funded. So state have funded for yoga-based therapists, but in India, there is no state funded programs. So if we see about legislation, the Mental Health Care Act is there. And but in other countries, international, if you see the international practices, there is dual models, medical plus complementary. But in India, through Medical Health Care Act, one patient have his own choice that if you want this allopathic allopathic treatment or yogic treatment. Okay, so this is a small comparison between international and Indian model. So now next is the proposed legal and institutional reforms for formalizing yoga's role in India's mental health system. So the study found that the yoga has formally acknowledged in Indian public health system, particularly through schemes like National Ayush Mission and initiative under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. But there are somehow some lacunas are there. So first one is there is no direct legal integration of yoga and clear guidelines for yoga therapy into mental health statutes like Mental Health Care Act. Then second one is India needs more dedicated mental wellness policies incorporating yoga and other holistic approaches for overall well-being. Then though Indian judiciary supports yoga, but mostly in education, not in healthcare. So this needs to be changed and it should be binding in all the other sectors. Then we can see a lack of coordination between the Ayush and allopathic system. And there is a institutional infrastructure is limited. So India needs to change that also. And for a smooth running of holistic approach in a healthcare system, a regulatory body should be there, possibly within the Ministry of Ayush, to oversee yoga practitioners, ensures ethical practices and manage standards. Then need for standardized, legally recognized training programs, collaborative research initiatives should be taken by yoga professionals and mental health professionals to validate yoga's role. Then create public awareness, promote yoga as a mental health tool through public awareness campaigns and educating the public about its benefit and accessibility. Most of our people didn't know about yoga or its benefit. Not only yoga, other holistic approaches also, they didn't know about much. So it needs to be changed. So people need to be aware about yoga and other holistic approaches and how it can be helpful towards our health, towards our physical health, or towards our mental health. So these are some legal and institutional reforms. Now, last part of my presentation is the conclusion part. So while India, I'd like to conclude it very shortly that while India has the philosophical and institutional groundwork to lead in holistic mental health care, it must bridge the gap between policy intent and grassroots implementation. So yoga holds a substantial potential as a legally supported public health tool. Yoga, though yoga is derived from ancient Indian philosophy, is recognized not only as a physical discipline, but as a tool for emotional balance and mental resilience. So, and yoga offers the path to mental stillness, emotional regulations, and spiritual well-being. Qualities often lacking in modern healthcare. Though policy-wise, India has taken some steps to include yoga in mental healthcare system. However, a lack was clearly visible. So there is an urgent need for clear legal guidelines and to robust implementation mechanism to ensure yoga to become a recognized and regulated part of mental healthcare. So these are my conclusions. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Jasmine Rahman, for your very knowledgeable and very effective presentation. And now I will call Jyotsnali Chetia, Tezpur University, with topic of impact of Karma Yoga in employee outcomes, a quantitative study.
Yes, ma'am.
Please start.
Sure, ma'am.
Kindly focus on time also. We have limitations of time, so please go ahead accordingly. Jyotsnali, you can start your presentation.
Yes, ma'am. I'm trying to present my share my screen.
I think there is some network issue.
Yes, ma'am. And am I audible, ma'am?
Right now, yes, please.
But I am facing some problem while sharing my screen, ma'am. Now it is working. It is working now.
Is it working? Otherwise, you can send
yes.
Achha, it's coming.
Okay, now.
Yes, ma'am.
Visible. Yes, you can
Is
start.
it okay?
Yes.
The topic of my study is impact of karma yoga on employee outcome, a quantitative study. So before moving to the objectives, let me introduce the topic. In today's dynamic and high-pressure organizational environment, employees face growing demands to achieve productivity, meet performance standards, and maintain emotional balance also. While organizations often invest in external motivators such as incentives, promotions, or rewards, there is increasing recognition of the need for intrinsic motivation also. Therefore, in such a scenario, karma yoga, the yoga of selfless action as described in Bhagavad Gita. Ma'am, is it working, ma'am?
Your slide is not moving.
This slide show mode. It is not fully coming your slide.
Please share the entire screen. Yeah.
Karma yoga or the yoga of selfless action emphasizes the performance of duty with full dedication while renouncing attachment to outcomes. It promotes equanimity, ethical integrity, as well as sustained inner motivation. These are the qualities that are deeply aligned with modern organizational goals, such as employee well-being, engagement, satisfaction, as well as ethical behavior. Now, the objective of my research there are three objectives: to assess the extent to which employees practice karma yoga principles in the workplace. So, second one is to identify the relationship between karma yoga and employee outcome. And the third one is to examine the impact of karma yoga and employee outcome. Before I'm moving forward, here I want to clear that employee outcomes are the effective dispositions associated with work-related attitudes. And in our study, employee outcome was yes, ma'am.
Your slide is not moving.
Okay, ma'am. Let me share again.
Make it full screen or share the entire screen.
Share the entire screen.
Because yours is a quantitative data, we have to see it. Otherwise, we will not understand.
Don't choose the window option. Full
Yes.
screen.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, now it's coming probably.
Is it okay now, ma'am?
Yes, now you go to the presentation. Your presentation.
Okay, ma'am. In our study, employee outcome.
No, your presentation. Click on your presentation now. Yes. Then presentation mode. Presentation mode.
Down.
Oh, that is also fine if it is moving. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it working, ma'am, now?
Yeah, you can put in the presentation mode.
Okay.
Please.
Yes, she knows. Yeah, the others. Next, towards the right hand side.
Right side.
Yes. Is it okay, ma'am?
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
In our study, employee outcome was assessed using three key indicators: job satisfaction and job engagement, and job burnout. Here, job satisfaction and job engagement were considered as favorable employee outcome and reflecting positive emotional and cognitive states associated with job. In contrast, job burnout was treated as an unfavorable outcome, representing psychological strain and emotional exhaustion at the workplace. So these are the objectives that I have already mentioned. This is the conceptual framework of the study, which is based on literature review. This is the methodology that I have adopted for the study. Since our study is a quantitative study, the study is a cross-sectional and a questionnaire-based survey method. Survey method was adopted to collect the required data. After the collection of data, preliminary screening of the data was performed, and primary data were collected from 100 respondents working in diverse service sector organizations in Assam. These samples were selected on the basis of the purposive sampling method. Again, to ensure the relevance of the sample to the objectives of the study, a two-stage selection process was also followed. In the first stage, a brief screening was conducted using a set of preliminary questions related to the principles of karma yoga, such as selfless action, detachment from outcomes, and commitment to duty. The purpose of this step was to identify individuals who either consciously or unconsciously demonstrate karma yoga oriented behavior in their professional settings basically. In the second stage, only those respondents who reflected an understanding or alignment with karma yoga values in their initial responses were included in the main study to achieve the objectives. So these selected participants were then administered the full questionnaire of karma yoga along with other relevant constructs to collect the required data. And to measure karma yoga, a three-dimensional scale, which was originally developed by Mulla and Krishnan in 2024, was adopted. And this scale have three basic dimensions of karma yoga. First one is duty orientation. Second one is indifference to rewards and equanimity. And the last one is equanimity. And again, job satisfaction was measured by McDonald and McNay 1997 scale. Job engagement was measured by 5-item scale adopted from SHAC 2006. And all the items were measured on a 5-point Likert scale, with one indicating strong disagreement and 5 indicating strong agreements. So these are the hypotheses for the study. Hypothesis 1 is karma yoga is positively associated with job satisfaction. Hypothesis 2, karma yoga is positively associated with job engagement. And the third one is karma yoga is negatively associated with job burnout. So this is the result of the reliability of the data. Since Cron-Base alpha value for all the constructs is well above the critical limit 0.7, so it justifies a good internal consistency, and CR, composite reliability, also satisfactory in this case. And correlation analysis of this study shows that all the 3 employee outcome variables that are used to measure employee outcome is correlated with karma yoga. This is the this figure shows the relationship. These are the findings from objective 1. So my objective 1 is to assess the extent to which employees practice karma yoga principles in the workplace. For this, to achieve these objectives, we have calculated the mean score for all the 4 constructs. Here, the finding shows that the mean scores of all the study variables provide significant insights into the psychological and spiritual orientation of the employees. In our study, the mean score for all the variables as shown in the table, except burnout, which is a negative variable, are high, which implies that employees experience high level of satisfaction and engagement when they are practicing karma yoga. The mean score the table shows the mean score for karma yoga is 4.2, which indicates that employees on average demonstrate a strong alignment with the principles of karma yoga. This suggests a high level of selfless action, a sense of duty and detachment from results in their work behavior. Again, a mean score for 1.2, that is for job burnout, implies that employees rarely experience job burnout or stress when they are practicing karma yoga. These are the findings from objective 2. My second objective is to identify the relationship between karma yoga and employee outcome. Here the results found that this is the result. Okay. Results of correlation analysis as shown in the demonstrated that karma yoga has a significant positive correlation with job satisfaction and job engagement as shown in the figure itself. And results also shows that karma yoga has a significant negative correlation with job burnout with R value minus 0.620, which is also significant at 0.01 level. So these are the findings from objective 3. My objective 3 is to examine the impact of karma yoga on employee outcome. The findings displayed in this table, regression analysis was used to achieve this objective. Now the results of the regression shows that karma yoga, which has beta value 1.204, which is significant and at 0.05 level, and beta value for job engagement, which is 1.034, which is also significant at 0.05 level. These all do signifies that found that Karma Yoga was found significant and positively related to the positive employee attitudes, job satisfaction, and job engagement, respectively. This indicates that people who are practicing the Karma Yoga can predict. We can predict positive attitudes of such employees. Further, Karma Yoga was found to be significant negative impact. Here, the impact source, which is beta value is minus 0.41, which is also significant at 0.05 level. This implies that practicing of Karma Yoga can mitigate negative effects on work. So this is the results of hypothesis testing. My first hypothesis is Karma Yoga is positively associated with job satisfaction, which is already supported with statistical evidence. And the second one is Karma Yoga is positively associated with job engagement, which is also supported with enough statistical evidence. And the third hypothesis is Karma Yoga is negatively associated with job burnout, which is also supported. So in conclusion, I would like to again the findings imply that the spiritual and ethical mindset promoted by Karma Yoga likely enhances employee job satisfaction and engagement while protecting them from burnout, which is essential for positive and healthy work environment. Results of this study, it would be helpful for organizations to think about intrinsic motivation with clients as a goal.
Thank you.
Other people will join.
Call the next one.
Yes.
So thank you, Jyotsnali Chetia. Very good or very effective presentations. Now I am next presenter is Dr. Lalit Sekia, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya, with his topic Awareness and Practice of Yoga in India, Need to Policy Initiatives and Multifaceted Approach to Overcome Barriers.
Good evening, everyone.
Yes, good evening.
Myself, Lalit Saikia. Is my slide is visible?
No, right.
Is my slide is visible?
Not visible.
Not Dr. Lalit, not right now.
आपका स्क्रीन दिख रहा है, आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन को ओपन कीजिए तो हमें दिख जाएगा. आप अपना प्रेजेंटेशन ओपन कीजिए बस.
प्रेजेंटेशन को आप अपने स्क्रीन में ओपन कीजिए.
Yes, I have opened my presentation. Is it visible now?
तो फिर आप एंटायर स्क्रीन शेयर कीजिए. आपने एंटायर स्क्रीन नहीं किया है.
Okay.
अभी वो प्रेजेंट नाउ को स्टॉप करके प्रेजेंट एंटायर स्क्रीन कीजिए. अब अपना प्रेजेंटेशन खोलिए करके उसके बाद
Hope it is visible now.
Yes, visible. Yes.
Good evening. Myself, Lalit Saikia, Assistant Professor in the Department of Art Science, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. At first, thank you for the organizer for providing me opportunity to present my work. Actually, it is a preliminary work which started 1 year back related to one comprehensive study on awareness and practice of yoga in India. The study is not completed. Actually, we started one online survey among different individuals across the, different parts of the country, and which I want to share today. Already in this today's webinar, we have learned a lot. Although we know the meaning and we know the practice also, maybe a little bit. I'm not sharing the introductory part related to meaning of yoga and the benefits. We all know the benefits of yoga. It is physical well-being, mental calmness, spiritual growth. These are known to us. In India, as it is deeply embedded in the cultural fabric and has received strong institutional backing with the establishment of Ministry of Ayush, Ayurveda, Yoga, Unani, Siddha, and Homeopathy to promote traditional health practices. Already, International Day of Yoga is observed every year on June 21st to celebrate and promote the practice of yoga across the globe. And this International Yoga Day also serves as a platform to India's cultural diplomacy, strengthening global ties through a shared appreciation of wellness and mindfulness practices. These are initiatives already in the last presentations. Also, government initiatives and policies are mentioned. But if you look at practice and policies of different countries, we see in India only we are having very high public interest as well as deep culture, which is rooted at deep. It is deeply culturally rooted. But other countries, although they are very developed, but
yes, your slide is not moving. It's still on the introduction first slide.
Is it moving now?
No, not moving.
Slide
Have you?
Slides.
We can see your cursor, but it's not moving. You can go for slideshow.
6:30. हो गया 6:30 होने वाला है. अब बोले ठीक है ना.
पेज में नहीं आया ना तो उसको लेके आना. अभी तो मैंने फोन किया, अभी आ रहा है बोल.
Is it moving now?
Not moving.
Carry on.
Scroll करना.
He is scrolling, but we are not able to.
Sorry, just wait.
Slideshow button.
Slideshow.
Yeah, this one.
Is it moving?
Not moving.
Scroll नहीं कर सकते.
Slideshow हुआ है.
It's not moving. If you are moving now, yes.
Yeah, it's moving.
It's moving now.
But it is
Now I think introduction slide is shown.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I'm not describing this introductory part. Benefits of yoga already we know. Already it is already spoken by presenters. Yoga in India, is it seen? I'm showing now yoga practice and policies in different countries in this slide, including India, and we can see only in India that yoga is deeply rooted in its culture and which has very high interest among the public also. And in this present study, what we have done, an attempt was made to understand knowledge, perception, and practice of yoga among individuals of different ages and occupations from urban, semi-urban, and rural areas of India. And it was extensive survey, both open-ended and closed-ended questions were there. Survey captured a balanced demographic representation. We can see here in the right-hand side pie diagram. Metro city, 25% participants from metro city. From rural areas, 18%. Urban areas, 38%. And semi-urban, in between urban and rural area, it is 21%. Maximum participants were from students and research scholars, because we maximum responses were collected through online survey only in Google form. And similarly, maximum age group, major age group is from 19 to 25 years. And their educational attainment is like maximum from postgraduate as well as UG level only. And while asking about yoga practice patterns and engagement levels, before that we asked about their nature of work. It is seen that most people are engaged in both physical and mental work. And about walking practice, maximum, that is 54%, they they actually walk while working in work or doing household work only, but not as a but no, that is for 8% also. And practice of gym regularly, this less number, and you can see very less number, maximum number, that is 64%, they are not practicing gym at all. And while asking about practice of pranayama, that is breathing techniques, and we can see here that occasionally all are practicing different types of pranayams or asana or meditation, and many are very less are daily around it is 18% for pranayama, and it is for asana it is only 21%, and for meditation only 18%. But we can see their weekly or monthly or occasional practice in these three pie diagrams for different yoga practices. And while asking about the facility in workplace, yes, it is in regular practice, 25% in their workplace, and for maximum 32% it is that no. Okay, for 32% they are not having yoga facility at workplace. And although they are practicing occasionally or they know the benefit of yoga also, but they are not exploring. And 18% they are practicing only on International Yoga Day. Government of India, through its initiatives, doing a lot for popularizing yoga, but it is only practiced only by 18% on that particular day only. And about perceived benefits and health outcomes of yoga, we can see here, it is from Google form result I'm showing, that is 30%, around 30% they are saying that yes, it gives mental satisfaction. And 22% it increases my efficiency. And rest are like less, and 19% it improves my physique and personality. And while asking about their health status and chronic diseases and their management through yoga, it is seen that many are saying no health issue, but still major health issues are like arthritis, back pain, stress, anxiety, sleep problem, eye problem. And regarding the cure by regular medicine, we can see here that is somewhat agree that medicine can cure all these chronic diseases. It is 54%. They can say yes, somewhat agree, but only strongly agree, that is by 11%, and 29% they cannot say about the cure of that particular disease by medicine. I think some problem is there. And these are the barriers to yoga practice and implementation challenges. For 40%, almost 40%, it is laziness is the main barrier to yoga practice and and then 25% saying that they are having no time for practicing yoga. No space environment, it is around 5%. Health issue, means already they are having health issues also, not interested without any reason. There are people are saying like that also. And while asking participation in yoga problem, yes, only on International Yoga Day, they are 43% they are on that group. 35% yes, on other days also their practice means I'm asking about program related to yoga, not that is practice, whether they are attended any program, any workshop, seminar. Yes, it is International Yoga Day is has a pivotal role in popularizing this yoga practice among Indians as well as all people around the globe also, but still number is very less. 60% people are not it is not reaching 60% people. It's not going, sorry. Thus we can see the barriers hindering regular yoga practice are like several modern lifestyle and time constraint, lack of social support, motivational factors, knowledge practice gap. Although most people acknowledge yoga's health benefits, this does not translate into regular practice. Over 92% believe yoga is beneficial, but far fewer actually practice it. Shortage of qualified instructors. It is already it is documented around in one study also. In particularly some states like Tamil Nadu, there are relatively few expert yoga practitioners and trainers available. And cultural shift in motivation. Traditionally, yoga was practiced for spiritual growth, but now it is mostly seen as a means to improve physical and mental health. This shift may weaken the depth and continuity of practice.
Thank you, Dr. Lalit. Now the session is come in the end, or so I will request to organizing committee for the further activities.
So, madam, is Dr. Archie Dubey there? I think.
Namaskar, madam.
Yeah. Dr. Dubey, kindly give your closing remark of the session.
Sure. So, my namaste and pranam to all the participants, organizers, and all the dignitaries who are present here. So, very first, I would like to express my thanks to the convener, Madam, Puri Madam, who organized such a wonderful seminar. In this session, where Dr. Indu Sarmaji was the chairperson, there were two speakers and three papers presented on the theme of yoga in diverse setting. The theme is very attractive because nowadays, when in the era of NEP, we are talking regarding the interdisciplinary approach. So, yoga in different diverse settings. So the last paper when I joined, so last paper and second last paper was presentation, and I found that so much work has been done by the presenter, and the data somehow is effective. So I would like to conclude by saying that such types of themes are very important to have a holistic vision, holistic understanding or broad understanding yoga with different setups or in diverse settings. Second thing, which is very important to understand, that whenever we talk about the yoga in diverse settings, so yoga is something which cannot be by anyone. There is a basic reason behind it, and the reason is very simple, that health, happiness and harmony is the basic human rights or demands. I will say both. Why I say right? Because unless I am not physically healthy, mentally happy, and society harmonized at the society level, then I cannot claim that I am a developed human being. And the same manner is also given by Sri Aurobindo. Basically, what is my understanding healthy, mentally happy? whole life. And same theme is also adopted by Morarji Desai National Institute of Yoga. The theme is simple: health, happiness, and harmony for all through yoga. So the theme of present session is also aligned with our theme. So I'm happy being the part of this session, and I to all the speakers, all the presenters, especially the convener madam, honorable all the dignitaries and the chair, Dr. Indu Sharma. So I will conclude my words because I know that we are rushing for our benedictive session. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Yes, madam, over to you.
Our sincere thanks to Dr. Indu Sharma, chairperson of the session, and Dr. Arpit Dubey, co-chair of the session, for taking the hard task of managing the session so well while dealing with the technical challenges in virtual mode. Thanks to our both speakers, Dr. Krishna Kumar Sharma from Australia and Dr. P. Ravi Kumar from NIT Warangal for their stimulating sessions, and the presenters bringing up new thoughtful topics related to this. With this, we end our fourth technical session and we move ahead with the last session, that is the valedictory session. As we come to the end of today's webinar, we begin a welcome note for this conclusion session with a speech or the welcome note by Professor K.C. Biswal, Registrar, Tezpur University. Professor Biswal, prior to taking his assignment as a Registrar of Tezpur University, was a Professor of Business Administration in Northeastern Hill University, Central University based in Shillong and Tura, Meghalaya. May I now request Professor Biswal to deliver the welcome note.
Good evening to all of you. Respected all dignitaries, Madam Professor Papuri, Madam, and Professor Roy, my colleague Upadhyay ji, and all faculty members, Tezpur universities, and all colleagues, also all international speakers here, and teachers, participants, delegates, and dear friends. Good evening to all of you. Again, it is a great honor to stand before you today to speak at a conclusion remarks from my side on subject that resources deeply across the borders, the cultures, and generation, the University of Yoga for Health. The yoga originating from the ancient Indian, the civilization is more than just a physical exercise. It is a holistic science of life that aims at the union of a body, mind, and spirit. The word yoga itself that comes from the Sanskrit root yoj, the meaning to unite, to join. And today has truly united the world, cutting across the race, the religion, age, and nationality. But in a world marked by the stress, lifestyles, disorder, and growing the mental health and challenges. So, as a yoga helps the physical health also by improving the flexibility, strength, and cardiovascular fitness, mental health by reducing the anxiety, depression, and promoting the emotional stability. The spiritual well-being by fostering the mindfulness, inner peace and a sense of purpose. Also, the yoga stands a dates as a universal tool for individual as a transformation and a collective well-being. Let us embrace the gift not just on special occasions, but as a part of our daily lives. In doing so, we pave the path for a healthier, more peaceful, and more united world. Also, today this is a conclusion. Just already so many technical sessions is already completed. Our convener, Madam Papuri Madam, already probably morning too till now continue with the Professor Roy. Congratulations, Madam and Professor Roy, also team, Upadhyay ji also, all Madam and my colleagues also, technician also. Also, congratulations and best wishes. Those are participating throughout the globe, even in Australia. Also, other parts of our country, that is the Dean School of Indology, Dev Sanskrit University, Delhi University, and IGI PACE Delhi University, and a Director Center for Multidisciplinary Research in Tezpur University. Also, all are here. And Baba Sahib Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow, Lakshmi National Institute of Physical Education, University of Patanjali, Moraji Desai National Institute of Yoga, New Delhi, and all participants throughout the globe. And thank you, best wishes, and also congratulations. The whole day participating here about yoga and for its benefits for the society and the community, also country. Then very soon we are going to celebrate the International Yoga Day, June 21st. Then our committee member already, convener Professor Madam Papuri Madam here, and also team Professor Roy. Then a very grand manner we will celebrate in the future 21st June. Then this is the International Yoga Day, the 21st June. Then Madam, will you invite anybody from throughout the globe? No, nothing. So this is the success and celebrate the whole day we are organizing at Tezpur University, and also congratulations. Thank you for our committee member from Tezpur University. Also, all best wishes to all participants throughout the globe, from Australia, also foreign country, and throughout different parts of the country. Thank you so much. Then, in this type of program, will help for the exchange of knowledge, and also our spiritual partnership. That is a different university as Tezpur University to Delhi University, also that is a Lucknow Bhimrao Ambedkar University and Lakshmi National Institute of Physical Education. It is a good symbol for the development of the country. Thank you, all of you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद सर आपके इन आशीर्वचनों के लिए। तेजपुर विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा आयोजित इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार में देश विदेश से जुड़े आप सभी महानुभावों का एक बार पुनः मैं इस मंच पर स्वागत करता हूं। आपका सादर वंदन, अभिनंदन। आपको सभी को यह बताते हुए प्रसन्नता हो रही है कि आज हमारे बीच इस समापन समारोह के दौरान विशिष्ट अतिथि के रूप में उपस्थित हैं डॉक्टर चिन्मय पंड्या जी। डॉक्टर चिन्मय पंड्या हम सभी के लिए एक आदर्श व्यक्तित्व हैं। एक ऐसे युवा जो ब्रिटेन जैसे शाही देश में चिकित्सक की नौकरी त्याग कर अपनी मातृभूमि की सेवा के भाव से स्वदेश लौटे। वर्तमान आप देव संस्कृत विश्वविद्यालय हरिद्वार में समकुलपति के रूप में अपनी सेवाएं प्रदान करने के साथ साथ कई राष्ट्रीय और अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थानों में महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारियां निभा रहे हैं। आज डॉक्टर चिन्मय युवाओं के आदर्श बनकर उभर चुके हैं, जिनके ओजस्वी उद्बोधन से हर युवा अपने जीवन की नई दिशा तलाशना शुरू करता है। करिश्माई व्यक्तित्व के धनी डॉक्टर पंड्या भारतीय संस्कृति को वर्तमान की तमाम समस्याओं के समाधान के रूप में देखते हैं। आज हमारा सौभाग्य है कि प्रोफेसर पंड्या हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं। हम बड़ी बेसब्री से आपके ओजस्वी उद्बोधन को सुनने के आग्रही हैं सर। मैं अधिक विलंब न करते हुए प्रोफेसर पंड्या से अनुरोध करूंगा कि अपने आशीर्वचनों से, अपने उद्बोधन से हमें अनुग्रहित करें। प्रोफेसर पंड्या, प्लीज।
Honorable Vice Chancellor of University of Tezpur, all the distinguished dignitaries present from yoga fraternity from all over the world, good morning to all of you and my respectful pranams from Haridwar. At the outset, allow me to convey our heartfelt congratulations to all of you for a very successful and pristine beginning of this wonderful International Yoga Day celebration in your university. With your university, we have cherished a very long, strong and affectionate bond, and the news of this auspicious start bring earnest happiness to our heart, and we look forward to continue providing all the possible support to you to strengthen this academic endeavor. However, I'm also aware that these are the most precarious circumstances in which this message aims to reach you from the lap of Maganga, foothills of mighty Himalayas, and from Shantikunj, which is the headquarters of biggest socio-spiritual organization of India, called Gayatri Parivar. We have 150 million members with more than 5,000 centers. And these are the historic times in which this message is reaching to you, and current times could easily be called as unprecedented. And in such times, the significance of the divine possibility that yoga offers becomes of greatest significance that has ever taken place before. And this is a day to remind us of that possibility. You may ask why, what is yoga has to do with it? And I would say that the reason is because right now, we as mankind are passing through a historical tenure where the collective decision that we would make or take would define the course of humanity. This day is here to remind us that just as in the case of yoga, we have to find a balance, samatvam yoguchyate, a harmony between comfort and contentment, a balance between excellence and regression, and a balance between our external and internal pursuits. And the reason why making this decision has become so important right now is because without finding that santulan samatva balance, it would be impossible for us to walk blindly on the path that we have chosen for ourselves. We are seeing a scene of chaos, confusion, uncertainty, disillusionment, dissatisfaction, bewilderment, and fear. A fast pace has brought the people shine and sparkle in their lives, but under those glittery surfaces of shining exteriors, most seem to have a life of pain, misery, sorrow, and solitude. We are surrounded by imaginary friends on the Facebook, my dear friends, but in reality, most of us have hollow, broken, empty hearts behind those fake smiles. The pain, the suffering, the sorrow, the tension, the stress, the strife that is inside the human beings was not even at the battlefield of Kurukshetra, was not even at the battlefield of Second World War. We have made huge houses for us to live in, but we have broken down the families. We have reached to the moon, but we seem to have forgotten ourselves. We have advanced the medicine, but we have compromised our health. And worst of all, we have populated the earth, but we have annihilated the humanity. Compassion is gone. Greed and decline seem to rule the planet, and this world demands a change. If everything continues the way it is, then we would be leaving a damaged world and a fractured society for the next generation. Families would be broken, individuality would be gone, and humanity would be dead. It is already disappearing. It's not there. And it is not there because For long, we have been dreaming a dream from which I hope that we are waking up. The dream that if we just improve the socio-economic situation of everyone, then everything would be perfectly fine, miraculously happy. You give people money, power, and position, and people would be perfectly fine. The truth is that as the struggle for survival gets subsided, the real questions of life start to emerge. Survival for what? Now people have means to live, but no meaning to live for. The problem is that everyone knows what I am talking about. And everyone is desperate to find a solution too. But unfortunately, to seek the solution, we continue to focus on the external measures only. Changing the law, changing the regulation, changing the act. And they are important. I'm not refuting their importance, but they cannot solely bring a change unless there is a change in the global mindset or consciousness. It is not possible because only if the central fabric of the person is transformed, you can have a better society. And the true yoga offers that sense, the direction, the purpose, and that meaning to the life. The journey of the yoga teaches us that before we find everything else, we must find ourselves. Otherwise, scenery around us keep changing and we continue to remain what we are. Only by changing the envelope, I cannot change the content of it. The word yoga itself offers harmony. It means balance. Yogastha Guru Karmani Singam Tvektva Dhananjaya Siddha Siddhyo Samavutva Samatvam Yoguchyate Buddha Yukto Jahati Hai Ubhe Sukrit Dushkrite Tasmad Yoga Yujjusva Yoga Karmasu Kaushalam. The yoga centers on the refinement of human consciousness to accomplish the purity of the body, clarity of the mind, and divinity of the consciousness. And to accomplish that at the level of society, you need nothing else than the language of the yoga. I remember Puja Gurudev Pandit Shriyam Sharma Acharya, a prolific scholar from India, who provided 3 steps for unity and harmony to emerge. He says, Swastha Sharir, a healthy body that could be achieved by yogasan. Swachh Man, a clear and sound mind that could be achieved by spiritual practices. And Sabya Samaj, a refined, a civilized, and embellished society that could be achieved by following the path of unity, solidarity, and compassion. And he had hope from us that through these kind of congregations, meetings, we would be able to create a new world, a new order. And I sincerely wish that such a transformation shall now be able to take place through your wonderful congregation and wonderful efforts. My pranams, my dhanyavad, my best wishes to all of you for patiently listening. Pranams again.
Thank you, Dhanabad, Dr. Pandya. It was wonderful listening to you. We are fortunate to have amongst us our next guest of honor, Professor Kalpana Sharma, Vice Chancellor, Lakshmibai National Institute of Physical Education, Gwalior. A well-known academician, Professor Kalpana Sharma was the Director Academics, Netaji Subhas National Institute of Sports, Patiala. She is an Educational Consultant Director to Sports Authority of India. She remained Dean and Director of Amity University. She is the founder, Principal, Noida College of Physical Education. She also had been the lecturer, Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, University of Delhi. Madam, may I now request you to deliver your speech.
Thank you very, very much. And thanks for inviting me to be the guest of honor here. I was just listening to Professor K.C. Bisal, the Registrar of the Tezpur University, Dr. Chinmay Pandyaji, the Vice President, Indian Association, and Pro-Vice Chancellor, Dev Sanskriti University, Haridwar. And I had gone through the complete program schedule of the sessions which have been deliberated in this webinar. I feel the call of the day is importantly that yoga se hi hoga or sabhi ko yoga karna hoga. Something like that is the resonance which we are seeing today. And going into a background of what yoga is, how yoga is, I'm sure that has been deliberated a lot by the professionals. but I feel that deliberating on the topics, something like yoga and physical health, then yoga and mental health, yoga and spiritual health, yoga in diverse settings, and I was able to listen to Dr. Lalit Saikia, the last presentation, because I had joined by that time. So I feel that these interactions, which are collectively and I will say collaboratively conducted with speakers across the globe, gives us a window of reflection of what we are doing and also a reflection of what the global perspective for yoga is being developed. So I always see yoga in three components. If you allow me, I will just speak a bit on that. The first component is, of course, which is our ancient, the universality of the yoga for health. And that's the primary concept. And we go back to 5,000 years ago and we see, yes, we have been leaders in the ancient yoga. But over the years, what we have seen that this ancient knowledge, this knowledge which was, जिसको हम धरोहर बोलते हैं हिंदी में, एक धरोहर है वो हमारी भारत की संस्कृति की, that slowly transformed into various forms, I will say. And there are various forms of yoga which have been developed over a period of time. But nonetheless, the crux of each type of yoga is the health advantages, the physical advantages, the advantages which it gives to the body, mind, and soul all the time to keep it in a balance. So that's extremely, I will say, a universal concept which the yoga has given to us. In fact, slowly to promote yoga, I also saw that there are a lot of competitions in yoga also conducted, but that's a completely different aspect which Yogasan has promoted now. But coming back to the theme of the conference and coming back to the crux of what we were discussing, that is universality of yoga and for health and progress, I'm sure with the effort with what the International Day of Yoga has been announced, which is 21st June each year, it's important that we as a nation should become leaders tomorrow and leading the way we had been leading 5,000 years ago. So any concept which we are laying today should be a long-term thought, should be a thought where we are able to basically tell the globe that yes, this is exactly what we want. So something like that should be projected in the document which is created for the webinar, and then should be certain recommendations for future. Of course, research is an important component, and so are the research papers which are presented into the conference. But nonetheless, it is important that we should definitely project what down the line in 5 years, down the line in 10 years, etc. we are looking forward. So that is very, very important, and we should be thinking about creating that kind of frameworks into it, because presently what I see and what I have understood over a period of time, slowly we are seeing that yoga is being integrated into curriculum, yoga is being integrated into practices, yoga day is being celebrated. So there are a lot of things happening at various places in various forms, but it's important if we are able to just structure it out and present it to the globe to get things into a universal form. So that is from my end, and I really thank the organizers, thank the organizing secretary, thank the organizing team, and also I thank Dr. Nibu Krishna, who has invited me to be with you all today evening, though I thought I may not be able to join, but I thought no, it's important that we should be together on a point where we are thinking about the global practices for the yoga also. So with this, my best wishes to the organizers, and thank you very, very much.
speech. It really strengthened us. Our next guest of honor is Professor Sandeep Tiwari, Principal, Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, University of Delhi, who has been a strength to us throughout. Professor Sandeep Tiwari is an outstanding volleyball player representing the country, a volleyball referee, trainer, member of national organizations and government bodies, and an active researcher guiding doctoral students. Sir, may I request you to now deliver your speech.
Sabhi ko namaskar. I had joined this international webinar in the morning, and since morning I have been watching for some time, but due to some different meetings which was there on the way, so I had to be with those meetings and I was not able to join in between. But I've gone through various research papers which have been presented very well, and when I joined in the evening hours, I could find one of the very good papers on Karma Yoga, which is the need of the today. And अगर मैं ज़्यादा ना बताऊं और आप सब लोग भी इस चीज़ से एग्री करेंगे that कर्म योगी अगर आपने किसी को देखना है तो और कोई नहीं, हमारे जो लीडर हैं ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को आप देखें, who is working selflessly, doesn't bother for results, totally dedicated. That's a karma yogi. We all must take the lessons from him. We all must see that we follow his path, and that is why today he is a well-known person in the whole of the world. And coming to the universality of yoga for health and progress, it is a testament to its profound impact across diverse cultures and societies. Rooted in ancient Indian traditions, yoga has transcended geographical boundaries to become a globally recognized practice for physical, mental, spiritual, and general well-being. As a therapeutic aspect, it has enormous benefits and is extensively able to address a wide range of health ailments and diseases, maybe cardiovascular, maybe musculoskeletal, maybe respiratory, or maybe various psychological disorders, that is anxiety, stress, depression, and ultimately promoting emotional resilience and general well-being. As societies grapple with modern day today with the stresses and health challenges, yoga stands as a beacon of wellness, offering a path of physical vitality and mental serenity. Its integration into mainstream healthcare systems underscores its transformative potential, paving the way for a healthier, more balanced future worldwide. That is why today, if we see the curriculum and the course content of University of Delhi, under the National Education Policy 2020, this particular part of yoga has found a very big place, not only for the physical education and sports science students, but also for the students of general academic discipline. So we have in the form of generic elective course for our students. We also have it in the form of value addition course. Today, if we look at the International Day of Yoga, when it was first started in 2015, and this year it is going to be 11th one, it was the United Nations General Assembly, where in 2014, the proposal was given by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who highlighted very categorically that yoga as an invaluable gift of India's ancient tradition. So June 21 was chosen for the purpose of celebrating International Day, and every year we have some theme or the other. So starting from yoga for harmony and peace, yoga for climate action, yoga for humanity, And this International Day of Yoga has been marked by a mass yoga demonstrations. Even today in India, in Delhi, in on our new Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister Shri Rekha Gupta ji and Shri Ashish Suji, we have planned to hold mass demonstrations at 11 distinct places in Delhi. So there will be most probably more than 20,000 people who will be participating in it. And we at Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences also are having celebrating the International Day of Yoga every year, and under the leadership of my own two colleagues, Professor J.P. Sharma and Professor Tarak Nath. And we started around 21 days before as a community program, and it culminates into the celebration of International Day of Yoga. So governments, educational institutions, armed forces, healthcare providers and individuals all actively participate during this International Day of Yoga. And this is very important because it showcases its universality and inclusive spirit. Sharing India's vision for a healthier world population. In every month, you must have heard about Man Ki Baat radio broadcast by our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, said that the theme of Yoga Day of 2025 has been kept as Yoga for One Earth and One Health, which means that we wish to make the whole world healthy through yoga. Today, Ministry has said that with over 1 lakh locations are expected to host the International Day of Yoga event, Yoga Sangam 2025. This international webinar, when it was discussed with me by Professor Barua Madam, who is very nice, when we came to Tezpur University and participated in curriculum planning there, I was very much delighted that the Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, University of Delhi, is also being made a part of this international webinar. So I'm extremely thankful to you from my institution, from the chairman, governing body of our institution, Senior Professor Binay Kumar, that this opportunity has also been provided to us. So today, I am extremely happy and I congratulate you, the whole organizers, for having put up a very good and very successful webinar on International Day, before International Day of Yoga. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful speech. You are the guiding light, actually. So I cannot move forward without remembering you at every step. Myself, Rajkumar, Raju Singh. So whenever sports, yoga, everything comes, so first name we remember is you and your team. And now we move ahead.
एक बार पुनः आप सभी को धन्यवाद। आज विभिन्न संस्थानों के सहयोग से तेजपुर विश्वविद्यालय द्वारा आयोजित इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय वेबिनार में देश विदेश से आप सभी महानुभाव हमारे साथ जुड़े हुए हैं। योग से संबंधित विभिन्न विषयों पर विभिन्न विद्वानों और शोधार्थियों के विचार हमने सुने। विचारों के साथ साथ कुछ स्पीकर्स के साथ हमने योग क्रियाएं भी की और समापन समारोह के इस अंतिम पड़ाव पर हम अब पहुंच चुके हैं। समापन समारोह के अंतिम औपचारिकता को निभाने के लिए और धन्यवाद ज्ञापन के लिए मैं आयोजन समिति की समन्वयक प्रोफेसर पापरी बरुआ मैडम से अनुरोध करूंगा कि आज के इस कार्यक्रम की अंतिम औपचारिकता धन्यवाद ज्ञापन हम सभी को आप करें।
Thank you, Dr. Kul Prasad Upadhyay. So I do not know from where to start actually. I have so many people to thank from all around the globe actually. It is from within the university, outside, and beyond our borders. So let me start by thanking sincerely all those persons for whom this webinar is possible. They are the participants, the chairperson, the co-chairpersons of the sessions, the speakers from abroad as well as India, the presenters for giving your consent, for sending your papers, for taking action on the comments when we ask for certain revisions. Thank you all. I take this opportunity to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Tezpur University, Professor Shambhunath Singh, for his encouragement and support throughout to organize this webinar. Our sincere thanks to Professor K.C. Bishwal, Registrar Tezpur University, for supporting us from the day one. My thanks to all our guests of honor in the inaugural as well as the valedictory session, the keynote speakers, starting from Professor Ishwar Bharadwaj, Professor Chinmay Pandey, Professor Kalpana Sharma, Dr. Sandeep Tiwari, for their presence and their valuable time and guidance. We would not have been able to organize this webinar without our partners and their institutional heads who gave us their consent to be our partners. However, I would like to take a few names with whom we connected every day, every moment to discuss about this webinar, and they did not mind disturbing them at any time of the day or night. I thank Professor J.P. Sharma and Professor Taraknath Pramanik from Indira Gandhi Institute of Physical Education and Sports Sciences, Dr. Dipeshwar Singh from Babe Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar University, Lucknow, Dr. K. Samagandhi, Director, Muraji Desai National Institute of Yoga, and his colleagues from the Institute, Dr. Indu Sharma and Arpit Dubey. Dr. Rudra Bhandari from Patanjali University, and our good friend, Dr. Nibu Krishna from Lakshmi Bai National Institute of Physical Education. Your support, guidance, and enthusiasm strengthen our confidence to organize this event. Thank you for your time and effort. My gratitude to administration of Tezpur University and my colleagues from Tezpur University for their support in many ways throughout. And all organizing committee members, I thank you for your untiring efforts. My special gratitude to the chairperson of the organizing committee, Professor Robin Datta, co-chairperson of the organizing committee, Professor Subhendra Kumar Ray, my enthusiastic co-conveners, Dr. Nayanmani Gogoi, Rajkumar Raju Singh, Anurang Jaiswal, for working day and night to see that everything is in place. Our special thanks to our technical team, Amarnath, Prandi Bora, Milan Deka, guided by our Director, Computer Center, Ramakrishna Mathe, and led by my ever-smiling colleague, Korobi Bharadwaj, seeing whom actually lifted up my spirit always. And my special thanks to my co-host, Dr. Kulaprasad Upadhyay, for his time and spending the whole day with me here. I know he wouldn't mind disturbing him at any time of the day or night, and which I really did. My thanks to all volunteers who are the pillars of our strength and who were working at the back. Thanks to all those people who directly or indirectly contributed to organizing this event and whose name I might not have taken here today. With this, I thank you all once again. It was an incredible experience, and I think it's a beginning for a new journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, and very, very congratulations, organizers, Tezpur University. Thank you very much, ma'am. It was successful event. Thank you.
यह अंत नहीं, यह तो यात्रा की शुरुआत है। जैसा कि मैडम ने कहा, हम सभी को साथ में मिलकर बहुत दूर तक जाना है और योग हालांकि अब केवल भारत का नहीं रहा, वैश्विक बन चुका है। उसे हमें अपने जीवन में भी अपनाना है और यह चिरंतन सत्य है कि हमारे शारीरिक, बौद्धिक और मानसिक विकास के लिए योग ही एकमात्र साधन है। आइए योग को केवल अभ्यास नहीं बल्कि अपने जीवन का अभिन्न हिस्सा बनाएं। आप सभी का पुनः एक बार बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और अध्यक्ष महोदय की अनुमति से आज का यह कार्यक्रम समाप्त घोषित किया जाता है और नियमानुसार कार्यक्रम के अंतिम पड़ाव में हम राष्ट्रीय गीत के साथ इसे खत्म करना चाहेंगे।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी को। नमस्कार।
धन्यवाद।
नमस्कार सर।